2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Hello, my name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I am joined by a boozer of the Vancouver Surge. I'm going to get used to that. Mate, welcome to Saudi Arabia. Welcome to Riyadh. How you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm fantastic, man. I'm ready to rock and roll. We have some simple questions for you, some fun ones. We just want to see how you're feeling about the tournament ahead.
Honestly, it was pretty excited, for sure, for me. The tournament looks pretty good, honestly. And yeah, I want to wait. I want to play right now.
You got to wait, man. You got to wait. Let's talk about the season for you. You've one of the nominations for Rookie of the Year. You've come from Belgium. What do you think are some of the advantages the European players have over North American players in the Call of Duty scene?
I honestly don't know, like, the difference, like, if you are, like, I have no clue. Other thing is, like, it's different for everyone, you know, like, but I have no idea, like, if you have some advantage or something, you know, like, I don't think so.
No advantage? You think maybe, I mean, we think of some of the, in recent memory, Hydra from France, yourself, there's a lot of talent coming from Europe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I mean...
Some good players coming out of there.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, I don't know why, to be honest, but that's fine.
That's good.
Yeah, that's
Keep
good.
it coming, keep it coming. With regards to this tournament, the Esports World Cup, what does it mean to you? How important is this tournament for you?
For us, it's pretty important. I mean, like, we literally, like, all champs, so it's like a good tournament for us, for sure. We need to bounce back, you know.
It's a very unique opportunity to bounce back.
Yeah.
We don't normally get second lives.
Yeah,
in this.
that's true. Yeah, this is the first time, so yeah.
You came from Challengers. You made it to the CDL. Now you're here at the Esports World Cup. Is there any comparison so far for these events? What was it like being a Challengers player? What's it like being a CDL player? And now, what's it like being here?
I mean, it's pretty different, for sure. Like, you being training pretty good in CDL, and it's clearly not the same, like, even like just playing on like good PC, good monitor, like it's so different. So, and playing in front of the crowd and like on the stage is, nothing can give you that, like, you know, like the energy, you know, like, so that's pretty sick.
Do you ever talk to your friends or family back home about what this feels like?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone's gonna say like it's insane, you know, like, and it is, so yeah.
Have your family, have they made a trip out to these events to see you play?
No, just my girlfriend at this moment. So, and that's it.
I hope they get to see you play in the future, man. It's very, very cool. There haven't been many tournaments or many experiences in the past for Challengers players to match up against the CDL pros. What do you think this is going to be like for you, and how important do you think that is for the young talent?
I think it's very important for them, like, to have the chance to play against like some CDL teams. I think it's pretty sick for them. Like, we needed that in Challengers since like long time, you know, so it's pretty good for sure.
Why do you think it's so important for Challengers players to play against the
I mean,
CDL?
just to know and compare you like against the best, you know, like you wanna play against the best to know, like, and I think it's pretty good for them, for sure.
What does it feel like to be a rookie who's being well celebrated now? What does it feel like to be in the CDL at this point?
I mean, it's pretty good for sure, you know, like, I mean, being a rookie, it's mean nothing for me, like, you know, like, I'm not 18, so, you know, so that's fine for me. And yeah, that's it.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Ready, set, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here now with Cloud9 for the roundtable discussion. We got Hydra, we got Skies, and we got Sid, the newest addition to this roster. Let's just start it off. How are you guys feeling going into this event after you guys got second at champs?
I would say we're feeling very demoralized, but upside, hold on. Hear me out. No fans. So
Okay.
OpTic gets worse, so that's like.
That was the worst thing ever.
Actually, okay, you go. Actually,
What you got?
It's already answered. That's the answer right there.
Yeah,
Oh, but there's two answers.
no
You got me
fans.
one. Let me get one, Caesar. Come on.
Well,
We need to rematch.
yeah, I need to get my blood back in. Hopefully we play OpTic in finals.
Yeah, but you don't get another ring, so it's just. What?
He said we don't get another ring, so there's
get a
Yeah, but you
ring.
need like a.
A shard?
yeah. Give me their shard.
You,
I want
you
their
didn't see the
shard.
trophy?
I
Okay, I'll
want a
take
ring, bro.
I take the trophy.
I take the prize pool winnings.
Hell yeah, guys. Hell yeah. Next question. All right, so when you guys started off going into this year, obviously the core three, you guys made a roster change. From a world championship team, you brought in Dante.
From the world.
You gotta keep that in mind. You guys won the world chip. Nobody was expecting you guys to make a roster change, but you brought in Dante, and then obviously at the end of the season, we saw what he was capable of because he was taking over on certain maps. Like, you guys in the beginning of the season, you started really slow and you ended strong. What was that? What was the learning process that you guys had to go through to get to that final stage?
The learning process?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's just like understanding each other. We just had like our chemistry was already strong as a trio, and we just needed like to adapt to like a new guy on the team because we had like chemistry with Priester obviously, but we never. I mean, I never like really played with Dante before, so we just needed like just adaptation. He needed to adapt to us, we had to adapt to him.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Now, Dante, since you were the newest addition, how does it feel playing alongside these guys and going through that whole learning process?
It feels unreal. I definitely, I never experienced anything like this. It's my second team coming into the league as well, so I'm used to being on Seattle, which I teamed with them for 2 years, and different environment, different coaching staff. So everything was just a lot of getting used to, and I love it.
Okay, so one thing that I really enjoy about watching you guys when you guys are playing on main stage specifically is that even when you guys are down, you guys are always vibing, having a good time. Sometimes it could be a little bit frustrating, but you guys always seem to have those good vibes. Like, who's the guy leading it? It seems to be you, Caesar, but all you guys do it
I
at
think
certain
it's
points.
There's not like a single guy that just. I think when we end matches, it's just different. Obviously, I mean,
100%.
you guys don't see practice, so it's like different. Like I think we just like all have like a turn to like make the vibes better, or like even yell at each other. But in matches, you won't see that. You won't see like this part of like us yelling at each other or like us getting down because it's just matches.
It's a match. You gotta be.
You just have to be locked in.
Just gotta be composed.
I will say Troy's the vibe man. He does bring out vibes a lot.
Oh, yeah, I
Troy-
think that's just everyone.
Give give credit to the coaches as well. They put in a lot of work for it. So.
Okay, so like when you guys going into an event, right? You guys obviously know who you're gonna be playing first round, potentially who you play second, and probably even the grand finals. What does preparation look like for those teams? Are you guys playing for counters or like just realizing what they do? How do you guys prepare for
We
opponents?
play our own game. We
Yeah.
just adapt to like what they do. And like
Your tendencies is about it.
like we just see like what they like to do, and from that we just do our own strat, and we go from there.
In high pressured situations, so like say for instance, you always found yourself in a lot of clutch moments. How do you handle those? Like for a player that's coming up, even from the amateur scene, or people that want to try to become a pro, playing in high pressure situations, what's the best way to take care of it?
I feel like it's in our practice, I'm usually in the same scenario. So it's like I have so many repetitions of being in the same spot. So it's like, and I've been competing for so long, so I just feel like there's not really that much pressure whenever I'm put in the same spots as well. So
You're just used to it.
yeah, I'm just used to it.
And I'm not getting.
I mean, I'm in the default clutches. If I'm on a heady and I'm losing a clutch, you just.
Hey man, you were one of the clutchest players that we had all season, you know. So
Never
just
in the
gotta
clutch,
keep that one
just
up.
dying first.
No, he can clutch too. Yeah, I might have to die first. Like whenever we watch him in scrimmage clutching, he's pretty good.
Yeah, I need to teach. I need to teach him.
He taught me how to snipe last year too. Sheesh.
Michael, guy's different.
Yeah.
You know?
Indeed.
So coming into this event for the Esports World Cup, what's the preparation process for you guys? Like, what do you guys got to get better at? What do you need to improve? What do you guys feel like you're good enough at to try to host it?
We're good at
Yeah.
everything. We're good at everything. We just need to execute it.
9 months, end of the game, so everyone knows what to do. Every team knows what to do. Every team has their own strengths that they're good at and what they've been working on the whole year. So I think it just comes down to executing. It's not like it's the beginning of the game or the mid-year where you're just getting the rhythm of things, or you're learning new things, or you're picking up off of what other teams are doing. So I think it's just all about executing, who makes fewer mistakes.
And execution. I feel like that's what you guys do well. Like, especially in Search and Destroy. Obviously, Championship Sunday at Champs. We don't need to even talk about that. You know what I'm saying? But specifically on game modes, what's the most that you put in focus to? Either Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Control.
Hardpoint. That's where we're the worst at.
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
Somehow,
In scrims, we're really bad at it. But like, at tournaments, we're good as fuck.
No, because you see the team, you felt like, oh yeah, those guys, they're just gonna slay. They're gonna be good at Hardpoint, pretty ass in Search.
Yeah.
But like, no, we are pretty good in Search and pretty ass at Hardpoint. So, somehow.
In tournaments, we're somehow like really good at it.
Yeah, not in tournament.
In tournament,
I'm
we
just
just
talking
got
like in scrims, like we actually focus like Hardpoint heavy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like we just struggle in scrims only somehow.
Yeah. I mean, tournaments just comes down to who's getting hot. If we get in a hot spree, a little hot streak, then we can pull through and start going on a little hardpoint streak. But other than that, I do think it's our weakest.
Okay. So obviously, still a little more recency bias at Champs. You guys fell short all the way in the grand finals. What did you guys learn from that experience?
For me, I learned that when we face adversity, I mean, you just have to dig deep, and especially in front of a crowd like the Green Wall, I think like every play that they're making is getting astronomically better, whether if it's a good play or a bad play, if it's you killing me in the back or you're killing me in the side. I mean, everyone's rooting for you, so I think just playing against them definitely learns a lot, and I think it's just facing adversity and just adapting. I think that's what it comes down to. It's that pressure like you talked about, playing them, we're under a lot of pressure, and it's just about how we work together, be on the same page, because, I mean, I can say for myself during the grand final, I mean, we didn't really play, we didn't execute as well as we should have, and that just comes down to, I mean, just making those calls under pressure and being on the same page within those, whether it's like within 5 seconds or within that second, and if you take a second too long, then I mean, the other team's gonna capitalize on it, and that's what it showed, so.
You think it had a little bit to do with the 7,000 Greenwall fans that were in the stadium?
Definitely. I don't think it made us play worse, but I do think it made the play better. Because, you know, if I was them, I'd be playing better too.
They even say it.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
I'm telling you, when I played in front of New York last year, Vanguard, I mean, that was different.
That was awesome.
I can't imagine.
That event was crazy.
That was not even close to what they had. So I can't even like
imagine what
There's
they
like
had.
10 times like.
Yeah. I've never had a crowd cheering for me, so I have no idea what it really feels like, but you could just hear it in the background and you're behind the white noise. I mean, at Champs, that was the first time I've ever used white noise ever in my career. Every single time I'm on land, I never use white noise. What? I turned it all the way down.
You cheating?
Nah, I just turned it all the way down. I hate.
Why are you not using white noise? That's cheating.
What do you mean? Because I hate hearing that zzz in my ear. I can't have that shit, bro.
I mean, everyone has that.
Yeah.
I don't see. Back in the day, we had that white noise pumping.
No, because the headset, you can just turn it
them,
all the way
turn
down.
them.
There's a knob, there's a knob.
You still have it. You still have it. You just don't hear it.
Yeah.
You just don't hear it.
Okay. So it just makes you more comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then, but the crowd was insane. I was like, I'm hearing this way too much. Let me turn the beat up right quick. Let me max my it up. Like I'm turning the beat all the way up, man. I'm even like on a mix up on the stage. Like I'm like, yo, like they finna get loud. Like I'm turning the chat volume all the way up. Like my team, I'm turning that beat up super. Like they get loud. I am definitely hearing no call outs. You know what I'm saying? So I turn it. That's the first time I've ever turned the team volume up all the way up. I'm like white noise all the way up. I need everything max volume.
Turned up.
Yeah.
Man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay. So final question. Where does Cloud9 place here at the Esports World Cup?
No hezzy first.
Why?
No crowd.
We just feel like I just feel like we're better than everybody.
Just better, no
We're
crowd.
just better.
No crowd. I mean,
If we execute correctly, we are better.
yeah.
And if we don't, then
Hey, we saw what happened in Major
shot 1-5. 1-5 against 5, and if we don't execute well.
Okay. All right. Well, that has been the roundtable with Cloud9. Make sure you guys tune in this weekend to watch how they are going to perform, because obviously they're one of them top dogs.
set, go.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Scrap of Toronto Ultra, and we are playing Duo, Clutch, Choke. Are you ready?
Ready.
So the rules are, it's 3 categories. Duo, who would you rather partner up with? Who's most likely to clutch when your team really needs it? And when you really don't need it, who's going to choke? You have to pick your teammates. Duo first.
My duo, okay. I'm gonna go with Toby. You know, Toby's just flying around the map with me. You know, me and him are setting base, and I love when he's by my side, just, you know, baiting for me pretty much. It's always a good time.
Oh, off my team? I'll do Dan.
There we go, Dan's your duo. Okay.
Brack for sure. We're just the AR connection, and we always clutch everything together. So, perfect.
I have to say also.
Why?
I don't know, he's my guy. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Who's most likely to clutch?
Most likely to clutch, we go with Insight. I mean, that guy's been the Iceman all year. When the 1v1's needed most, he's there for it. So yeah, we're gonna go with Insight.
Okay. I got this. Okay, out of game, we'll do Nasty.
Why? Why Nasty?
Calls our Ubers, man, you know? Like, he makes sure we're on practice on time.
Team dad. Everyone needs a team dad.
Exceed.
Any other reasons?
I don't know. I think he's really good in his 1v1s, and every time we've ever been in a situation where we needed a clutch, Exceed came through.
I cannot pick Offo anymore.
No.
I would say Kala.
Yeah? How come?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes he's going crazy, you know, like, and that's it. Yeah.
Out of game as well?
I don't know. Maybe I have like some confidence for him, like in game for sure. And so that's it.
That's good. Who on the team is most likely to choke?
See, I'm gonna go with Dylan, but Dylan's definitely icy sometimes. But you know, sometimes you gotta hit that extra bullet. Might not be there, but you know, he's always a beast, and he's clutching up when he needs to.
Tempest. Yep.
Who's most likely to choke when the team needs it?
Listen, Cramp sometimes, like, you just, you know, he'd be taking a little too long in the shower.
In the shower? Okay.
A little long in the shower, a little long.
I have no choice. I have literally no choice. I'm sorry, Paul, brother, but I have no choice.
Any reasons why, or just because he's last picked?
Because he's last, and just because he killed me every time with a nade in practice. That's for him.
Tim. But also Exceed. So it's both. It's hand in hand.
It feels like there's a lot of love across the board.
Yeah,
Everyone
there is.
can do all of these things.
There's a lot of goods and bads. I would say for all of us.
What a very honest and very real answer, Rex. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
This is the now infamous key crusher here at the Esports World Cup. Over the past several weeks, of course, we've seen lots of keys crushed. But really what's truly at stake for all of our players are these. This week, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Of course, we've got a trophy. Of course, we've got player and regional pride. Yes, we have the $1.8 million prize pool. But what really gets shattered when teams exit this tournament are these. Welcome to day 2 of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 at the Esports World Cup.
What's up, everybody, and happy weekend. We are live in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and we have just 3 days between now and when we crown our champions of the Esports World Cup for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Joining me, a man who once wore a ponytail on the MLG main stage. He goes by the name of Clayster, one of the great ARs of the game, and of course, Nameless, my regular duo. Nameless, I want to start with you. What'd you learn on day 1 here in group play?
Listen, the Challengers teams, we have a few that might be able to compete and make a run here. We have 3 left remaining in this tournament. You saw the buzz on social media. They said they should be in the league, and they will showcase it here.
Clay, as soon as you cut the ponytail, you went on to win 3 world titles.
Not too bad.
Does hair have an impact on your game?
Maybe it's like I need to grow it back out, get that ponytail down the back again, and maybe I'll be back in the league again.
Once I fix my hairline, I got way better.
Y'all got way better, both sides. All right, let's talk a little bit about what we've seen and, of course, where the players have been competing. We have been at the Amazon Arena on the Amazon stage, and while some teams looked very comfortable on day 1, you could see the nerves starting to weigh in for others, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, one of the matches everybody was talking about, the Stallions match against Heretics, like, it was nuts. There's bad plays left and right, but these guys are getting through it. The jitters were here. I mean, even OpTic Gaming had jitters on the map 1 against Omid, and today they're settled in, they're comfortable, no more jet lag, and they're ready to fry.
We heard from Ian Chambers. What are they fighting for? Not just the money, but their hopes and dreams. And already, 4 teams' hopes and dreams have been crushed, but 12 teams remain in the hunt. And if you made it to this day, you've already secured some serious cash.
That's not a bad one-day work, Puckett. I mean, we're talking about $40,000 for a Thursday, already guaranteed. We did send some teams home yesterday, but those still in it today on a Friday, they're competing to double up their cash again.
And of course, Nameless, a $1.8 million prize pool. Over $900,000 will be up for grabs in our grand finals. But more importantly, across the Esports World Cup, we have 8 weeks of competition, over 22 tournaments, and our club championship has an additional $20 million on the line in addition to this sick trophy.
I mean, and just look at that trophy. It's absolutely gorgeous, and you're talking about serious bucks here. $20 million is nuts, and Falcons might be the team that run away with it.
Falcons right now in the top spot, but unfortunately, their Call of Duty team is out. We take a look at the big board, and we do have to highlight some of the Challengers teams. Nameless, you said on day 1, keep your eyes on the Challengers players. These amateurs are ready to take on the pros. Who shined and who declined here in Riyadh.
No, well, you can see who's left, right? Gentlemates, they got it done by way of Neslo, 2-3-5. So we're looking at them to continue to do that. But then also the Stallions, a little crazy match back and forth, but they were able to get it done in a 3-0. So despite the bad plays, they're still here, they're kicking, and they can learn from the VOD.
Clay, we had some exciting games for the youngsters, but the old guard is still holding strong. Let's take a look at some of the big MVPs from day one, including Shotzi from OpTic Gaming. Yes, they dropped the opening hardpoint to Omit Brooklyn, but after that, it looked like this young man woke up.
Yeah, it seemed like the first map they were still in first gear, but the next 3, they kicked it up into 6. And Shotzi showed you why he's the COD Champs MVP. That Karachi hardpoint last map, I think he went double positive, took over the entirety of the map, and just showed, hey, I'm Shotzi, I'm here to win this tournament.
Yeah, you know, it was a very close match, though. I mean, you're talking about the control, like Pred had to make a huge play down the wire for them to win. So OpTic Gaming, if you're an OpTic fan, like, you're happy that they got the win with the result, but maybe a little too close.
We said this might be the group of death. Shotzi so far has been one of the standout players. OpTic Gaming as a whole, how would you rate their day one performance, Clay?
I would rate it, 9 out of 10. Of course, they've dropped that real hard point, but they bounced back so smooth, and I love watching Shotzi play. He's like water, just flowing over the map with that new hybrid movement where he's diving everywhere, and he's just absolutely abusing it all over the map.
And nameless, today, Shotzi gets a chance to play against Carolina Royal Ravens. What do you need if you're Carolina to take down OpTic?
You need everybody to be firing on all cylinders, right? Like this Royal Ravens team, they came out and they made quick work of the Vegas Legion. A lot of us were looking at Vegas like they could be the dark horse. Carolina quickly taking that name.
Vegas had a chance for redemption in the elimination bracket, and in their first matchup, they took down Omit Brooklyn 3-1. What do you get as a reward for beating a team here in Riyadh?
Everything.
Well, at the Esports World Cup, you take their key, you put it under the hydraulic press, and you crush that bad boy.
It's so brutal. I love it. This is so fitting for Call of Duty Esports that not only do you beat them and you get to say, hey, I'm better than you, you get to take their key and crush it and then maybe put it in your trophy at the end.
Not only that, the other team has to walk up and hand it to you. I saw ProLoot doing that, and I said, that could never be me.
Barney's like, shake hands if you want to. We'll see who does throughout the tournament. Over in Group B, though, you got to give a shout out to the former Subliners, now Cloud9 roster, as they looked like the New Jersey is feeling pretty good for the squad. They had a slight slip up on Search and Destroy, but Respawn was so clean.
Yeah, their jerseys are looking clean. I love to see the Cloud9 back in Call of Duty Esports. Their jerseys look clean, and their gameplay looked clean. They made a roster change after last year, bringing in Sib.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they exactly lived up to the expectations. They didn't win COD Champs, but they've still been performing extremely well, and they're all cleaned up.
Back-to-back World Championship attendees for the Grand Final. They won one ring. They fell short of one ring.
Not bad, huh?
What are the expectations for this crew right now in Group B?
Yeah, the expectation is to obviously win this group first and foremost, one match at a time, but it's really championships. I think now that you have Sib in his final form, he is frying. Like, the tandem of him and Hydra is absolutely insane in terms of slaying power, and then you have the intelligence of guys like Kismet and Skies, right? So they're here to win this thing, and they know they're capable of it. Been so close, like at Champs a couple weeks ago. I think they can do it.
Cloud9, boppity boppin'. Gentlemates down to that elimination bracket, but here's where the surprises came awry. Towards the end of the night, G2 Esports was expected to bounce back after some close respawns against Vancouver Surge. Instead, they lose to Gentlemates in a Game 5. Gentlemates, one of our challenger squads, moves forward, and already the squad representing Minnesota is done.
Yeah, and that's our first pro team bounced out of the tournament, right? Gentlemates, there are some ex-pros on that team like Bance.
Yeah.
And I want to give a shout out to Cobra. There was a lot of players, pro players on Twitter saying like, oh, what am I watching right now? But that Cobra guy, he can fry, he can shoot extremely straight. I'm excited to see where his career goes.
Hopefully his stats look better in the future. For now, though, let's turn our attention over to a team who had no problem dropping numbers. Toronto Ultra, known for their slaying force. Normally, we're talking about Scrap. We're talking about Kleenex. Yesterday, we were talking about Dylan Envoy. Let's take a look at what the SMG, the world champion, brought to the table.
And we talked about Subliners making a roster change, and Toronto Ultra did the exact same after last year. They brought in Dylan Envoy from the Thieves, and really, they got a slow start. They performed extremely well, and then they're kind of falling off, but Envoy's extremely good at what he does, at playing that objective role, that kind of glue role. And I know, Ant, you're a huge fan of Dylan Envoy.
Yeah, I think when people criticize the Toronto Ultra, they're trying to find a person to pin things on, and a lot of times it will be Envoy because we give so much credit to Scrap and Kleenex, but but those guys wouldn't be able to do what they're doing right now if it wasn't for Envoy, and he has takeover performances, 7,000 damage, map 1 yesterday.
Post-match interview, Scrap says, these are a bunch of bums. We are moving out of this group, no problem. But there is a surprise challenger for Toronto Ultra today. Boston, after winning just 7 matches the entire 2024, wins their first one. They send Heretics down to that elimination bracket, and then Stallions send Vico and the Heretics packing, Clay.
And Exceed was getting loud on the Stallions. He was letting them know that they were getting 3-0'd. And the tough thing for Heretics is you can have a bad day of Call of Duty. It really sucks they had to play 2 in 1 day because they didn't get a chance to kind of figure out what was going wrong. And they just got sent home on the first day.
Hey, Challengers team, though, you got to get the win.
Heretics getting bopped out over in Group D. We had a Game 5. Our first Game 5 on the main stage came in the 6th match of the night. We had the home team Falcons taking on War Gaming. And at the end, Arcides, the 2-time world champ, went into man mode. He showcased his gunny, not just in the respawn, but also the search and destroy to send the Falcons packing.
Yeah, the 2-time came out yesterday, right? Like, you could see, you've been in those situations, Clay, like both of us have. We're playing like a Challenger team or an amateur team, and you're like, dude, if I lose this, I'm never going to hear the end of it. From them, from the community, like, I have to get this win. And Arcides dug deep and absolutely fried, and now Lore have a chance to keep on going in this tournament.
I think this was the expected win. War Gaming was the favorites coming in, but Clay, you were talking about it mid-series. Exnit and the Falcons were stronger than anyone predicted coming into the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I wanted to give a shout out to Exnit on the Falcons. You know, I have a little bit of an eye for some talent, and the way that that guy plays, I can tell he has a bright future ahead of him if he gets the right people around him, starts practicing against better opponents. Exnit is extremely good.
He's talented for sure.
War Gaming, at the end of it all, walks away with the search and destroy victory, the Game 5, and of course the match. They stay alive. And the honor? Well, you get to crush some keys. Yoli putting this thing underneath the hydraulic press. But I was looking at the players. Are they seriously this happy with a performance that took them the distance?
Absolutely not. We had a little conversation with Alec Arcides in the hotel last night, and he goes, man, I was playing 2v6, and I was like, man, all right, well, you won with only 2 people on your team. Hey, at least you're doing something right. Looking for a rebound and to clean it up a little from here.
Yeah, and these are the guys that won Challengers champs, right? So the pressure's not getting to them. They're comfortable. It's just a close game. I mean, you're going up against the Falcons, who you aren't experienced against. You don't know how they like to approach it. Now you got that one under your belt. You're playing Atlanta FaZe or 100 Thieves. It's going to be a tough matchup regardless. You just got to be ready.
All right, so Falcons are out in Group D. So what does it mean for our groups today? Well, we're going to be sending some teams into the playoffs, our round of 8. Other teams will be sent home in these elimination matches. And as we look at who's remaining, who's got the toughest group here on day number 2, Nameless, what are you looking out for?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with Group A, just because the level that Carolina's playing at, and then also when you think about the Legion, they had a huge bounce back, and I looked at that roster. The composition is fantastic. They should be a lot better today.
Vegas versus Carolina could be happening once again, but first, Carolina gets to take on OpTic Gaming. That should be a good one, and we have plenty of games coming your way today. First, though, let's take a look at our reactions from day 1. It's our Pepsi reactions, and Clay, there was elation, there was despair, all kinds of emotions out there on the Amazon Arena stage.
That's real Call of Duty esports, right? You have the one side extremely ecstatic that they're winning and the other side extremely demoralized. And we saw all sorts of everything coming out of all the teams yesterday. It's unfortunate that some of the teams didn't perform as well. And we're looking at Insight here rubbing his fingers together, got that little smirk on. You know, they're coming with a little swag.
Yeah, you know, Chris, you mentioned the feeling of victory, and oh man, I miss that so dearly. But what I do not miss is that feeling of despair as we sent some players home. And I was drinking a Diet Pepsi in the back, relaxing, watching it, so I don't got to deal with that anymore. But yeah, I mean, we're going to send some more players home today. We're going to see some huge hype moments because we will be getting our bracket.
Shout out to Pepsi for the top reactions from day 1, and of course the caffeine to keep us alive all the way till 1:30 a.m., Clay, when we wrapped up that final match with War Gaming taking on the Falcons. Today, though, I'm so excited to see the teams that were on the second stream over on the main stage. I hope we get a chance to see Vancouver. I hope we get a chance to see Carolina, and it looks like we're going to see Carolina right away. They're here in our first matchup against OpTic. In the second match, we are going to have a very well, potentially a very close showdown. 100 Thieves looking very confident, and they're taking on the team that had the #1 seed almost all regular season this year in Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and we've seen them match up quite a few times. I believe it was Major 3 or 4 where they went all the way to Game 5, round 11, and we saw Thieves. They all hit dark. They have been in the lab. They've learned so much since then. They're bound to be a better team when it comes to that match.
Let's talk about our Jamil Motorsport match of the day. That will be the battle that all eyes are on. Clayster, give me a little preview. You got youngsters on 100 Thieves. You got the vets in Atlanta FaZe.
And I think 100 Thieves showed why they're such a talented team at COD Champs this year. They made a pretty deep run into that bracket at COD Champs, and I think they're feeling as confident as ever. They've really been working on their S&D. Really, they showed all these wallbang spots at Champs. They know all these ins and outs, all these nerd spots. I love seeing all the preparation that goes into tournaments.
But can we say, no JCap?
Okay? No JCap.
That's a big difference.
He's the glue guy.
I did see Shane running around giving his players water, making sure they had their Pepsis. He's doing the JCap role. Well done, Shane. No, much love to JCap, our fantasy football adversary. For now, though, we got to take a look at our upcoming showdown. I'm told the matches are nearly ready, so let's look at the first battle of the day. It's going to be Shotzi and OpTic Gaming going up against TJ Halley, who is ready to go. He hasn't been on the main stage. This will be his time to shine.
Yeah, you know, I had breakfast with TJ and their coach Brian Saint yesterday, and we're just talking about it. They said they've been playing extremely well. They like the way Beans fits in. At first, he's playing a little bit too aggressive, just pushing out the cuts. They got him to slow down a little bit, and it's translated to so much success, and we saw it in their first match. But in this match in particular, they have struggled, Chris. All year we watched it, OpTic slamming them. You were on the team. What needs to be different?
Honestly, the big deciding factor when it comes to playing OpTic Gaming is the sub battle. Okay. Your sub on your team has to perform against Shotzi and Pred. And I know there's a lot more ARs being pulled out lately. Sometimes we see 3, maybe even 4 on a map. But every time we played them this year, OpTic subs ran us over. So I expect to see something out of TJ Englund.
Let's walk you through the World Championship lineup for OpTic Gaming. The 2024 team is Dashy, Pred, Shotzi, and Kenny. And on the other side of the stage, you've got some strong guns of their own. The best from England is Beans on the AR. TJ is going to be the objective mastermind with Win and Fellow trying to lead the Slang Wolves.
Yeah, you know, these guys at times looked absolutely excellent throughout the year. Beans on the worst team in the league was frying, though. In terms of damage, right up there with Scrap, actually, in the Hardpoint. So should add a little bit of slang power to this roster. I'm very excited to see how they perform on that stage. Yeah, you're nasty.
Slang power? What the heck?
You're more intellectual, right?
Yeah, he's a little bit smarter. Bean's got the aimer right now. Let's take a look at our players' confidence, though, as they get off the golf carts and start rolling in to the Amazon Arena. This is Pred leading the way. All smiles for the Australian.
A little hot outside. You saw him squinting a little bit, but hey, we're in Riyadh. We're enjoying our time out here. I know all the players are absolutely ecstatic about the hospitality and everything here. I love to see them walking in like that.
Now, when they won the World Championship, they did it on home ground in Texas.
They did.
Here they are across the world in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Does that affect any of the players taking the stage?
Yeah, I think, you know, for OpTic, at basically every event, the crowd is going to sway towards them, right? So, and they're on record saying it does make them play better. And there's no doubt about it. I've been in that situation. The crowd's rooting for me. I'm going to perform a little bit better. This is neutral ground. This is new for guys like Shotzi and Dashy who've been on OpTic for so long. They're used to having that crowd behind them. So Carolina Royal Ravens may be feeling a little comfortable.
It's going to be a battle between those 8 men in game. But before the matchup, we had the coaches weighing in on which maps and modes we should be playing in this best of 5. So let's take a look and find out where we going for the first hard point. JP versus Brian Saint. Clay, walk me through these picks and bans. Do you like them?
We have a sub-base hardpoint. I hope we get to a map 4. No 3-0s here today. This is the first time we've seen a sub-base in 2 tournaments now, but we're starting on the 6-star hardpoint. I like these new maps so much because it allowed teams to develop their own strategies over a quick period of time instead of having to play the same map all year.
All right, take the analyst hat off for a second and give me Clayster that was on the Royal Ravens. When you look at this list, if you're going into this match for OpTic, are you comfortable?
No, we're screwed.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Karachi control and the sub base is tough.
Now, we are going to be on that 6-star to open things up. Talk to me a little bit about Hardpoint. You mentioned the Carolina Royal Ravens need their subs to go off. Is this all on Gwyn? Is it on TJ? Yeah. Is it both of them? Yeah. What are you looking at?
So obviously everybody has to perform, but I was going to mention Gwyn on LAN has been very underwhelming for me personally when I watch him. Online, he's been unbelievable. He's had takeover matches, entire stages he's taken over for you guys in the respawns. On LAN, there has been a dip in performance. Now that he's had some extra time to reflect on his season and has had an entire rookie year, I'm expecting him to fry here in this match. He needs to.
And to be honest, I love seeing the energy out of them yesterday, out of the Ravens. You saw against their Legion match, they were getting hyped. They're all screaming. Tyler Fellow clutched a 1v2. They all got loud. I saw Gwyn getting loud. I hadn't seen that much this year, and maybe they're kind of bringing the fire this tournament.
He did win the award. He won Rookie of the Year.
He won an award, but didn't play a champs. Now he gets a chance to play for $1.8 million. We want you to weigh in. Can Carolina take down OpTic Gaming, our #1 seed? Head on over to stcplay.gg. It's time for our analysts to get their first prediction correct on the day. It's a brand new day, Clay. Let's go 1 for 1.
Hey, Ravens drop me. I'm going OpTic.
OpTic.
Hey, listen, I like the Ravens, but I'm going to go OpTic. I think they get it done in 4.
I got OpTic doing it in 3. OpTic Gaming versus Carolina to open the day. Let's go to the stage.
Marhaban, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome from Amazon Arena in Riyadh. 16 teams have entered this stage on day 1. Only 12 remains in our day 2 of the Modern Warfare 3 at the Esports World Cup. My name is Kiyali, and I'm your host alongside the incredible Barney Banks.
Thank you very much. Yesterday we had some painful send-offs, but that's the reality of the Amazon Arena. You got to show up or there is the door. And today, the reality is that 4 more teams will be sent packing.
Let's not forget, we are starting with the upper bracket matches where so many familiar faces will get their chance to have their revenge against their bitter rivals.
And let's not forget that we have $1.8 million at stake, and of course the beautiful Esports World Cup trophy, just patiently waiting for that championship key to be placed in the center. But without any further ado, I believe it is time to introduce our first 2 teams to take to the main stage. It is of course OpTic Gaming and Carolina Royal Ravens.
I'll say it one more time. One of these teams will go straight to the playoffs while the other team will be fighting for survival.
Yes, they will. We've got the champs on one hand, and on the other, a team with a fresh new face looking to make waves. Let's do it.
Good evening from here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup, or good morning if you're brewing some coffee out in the US of A. It's shift with study for our opening match here in day number 2, a qualifier between OpTic Gaming and the Carolina Royal Ravens. History would say that this is a one-sided affair for OpTic Gaming. The map series layout may give us a little bit of extra icing towards that cake, but this is a new Ravens team, Jay.
Yeah, this is a brand new Ravens team. At least one player swapping out Clayster, bringing in Beans, a more consistent AR. When you talk about that slaying department, no shade at my boy Clay.
Yeah, okay.
But the addition of Beans, he's been able to turn up on even Boston Breach. Like Nameless said, keeping up with the damage, especially against a player like Scrap in Hardpoint, is honestly insane. In the series yesterday versus Vegas, he drops a 1.3. 10K damage, leads the entire lobby. So that main AR needs to be felt, but I think that's touched on it perfectly. You have to make sure your SMGs are performing against those 2 other guys on the opposing stage.
Without question, and I think this is going to be really interesting, I think, to see the dichotomy between Beans and Fellow versus what Clay brought to this team with Fellow. Obviously, the veterancy, not exactly a 1-for-1, but Beans has seen every inch of the league essentially to this point in his career. And with Fellow in the mix, you know, at times he's been kind of more of a run and gun style AR.
Yeah.
It feels like he's definitely taken a little bit of a slower approach with this team, at least in the first instance of which they played yesterday. But this is a different matchup. When you're playing up against a Kenny and a Dashy, there's a lot riding, especially with a 6-star and a sub-base Hardpoint still in the mix.
Yeah, the ARs need to be felt, man, but we know it's going to be about the S&D. Shotzzy, MVP of Call of Duty Championships. He was unbelievable at the last event, but then you're going up against the Rookie of the Year in Gwyn. This was their head-to-head stats of day one. Obviously, the matchup for Carolina Royal Ravens versus the Vegas Legion looked to seem like it was a lot easier. A 1.61 overall KD for the Rookie of the Year, 1.48 respawn KD. If he comes out to play like that, I think they're going to have their hands full.
Absolutely the case. And look, I mean, obviously Twitter kind of got set on fire a little bit with OpTic dropping the opening Hardpoint to the Challengers team they played in the opener. But again, it just felt like they weren't fully ready to go for a Sentiment Brooklyn team. As soon as they got into map number 2, though, you saw the smiles, you saw the laughs, you saw the OpTic Gaming World Champion that you expected to see. But it did feel like this Carolina Royal Ravens team had something new and fresh. And we often talk about things like honeymoon phases. They very well may find themselves right in the midst of it here.
That's what I've been hearing around town, man. The talk around town is everybody that has been scrimming the Carolina Royal Ravens, they've been putting up a tremendous fight.
Yeah.
He fell, Tyler Felony, he is running a very, very strict camp over there. So you have to make sure everybody's on the same page today because you're going up against the world champs.
Day one, when Ravens were in, we saw Fellow like in the hotel lobby. And we're like, shouldn't he be screaming? Like, I had to get off. No one can kill me.
Yeah. I was like, and he gave us the death stare, too. So, like, he looked like he was ready to rock and roll regardless of who he was going to play against.
Well, we're ready to rock and roll here again. Good morning to all of you out in the United States. But here it's time to dig into dinner. And with that, we've got map number 1, the 6-star Hardpoint. Again, it has been pretty much as comfortable as it gets when it comes to map mode combinations for OpTic. We'll say the same things about the sub-base. So this feels like come out, do your best if you're Carolina, but definitely make sure you've got your eyes on the 2, 3, and the 5, because that feels like the biggest win condition set up for them. But enough talking. Let's get down into the action as Quinn will start us off with the first blood onto Shotzzy, leading to Carolina, finding some early time on P1.
Yeah, early into this P1, Carolina, they're not really playing for the hill. They're playing for the exit kills right off the rip, making sure that their setup is going to be held. And once a couple kills go their favor, then eventually they will jump into that hard point as they find 3 dead already in the feed. 30 seconds still to fight for here. And if you are OpTic Gaming, how aggressive do you decide to be in this situation? Because you do not want to spawn across the map.
Well, you can see OpTic are trying to kind of use that central focus point as a way to hold off this right side and then hit the outsides of the map. But Carolina are covering all their bases. And Beads able to find himself 2 in the feed. That will get a lot of early time for Ravens, who are now looking at TJ to maybe open up some space through the pool.
Yeah, this is a perfect start right here for Carolina Royal Ravens. A flawless 40-second hold at this P1 HP. You're already coming out the gate swinging. Now about this rotation, OpTic have the spawns, and they're also sending a couple players out of those certain angles to make a little bit more layers for them to create, to make it more difficult for Carolina to find this early break.
Interestingly enough, Beans, who kind of fell on the long flank, he spawns security, then wants to rejoin the hit from the front here. That's finding some success. Fellow and Gwyn able to get themselves 2. Beans will open up the hard point. Now it's just down to how OpTic reinforce. Shotzzy just going to wait in through vents, but he gets sniffed out, and all of a sudden Carolina have a break from the front.
And this is perfectly played so far from Carolina. Fennelly already on 5 in a row. He probably was telling us the truth. No one can kill him, sitting at 5-0. 1 off of earning himself the cruise mission with only 25 seconds still to fight for here. You have to start thinking about that rotation if you are OpTic. Thankfully, you got a player like Pred who already hits a route. He flips the spawns. Now the junk time is going to be theirs, and they're going to win the rotation.
I love that hit from Dashy in particular. You know that you've got Ravens trying to hit through the middle of the map, so why not take your 1v1 for the old time? The space that's been gained towards you is brilliant. So now you keep your focus on Beans. Shotzzy waiting around the corner. This 1v1 could be everything. Who gets too antsy first? And it's Shotzzy who peeks the angle. Beans finds the kill, and now all of a sudden OpTic should be spawning out.
And it's already 2 dead in the feed, so you have the numbers if you are Carolina. You just got to bombard your way through that front door. Hopefully you can win the trade fights through the back end, but at least you get those close back spawns. OpTic Gaming, they find the kills around the hill, but for how long? Because Carolina are instantly here for another break opportunity.
That was a great individual moment, though, from Kenny. Able to play that backside bar, find himself a couple of kills. It makes things a little bit sloppy for Carolina, but still they spawn up, and with that they get the setup that they want. Now trying to bunker up from inside the hard point. Contest is up through the waterfall. Nades are landing. OpTic finding the kills, and now it's just down to finding the last 2 members inside the hill for the scrap.
And this is what OpTic usually find themselves doing a lot on this 6-star, but they are not having success. They fight for the ending of that P3 and usually dominate over towards that P4, but Carolina coming out of the game swinging.
already up by almost 50 points. It's going to be OpTic Gaming walking away with the final 10, but rotation won by Carolina.
Yeah, looking at the regular season stats, OpTic was the 3rd best team in rotating, 2nd best team in holding. That has not come through as of yet. A little bit of a slow start for OpTic as Carolina double down on the points that the team in green have been able to accrue. 50 seconds to fight for. TJ watching off the pinch. Hit is on the way for OpTic, but the first 2 kills are clean, so now TJ has to make a play, but he's not going to be allowed to stay here for long, or will he? He's able to take down 2, which will make this next hit for Ravens that much stronger.
It's going to make it a little bit easier because the 2 players that are coming off the respawns are not yet going to be into the play, but Pred, he takes the ground away from them. He applies that pressure. He's going to slow down that angle of attack from Carolina, and now this is where OpTic Gaming start to turn the game around. P4 has been their money hill since the beginning of the season. Whenever this map was added, an overall record of 9-1. They were just down by 50. They're going to be able to take the lead with this final 20.
Really clean on the 4th hardpoint, especially knowing that they could push out these last couple of remaining Ravens members. Now it's just a question of how you transition back into the middle of the map. Kenny still spawning on the left side. Carolina all on the right. As Shotzzy tries to find a pinch, but only takes down 1. Following up on that route would be Pred, but Carolina will get into the middle of the map first.
Now the guns are a little bit more warmed up for both of the squads. OpTic Gaming looking to get a little bit of time now at this P1 HP. You have steps control, you have mid connector, you have Shotzzy also finding a double kill. That's going to make it a lot easier. All you need is this trade from Dashy. He now finds himself on 5 in a row. All the hill time, all the map control in favor of OpTic Gaming.
It's been just one of those maps for Bruce where he's just, I'll take the late rotation, I'll sit up inside the hill, finds himself on the cruise missile for 6 in a row before eventually TJ's nade takes him out of commission. Follow-up eliminations, though, are perfect for OpTic, and now the last 30 is what we're fighting for as OpTic will look to also transition to the right side of the map.
Look at how aggressive they are already getting up through the middle of the map. You're going to have Shotzzy going for the double chow. He's only able to take down 1, but he puts in a couple shots onto Beans. Now this final 20 is going to be theirs. What a turnaround to this hardpoint for OpTic. So they were able to chain that P4 to that P1, and now they're almost going to be up by 50 points, but they're looking for a quick break here. Kenny starting off with that gunfight through the back. Here comes the pressure.
This is looking dicey for Carolina. TJ took a long route from security to try to hit the pinch through mid, but the hit from the front for OpTic has been convincing. So now all of a sudden, Carolina just need to flood their way back into the hardpoint. Kenny, good information gathering, finds one before Predate unfortunately takes him out. Shotzzy still watching on the back sidelines, but only finds 1. That's not going to be good enough as Dashy will be able to try to hold from the front, but the angles that Carolina have will get them into the hardpoint first.
Yeah, they're going to be in the hardpoint, but OpTic are right here ready to rock. Kenny already finds himself another cruise missile earned. Sitting on 7 in a row. OpTic 3 on 2 for the trades, but Beans finding that double might give Carolina another opportunity to work their way back in.
The thing about this is you've got 2 cruise missiles. OpTic can keep committing to this break as much as they possibly want, but good kills from Carolina. Keep this a bit staggered for OpTic on their final break attempt. Shotzzy shut down at vent. 18 seconds, now the options are pretty much off the table. Kenny just doing what he can to make sure there's no easy exit for Carolina, but OpTic will have to default for playing for the rotation anew.
And now this is where OpTic Gaming have to make the adjustments off the rotation this time around. You saw that it was Beans winning that one-on-one versus Shotzzy, and at the same time, Felony finding 1 kill through that front end. That led to an early break and a lot of time there for Carolina, but it seems like they have all their bases covered. Great shots out of Beans to take down. Kenny cannot find a second, and OpTic Gaming hold on to the first push.
And Kenny just spawns up right where he fell. I mean, this is so convincing for OpTic on this setup. Plus, if things get mixy, they can still use a cruise if they wanted to gain some separation from the front. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Dashy going to call him his now. This will put this to right around about a 70-point game if they can find all the kills they need, and they do. All 3 still alive will drop. Gwyn does take 1 out of the hard point, but Dashy's done his job, and OpTic will be good for the scrap.
Yeah, they're starting to run away with this game, man. 25 seconds still to fight for here at this P3. Carolina know that they cannot give up this time for free, but now with only 20 seconds left, someone has to start thinking about that rotation. You have one player who gets blessed with a back spawn in Bees, but a perfect read from Kenny. So OpTic Gaming, flawless on that P3. Another opportunity to get another full 60 here at P4.
This second set of hills has been borderline perfect from OpTic. They have played every single one of them to the highest value possible. Gwyn looking to open something up by himself from the backside of the sky bridge. That's not going to happen. And Fellow will just have to sit up here at security while he waits for his teammates. And as the time starts to tick away, pressure on for the Ravens as we jump into a listen-in with Carolina.
Yo, or drop. 1 shot.
And 1 pinch blue. Shotzzy pinch blue, 1 drop. Nice, 1 drop still.
Yeah, our drop. Drop that. Nice. Back to Tom. John off, I think left. Time. 1 to Tom.
Okay, good sun snates. I stunned them, no trope. They could hit our secret. I'm tagging this shit. Going right. Top office front. Behind us. Top office and secret. Last 2.
Secret dead.
Top office weak, right side.
Top office, absolutely.
And 1 behind me, long. There's Kenny holding an iron long. Holding an iron long, 1's office.
No mid. I killed one.
That's side.
Let's go office.
That's side.
Nice, good job.
One shot.
Open dead, open dead.
There's one behind me, blue. Top VIP, weak. He's jumping out. No, he went low blue. He went low blue, Fred.
Low blue, one shot, bro.
Spawn behind
Low
him.
blue, one shot. Or he's top VIP.
Well, it's a late break over towards 4 for Carolina, but the lead is still massive for OpTic, and they've got a full surround over the new Hardpoint, although individual wins do go the way of Carolina, keeping them alive for now.
Yeah, they already find 3 dead in the feed, make it all 4. So you're able to stabilize the map a little bit, but you need to chain a couple Hardpoints to get yourself back into this game. So you were able to gain 40 seconds first go around at this P1. You need to repeat that here. As trades are bound around that middle map area, but Beans again finds himself on 5 in a row. Fortunately, does not find an opportunity to earn that cruise missile, and OpTic Gaming, again, soaking up this hill time.
And you can tell by the comms for Carolina, they're trying to construct these breaks. It's just as soon as they try to hit the go call, someone from OpTic goes uncovered, and it just blows the whole play wide open. So that's been, I think, the big difference maker between the first set of hills into the second. And now that we find ourselves looking towards P2 for this third rotation, OpTic will hold the proximal spawns for now, and they get clearance through that front side at pool. This is where the game could possibly end.
And you got to keep in mind, they still have a couple cruise missiles in the back pocket, just in case it gets a little bit scary with the aggression coming in from Carolina on the front side of this hard point. Because you know, you have to contest this from the front. You're not going to work your way through the back because the close spawns for OpTic Gaming going to be right there, ready for those engagements. TJ starts it off with the first. What else can they find?
Jotzi on the pinch. Do they expect it? First shots are good from him. Does get a second as well, and then Pred finishes everything off. That should be the game-winning play, especially with TJ dropping. I mean, absolute fluid motion from OpTic through that second set. Here as they close it out on P2, it'll be a 250 to 155 game. Very comfortable for OpTic.
That's just way too easy, man. This has been a bread and butter hardcore for them on the season. They were 9-1 going into this one. Now make it 10-1, and that sort of scares me now for Carolina, because this is sort of looking like every single time we've seen these two organizations match up against each other, it usually goes the same way. OpTic dominate in the respawns. Overall, between this matchup, 6-1 in Hardpoint, make it 7-1. 3-1 in Control. Obviously, we have a couple maps until we get there, but the respawns have been utterly dominated by OpTic Gaming, and they show it there to go up 1-0 in the series.
Dude, we're dealing with a Hardpoint map set where OpTic are 21-3 in the regular season.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Clay knew what he was talking about. He said, hey, take the analysts out, jump into the player like you were. Oh, yeah, we stand no chance. Yeah, I can see that. You put their best respawns in the entire best of 5.
Yeah.
That is probably not going to be good for you guys.
I mean, there is at least something to be told, though, about, you know, Beans having an impact immediately. He's just got a great map overall, but it's still OpTic at the end of the day. And I will say, you know, Pred, great map from him, following up on all the space that Shotzi was creating. So this looks like, again, the OpTic respawn that you want to see if you were to label them as championship caliber.
Without question, man, because it was Pred who's really keeping them in the game off the rip. He was sitting at 16-10. Everyone was around double negative. And then Shotzi started to activate towards the later half. But you could just tell Pred was getting away from them in certain situations. Like when they got to that P4, when they were saying, oh, there's a guy sitting top security. That was Pred. Then they realized that we did not kill that guy. All of a sudden, he flanks them and finds a 2-piece. Like, you got to make sure you're keeping track of these players on OpTic Gaming, because when you allow them to get lost, that's when they are really, really hard to deal with.
And when that speed and that tempo picks up, you go from being 5-0 as fellow to finishing 18-26.
Tough. You're losing track of players, man.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, the extra addition of the cruise missiles being called in definitely helped OpTic grow that insurmountable lead. But like we talked about, you want to be able to tell if this OpTic team is going to be in Major 3 and World Championship form, or are they going to be in Stage 4 form. This is the team that we know can win championships.
Hey, they're still riding the high. Yeah. Still riding the high of that World Championship a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, they were battle tested there. When I had the chance to, the opportunity to talk to them about what gave you guys the drive, or what was the one match at Champs that made you feel like you can win it, and they always told me it was the reverse sweep versus LAT. When your backs are against the wall and you have to play some of your best Call of Duty at time, just that one moment that you get allows you to gain that confidence, to gain that momentum, and continue to push it forward. And they showed it here in this map 1, not starting off as slow as they did yesterday.
Do you think it's a miss? Carolina vetoed out Karachi Hardpoint. Do you think that that was maybe a mistake? Like, it hasn't necessarily been one of OpTic's best maps 100%. By any stretch, but I think they're just trying to get Beans more involved as an AR?
That's what it is. They don't want to play these guys on OpTic Gaming with those SMGs in hand who tend to get lost around the map. So you want to play the strong AR map so you can have Beans be felt with that AR alongside Felony, who was playing fantastic, I guess, all the way up until that map number 1.
Yeah.
But you still have opportunities here now in this map number 2 because this has to be guaranteed if you want to stay alive in this series, for me, if you're Carolina.
And let's just go down the road of if this series finishes the way we expect it to. If you're Vegas, you're taking mental note of that.
Oh, yeah.
These guys don't want to play close quarter maps? All right, let's find out. Let's jump into the high-rise search and destroy, though. Again, if you're Carolina, you're looking at the 2-3-5 as your probably biggest opportunity to take maps in this series. So this feels like a must-win as they will kick things off on the opening offense.
Oh, we saw OpTic Gaming towards the ending of the season start to add high-rise search and destroy to their map pool because of what they're able to get done. They usually show a lot of presence over towards B Street. They have made the adjustments, and keep in mind, those smoke grenades on this map is all going to come down to gunfights.
And on the other side of things for Carolina, they only won this map twice in the times that they have played it. Although, nice control over towards B Street opens up maybe an opportunity to think about a B plant. Have to worry about that player on the long cross, though, over towards Helipad, and that's Shotzzy just waiting for his time to hit.
40 seconds still to play with. Shotzi's already worked his way behind enemy lines, and I don't think that Beans is going to gain that info. Curious to see how loud his headset is. He's not going to get the sound cue, so Shotzi's able to find his second on the round. Now it's Gwyn, the rookie of the year, try to clutch up in the 1v2.
And he knows he's stuck between both parties of this OpTic Gaming twosome, so it's down to how do you want to try to isolate this. He's looking for Shotzi first, knowing that Dashy is probably going to be staying safe towards windows, but this is taking a ton of time. And, well, time may expire on the play if he doesn't see anyone sometime soon. Pistol out. He does catch Dashy. Could lead to a possibility of a plant. Shotzzy up and over, but Gwyn doesn't see it initially. Trying to snap, and the damage is decent, but not convincing enough to get the kill. Time will expire, and OpTic will take the round.
Oh, that one got a little scary there. Once Shotzzy puts down those first couple of shots, you realize he's not planning the bomb. Probably just want to run away, but thankfully he doesn't fall, and Gwyn gave it a good run. But unfortunately, not enough time to find those tills and also work that objective. But Shotzzy just doing what he does. Sneaking behind enemy lines, finding a couple kills, just making it so hard for you to even think about your play call.
Yeah. Okay, well, now we jump into the second round. OpTic will be on the offense. Carolina looking to play pretty passively over the middle of the map. A couple of long-range angles being taken through big windows and over towards the A side. But Gwyn with an AR in hand will be able to find first blood on a Pred that's over in the middle of the map. It's immediately countered, though, and that's enough for Shotzzy to try to follow up, but the shots through the wall not damaging enough to find the kill, and Carolina will come out with the 3v2.
Oh, but Dashy is at least able to take down Gwyn instantly, so it's going to be a 2v2, make it a 2v1 now. But you already have the information gained onto Dashy, so make this round basically impossible, force him to plan it, do not go for those single island chows.
Yeah, and don't let him have this crossing angle, because you know that Dashy is very capable of beaming you in an instant. Bomb down in a precarious spot. Beams, red. Opening shots are good, but there's the double chow, and Carolina will find the isolated kill and turn that into a 1-1 tie.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from Carolina to not fully commit individually. They go for the team shots. Beans put in a couple, but Felony was ready for that trade gunfight. It's good when you start off with that early first blood. Effective on the trades, keeping yourself in the man advantage, not allowing OpTic to take the map away from you.
Yeah, and that's the big part, is it's not just the fact that they find the first blood, it happens through the middle of the map.
Yeah.
So there's no real easy way to rotate around after that happens for OpTic. Yes, there's a couple of trades, but once you win that mid lane over if you're Carolina, you use it, and boy, did they ever. Fellow will be on 3 in a row after round number 2. And he will be the dedicated bomb carrier here. Trophy system down as they will, again, just kind of look for these crossing angles through mid, but Shotzzy down low finds one. Trade is in, though. We'll stay 3v3.
Still a 3v3 management play for both of these rosters, but OpTic Gaming, they're taking a lot of map away from Carolina. This is going to force them to waste a lot of the game clock here. They even think about that objective, and Felony on 3 in a row is just going to try to play his life as long as he can. But Kenny in this position is so crucial because he's going to give all the info to his team.
And able to see Fellow at range. Shots are in. Follow-up, though, from TJ is perfect. We'll stay 2v2. Bomb down for now, but Beans and TJ looking to work this one together as OpTic continue to be a bit separated for now, but that's mostly got the fact that Shotzzy's gone completely unknown. He is in a sneaky spot.
Yeah, and the same thing could be said for Beans, because he's already worked his way through that underground, but Dashy gets the read on it. Able to turn it now into a 2v1. TJ left to clutch on up for a potential ace on the cards.
And it's just from Shotzzy's position, he can watch this entire cross, so Dashy only has to worry about the windows. Really well played. As now TJ will collect the bomb and make his move. Does he check? Sees the barrel. Should be one for free. It is. space to go for the plant if he wants it, but instead is looking to see if Dash is going to immediately hit the challenge. It's not the case. So this is going to be a 1v1. Who finds the timing? And TJ may have missed his window. Dashy checks, clears, now down to 3 seconds, and he knows all he has to do is stay concealed, and TJ's not going to find him.
Oh, and Dashy's going to be holding that one over TJ. You're not planting the bomb versus me. We're former teammates, you know, back on the OpTic game when it was 5v5 Call of Duty. But he's played with him for such a long time, and he understands how he likes to play S&D. The repositioning just way too much. TJ committing on the kill does not give himself an opportunity to close out that round. So OpTic Gaming take the lead right on back.
Lots of really long rounds in these first 3, I'll tell you. But no plants as of yet. Means that this has essentially been a glorified TDM to this point. Brad looking to get aggressive over through mid. This is where he was found last time. Not going to be the case this time around as Gwyn is trying to take aggression towards B Street Alley. Oh, what a piece of awareness that is from Gwyn. Pops back over, finds Pred, and now it's a 4v2 for Carolina.
Yeah, Dash and Shachi left to try to clutch on up. This is not going to be easy, but at least get gifted with a freebie onto Gwyn. So 3v2, still more manageable now. And Shotzi in a very crucial position. He's going to pick up that MCW in hand, catch the timing onto TJ Halley. And I'm pretty sure he gets the info onto Felony. He's ready for the second gunfight, able to get out with 83 HP, but he's going to commit.
Waiting, just making sure that Beans isn't here to provide any assistance whatsoever. Dashy going to take a long rotation through pit to join, and the map will flip itself. Carolina playing from what is traditionally the offensive angles, while OpTic will play from the defensive side. Time running out. Shotzi seen on the long cross. Good shots from Beans. Dashy still completely unknown, though. Now maybe an opportunity to get the quick trade back if he can find the route, which I don't believe he has. Beans slipping underneath, going to be able to find the final 2, and Carolina take themselves up now to 2-2.
And that's another first blood on the hands of Gwyn. Finds that first kill and somehow, some way is ready for that second gunfight on Zaprade. Makes it a lot easier, but I thought Shotzi had the advantage in that gunfight versus Felony. I don't know the angle that Beans had, potentially watching his cross to try to keep his teammate alive, but when you have a player that weak, I was always thinking Shotzi is going to commit for that gunfight, at least turn it into a 1v1.
It's a good opener, but doesn't fully get finished out, so we'll stay essentially all defense from here. Still without a bomb being planted yet for either of these two teams, which, to be honest, that's OpTic's kind of trade-off. They just don't really play for bomb plants. See if Carolina could kind of change the mold here just a touch. Double hit over towards blue stairs. Shotzi once again getting aggressive towards the helipad. He gets an isolated win versus Beans. Follow-up shots are decent across the map, but Shotzi stays alive and gets out of there.
And that's the adaptation that we've seen from OpTic Gaming on high-rise search and destroy. Shotzi just setting the tone early on, taking top heli, gaining the info for his team, and then realizing where the pressure is coming in. He strikes for that first blood, and look how much ground OpTic already taken away. You have Shotzi and Kenny working behind enemy lines. It's a 1v4 now for Felony. He falls. Clean round right there from OpTic.
Yeah, as soon as TJ misses that chance on the windows, he's dead to rights. There's just no follow-up there whatsoever. Carolina was too far away. He was trying to create something to get the numbers back to even, but you missed that opportunity there. OpTic will make you pay, and that's exactly what happens with 3 quick eliminations. And now with that, we get to, again, all defense. And I think if you're OpTic right now, you got to put a little bit more focus over towards that B Street, which has been, I think, where Carolina have found a lot of their defensive success.
It's because OpTic Gaming so far in the attacking rounds, we've been watching them for quite some time. We casted a lot of the games towards the ending of the season. They'd love to apply pressure over towards blue and helipad, but we know how difficult it is to plant that bomb over towards that A site. But if you dominate over towards B,
here we go.
Wasting the age, you waste everything. It's going to be a lot easier for you as Kenny strikes for the first blood.
And that's just both ARs at long range, taking team shots. Nade's there to support, and Shotzi with the high angle thinks he may be able to take down Beans. But simultaneously, Kenny does get involved, but the trade back is immediate. And Carolina, after being completely destroyed on this B Street play, have somehow managed to get this to a 2v2.
And look at how aggressive Gwyn is. Already pushes behind enemy lines. I don't know if OpTic are going to be ready for this kind of play, but they are taking the opposing side of the map. They're trying to isolate onto Beans, potentially work the subjective, but you got to do it quick because Gwyn has an angle.
Yes, he sure does, and that's going to stop Kenny from getting the plant, but the information is now known. Beans finds some good timing. Yes, he does. Pops up the ladder. Now it's just down to 1. Dashy for the 1v2. Plenty of time on the clock for him to work around this, but he's got to find the intel, and he's more focused on the player on the flank than the player on the point, and that will work out for Carolina, keeping this thing all defense.
And that's fantastic plays from Carolina. Early picked off for that first blood. Kenny finds it, but they are effective on the trades, and I feel like it's always been Gwyn to even up those numbers in those situations. Once he finds that kill, turns it into a 2v2, he does not stop his momentum. He decides to push through underground, have a different angle of attack, and then that slows down what OpTic's game plan was. You're probably thinking, okay, they're camping their side of the map. We should be able to get a free bomb plan. But when Gwyn puts those shots from that angle in the back of their spawn, and then Beans pops up, it's just all up in the air.
That'll be the first round that the first blood does not lead to a round win for either of our two squads, as now you've got Carolina looking for some long-range angles initially. TJ, ooh, bold to try to make his way up top there. And yeah, that's what I was about to say is it's another one.
Hello?
All of a sudden, OpTic just get the high ground and just win all the gunfights flat out.
Guys, this is multiple times now that Shotzi has hit the same exact route. He pushes up over towards that A side, he jumps on the propane and gets towards top heli. He's even smiling because he got away with it again. They are just simply not watching that angle. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But like, come on, eventually we got to make the adjustments to take down Shotzi. He cannot keep finding first bloods on that side of the map on the defensive end.
Too easy. Absolutely too easy. Okay, so it definitely feels like the trends and the patterns, OpTic are making the adjustments that it feels like could lead to an offensive win. Do you trust that you can still over-isolate this B side of the map, though, again? I mean, you found a good first blood. Just stay alive in the middle of the map, I think, especially as a call-out over towards what Pred's been able to try to work.
I think you could definitely make the play call to still fight over towards B Street. Just probably not commit on some of these individual gunfights that you're finding yourself in, but you have the playmaker and Shotzi ready to hit this side hop up, waiting for the information that his teammates are able to provide as Kenny's working his way into the site, but he is the only one here, and he's the bomb carrier.
Oh, I think he sees the backpack of TJ. Yeah, sure does. Just a little pixel peek in the generators. That's enough for first blood to come through. Now a lot of stress on this Carolina defense. The player over towards Windows has to try to stay alive, but Fellow gets bullied out. Pred follows up behind that. Last one left is Beans. Good for the first. Shots are out. He's good for the second. Hold on a second. 1v2. He's going to get the regen and the reset completely. Up top, shots are decent, but it's a little bit of a flank around the backside elevator that puts him out of business.
Just way too easy when OpTic Gaming find that first blood around that B site. They get the freebie onto TJ, and then Shotzi this time around commits onto that gunfight versus Felony for the second. And then even with Beans finding a double, he was trapped over towards elevator side. Shotzi is not going to slow down. He was playing for that final kill, and that's our very first attacking round secured of the map.
And you can see Kenny's like laughing like, bros. I saw this guy's backpack. That's it. How that works out. Unreal stuff. Shotzi now on 3 in a row. He's also been the byproduct of a lot of the defensive first bloods. Like you called out, a lot of it over towards the helicopter side. This time, TJ going to get aggressive, but it gets punished. Kenny holding back a little bit further. Gwyn does get the isolation, and then Beans, a little snap and turn over towards Pred to turn the numbers in favor of Carolina.
So now Kenny and Dash, the AR score OpTic Gaming left to try to clutch on up, but Beans is not expecting two players to approach up through that B street. So Dashy finds the first, but Gwyn with the pistol gets the better of Kenny. So now the most clutch player that we had on the season, Dashy in a 1v2.
He may actually read this the right way. Sure will. Fellow will get taken down. That's the bomb. Now down, he knows it.
Hello.
But trade starting to come out through. Stun, not fully landing. Door shuts. Now it's just down to who wins out this final battle. Pistols out for both players. Dashy trying to hold the corner. And you can even see it on Kenny's face. Like, woo! Almost pulled it, but not to be in Carolina stay alive.
Yeah, usually don't expect Dashy to lose gunfights with that Renetti in his head. I don't know. He shoots nukes with that thing, but Gwyn gets the better of him in that engagement. He was prepared for the gunfight, prepared for the moment to keep his team alive in this search and destroy, but you can already see the adjustments. This time it was Kenny who finds the first blood, but they were ready for that push. They take top heli, they shut down Shotzi, they don't allow him to be the playmaker, and they stay alive a little bit longer.
Huge scenes, absolutely huge. And even in this moment right here, you kind of think that Dashy isolating the bomb, that may have been enough to secure the 1v2. Not fully. But can Carolina put together 2 more rounds? Has to start here, obviously. Stuns out and over, but Gwyn avoids being tagged. Simultaneously, Beans is going to take an extra step. And this is how Carolina could possibly overwhelm this OpTic offense. What shots those are from Gwyn? Holy smokes, 5 in a row now all of a sudden, which is Pred left alive.
Yeah, and if you're Pred, this is a decision that you may have to make here because you don't want to give Gwyn that cruise missile going into the last round, but he's going to walk right into the pre-aim. So Carolina, Roy Raven, 2 rounds in a row. Now with the cruise missile in the back pocket, forced around 11.
You got to be thinking, if you're on the offense, you got to drop this early so Shotzi doesn't get on that helipad side. And then what do you call? Do you go B? Do you go A? Does it just come off of what information you find? Because it feels like it should be a Carolina offense here, but we'll see.
all depending on which side of the map that they are going to be on. It is going to be a replay from Gwyn with the snaps. He finds himself on 6 in a row to close out the game, but they are on the attacking side. So Gwyn is going to play this nice and slow, going to use that cruise missile nice and early to give that information to his teammates so they can make the play call.
And Carolina's just going to take this as a way to take Helipad away. Shotzi's going to play a little bit of bait. He's going to get called out here. He's on the hunt to see if he can find Gwyn, who really that Pred missile only does so much. It just pushes OpTic back into their spawn, but they do get isolation onto Shotzi. 4v3. Kenny making a move up B Street, but Beans is deep over towards A.
We have yet to see a bomb plant so far on the map. Now Carolina are going to slowly work that way over towards his B side, but Kenny, he is going to get stunned. Positioning already known. The double chow is going to fly on in, but that's where you got Dashy and Pred. They equal it up. 2v1 now.
The damage was so significant for Kenny, but now it's just down to 1v1, and Beans deep over towards bottom. Helipad gets a little bounce up, finds the last shots needed, and Carolina take 3 in a row.
That is icy right there out of the Royal Ravens. You had Gwyn use that cruise missile early on to get that info onto Shotzi for the first blood. But then I thought when Dashy finds that double, Pred finds that single. You put it into a 2v1. Beans must have not been weak from the gunfight between him and Pred.
Yeah.
Because he was ready for that gunfight versus Dashy. Definitely catches him off guard with the shots that he was able to hit. But wow, Carolina needed that map, and they got it done in an icy way.
Big time. It really did feel like Kenny did enough.
Yeah.
The damage that was tallied allowed for Bruce to come back through, find the double Pred on the crossing angle, completely isolates. They know where Beans is at that point, but he doesn't hold back. He gets proactive and bails his team out after what was a great set of rounds in a row for Gwyn to get the cruise missile in the first place. So excellent stuff from the Carolina Royal Ravens, a map that has not been great for them in the history of the former roster, showing some new life in the search with Beans in the mix.
And the communication simply has to be better there from OpTic Gaming, man.
Agreed.
You see that Gwyn is on 5 in a row. You're in a 1v4 scenario. Let's just jump off the map. Let's not give him that cruise missile to allow them to have a different play call going into this round 11, because you saw Shotzi, if there's no cruise missile, he's in the back behind enemy lines already, and he could potentially have been a playmaker. But when you give that first blood to Gwyn, and you get that cruise missile, you take it into the round 11, you find that first kill. Even though the numbers don't go your way, when you talk about the trade fights, just the icy moments made it a lot easier when Beans is shooting like that.
It did feel like, for a lot of this map, OpTic were winning the chess game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a couple of small moves here and there led to major openings. OpTic finding the first offensive round, but heroics, honestly, from Carolina. I mean, DJ was getting blooded a lot in the middle of the map, but still the ability to bounce back, largely off of what Gwyn and Beans were finding together, was exquisite for Carolina staying alive.
What was it, like 3 or 4 1v1 rounds that Carolina Royal Ravens were able to clutch up on? That is just icy. That's what you want for this new team. Like you said, the honeymoon stage tends to hit a little bit different, but when you're this new roster forming, Search and Destroy is probably in the back of your minds of what you're thinking about scrimming. But Beans has been a phenomenal Search and Destroy player. Even when he used to run that sniper in hand, he's always able to get it done. As they are able to tie the series up at 1, and that's exactly what Carolina needed to do.
Yes, absolutely the case. Like we said, these hard points are not going to be easy for us to look at and say, Carolina, that's where you find your wins. It's going to likely have to be through the 2-3-5 if they win the series, and that is massive towards the momentum, being able to take 3 in a row from the 5-3 tally to win around 11, and now all of a sudden have us considering what could be, which is the control. And honestly speaking, if we get to what is Karachi, this is all about snowball at this point. Who can find the map control first usually leads to runaway rounds.
Hey, this is OpTic's bread and butter control map. On the opposite side for Carolina, 6-8 overall on the season, but they do have a new addition to the team in Beans, who's going to be able to bring that slaying prowess. You just cannot allow on this map specifically those SMGs to get lost, because Pred was able to do it in the opening hardpoint. Now Shotzi seems like he's a little bit more activated, ready for every single gunfight. And on a map like Karachi, they could do it on both the defensive end and the attacking side.
Look, he's the king of finesse.
Oh,
Everyone knows this with this point. But hey, we've got ourselves one heck of a series at this point. Carolina fighting in at least the first half of the first map, and then 3 rounds in a row get us to a 1-1 count. That's Study, of course it is. I'm Shift, of course I am. And we're gonna go to a break, because of course we are. We'll be back with map number 3, the Karachi Control, right after this.
it's the EWC and you want to play like a pro, well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات. وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الهيدشوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I'm Shift, that's Study, and we find ourselves in a 1-1 map count between the Carolina Royal Ravens and OpTic Gaming. A convincing map number one, and what was a pretty good set of rounds in a row for OpTic. It's battled back as Gwyn starts to take over, and boy, will Carolina need that in map number 3.
100%, man, because he was able to do it yesterday versus the Vegas Legion. Even though it was a completely different map on Invasion, where he's able to pull out that third or fourth AR, he puts up a 1.75 KD and 1.9 on the defensive end. That's usually where you find a lot of your success when you talk about slaying on a map like Invasion. He was going off. But the only difference is you're probably not going to run that third or fourth AR today because you're playing Karachi versus two of the best SMGs in the game.
However, again, we have to take a moment to try to evaluate what this new Carolina team looks like with Beans in the picture. Control was by far their worst game mode through the regular season. I think we both remember back to some of the early moments in Control at the beginning of the year. It's just like, yo, what is happening? But yesterday was a totally different story against a Vegas squad that had been kind of trending upward in Control at the end of the year.
Yeah, now they've sort of figured it out. Obviously, the lane prowess from Beans adding to the lineup gives them a lot more opportunity to take certain lanes away from teams. But on a map like Karachi, we saw it at least a little bit in that 6-star opening HP. The SMGs start to get lost. You cannot afford that to be the same scenario here. You have to account for everyone, cover all your bases, and simply do the easy things right. Do not allow the SMGs to take over red control, get those easy angles of attack over towards that B point.
You know that's something that's always going to be worried about, especially a map like Karachi, where OpTic Gaming fans, of course, know that this is by far one of their best control maps. So that's what you're looking for, to see what shots he can create. So far, the opening is all over towards A, though, and Gwyn is going to get some position over towards Junk just to allow the defense to fully focus on the front.
You can already see Shotzi in a position knowing that Gwyn loves to hit these angles, but Gwyn gets the better of him in that gunfight. 6 HP in the dream. He's able to stay alive, and now Beans finds a second. So if you are Carolina, you have the numbers to still contest this. That's already 3 dead in the feed, and now you can start to be the aggressors on the map, put them in a little bit of a trap.
Wild how one win turns it into a convincing moment for Carolina. Still, second tick being worked on. Dashy staying alive inside the point. No follow-up from TJ. He's still stuck up top inside of Broken. Beans trying to get here, but yeah, Pred's watching the long-range angles, and that's enough for OpTic to likely get the extra 60 here on A.
Yeah, they're going to be able to extend this game clock, and now Gwyn and Beans are going to fall over towards that red positioning, and you already have Pred setting up this pinch, so this is a scary moment here for Carolina on the season where they were dead last on the defensive side, and OpTic Gaming now have 2 minutes and all red control to just make one opportunity, one set of kills to work their way on in.
That is an incredible window for TJ to reclaim some space towards bottom red. Problem is the rest of the Ravens cannot get forward out of the backside areas of this diner. TJ still holding on to the desk. Beans trying to watch the cut as best as he possibly can. And now the isolation for OpTic is all about getting TJ out of position. That win comes through, but the rest of Carolina have gotten over the hop wall, and now they're here for defense.
Got to be ready to iron up and get a couple kills, though. It's a 2-2 split in the gunfights, but Beans is able to find a double and slow down that pressure, make it a triple. Great shot to find double headshots, and now that allows the rest of your teammates to still be here to try to contest this play.
Long route from Gwyn on the way means the defense is going to be pretty limited in terms of how many numbers are actually here, so every fight is a big one. Fellow taken down by Kenny's long nade. TJ trying to stay alive with nades of his own over the top as Gwyn's pinch finally comes through, but it's quickly responded to by Kenny, and this should be enough for OpTic to likely stop the clock a beat.
Yeah, they worked their way into the point. They already gained the info onto TJ, who's trying to set up this pinch play, so if you are Carolina, you got to work your way over the hop-up, but Shotzi is taking that opportunity away from you. He times that flank. He's able to find a double. That's already 3 dead first segment in. Now, if you are OpTic, let's just stack the point.
Yep, Dash is going to jump in, so 3 members are on. This progress is happening rapidly, and unless Carolina find kills from this long angle, which they're not, there's no way they touch this in time, and OpTic very clean and very aware of those long routes coming out of Carolina to quickly get the B zone.
That's just way too easy right there from OpTic, man. They start off initially with a great push through the middle of the map, earn a couple segments at that A point, but it was the slow playing around that objective towards that B segment. When they work their way, Kenny alongside of his teammate in Pred, they work their way back over towards Junk side. They find those 2 kills onto Gwyn and Beans, effective on the trades. You get those close red spawns, you give yourself multiple opportunity after opportunity to just win one set of fights and you're in.
I think the thing about it is, for the most part, the SMGs for the Ravens have played fine, but the ARs are not locking down the lanes like you need to. Fellow just at 1 and 8. Now, granted, he's got 900 damage and 4 assists, so he's parts of these plays, but those little moments where you're not finishing kills are turning into the openings that OpTic need to get onto the zone. But over towards Carolina, they immediately get onto A.
Yeah, Felony's got to turn it around and turn it around quick. When you're playing against the world champions, you got to play at your best, so not the greatest start to this game, but you still have opportunities to right the wrongs here. They're already completed that second segment onto the third. Time is going to be extended nice and early. Now you're forcing OpTic Gaming to hold down a B setup for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
And TJ's already trying to find routes over towards the jump wall. That will be denied by Pred. And at the same rate, Dashy, with the initial assistance of Kenny, will get some junkyard control. So Carolina will be spawning really far away from this B side, and Shotzi's cleared out the long flank. This is a lot of stress on this Carolina attack.
Because they're going to waste a lot of time. At least Gwyn is working his way back over towards Junk. Wins that one-on-one versus Dashy, and at the same time, Beans catches shots. He's slipping. So they should be able to reinforce with their numbers and these close red spawns instantly over towards the speed point. They're winning the trades fights. Got to get into point now.
Bello just watching the cross. He gets taken down, though. Good shots from Dashy. Trophy system out for Carolina, trying to win the back alley, but Shotzi at least still goes 1 for 1. Last one left alive is Gwyn, and he just gets flat out overwhelmed. Carolina still spawning all the way down towards market side of all things. I'm just as surprised as I think anyone else, and that means that Carolina has to play the OE.
Yeah, that's a gift right there for OpTic Gaming, because they were expecting more gunfights to be right in front of them, but Carolina get those chicken coop spawns, and now they're forced to hit that overextension. It's already been a minute wiped off the game clock. So now they're working their way behind enemy lines, but Pred and Shotzi, they have already gotten a read on it. Great shots with that Rival 9, not going to commit with 34 HP, or are you?
Yeah.
You're going to pull out the red and still go for the chow.
Shotzi, though, gains some space and some separation, but the hunt is too strong. And you got to keep in mind that Beans, who had the long route over towards the jump wall, actually put a little bit of pressure on towards the B side itself. So that now, all of a sudden, allows Carolina to clear out front red, but Beans still spawns in Egypt. So he's got a long way to get here to try to help out this Ravens hit.
At least they do have a couple players around this objective. Shotzi roaming around the map, and they still are getting those bad spawns over towards Chicken Coop. Don't know why that is the case, because no one is sitting into a chunk, but TJ finding that double. Here's an opportunity for Carolina to stop the game clock.
Heroic play from TJ, because you're absolutely right. It is just spawn after spawn all the way down towards Coop. We have not seen this all year long, but it is making this offense so much more difficult for Carolina. The only benefit is that they do hold an edge in the life lead, but they need to stop this clock.
And now they got 30 seconds to go. Final push, last hurrah to try to break it on this overextension. TJ again finds the opening. But there's so many players from OpTic Gaming roaming around this red area. You're playing it nice and slow. If you're Pred 2 top single, he's only able to take down one, but that's already job well done. It's a 3v3 fight now.
And this has got to be Carolina thinking, we're still spawning market. Is there someone in junk?
Yeah.
Because they're not even getting the P3 spawns. So now it's just down to one more hit from Beans. And no, it's just not going to happen. I mean, surely Pred's spot bottom red on the corner at lights doesn't block P3 spawns.
That's absolutely no way, because even when they were dropping around red, it was Carolina finding 2 pieces, and they were still spawning all the way at Coop. So even at the very end of those games right there, of that round, Felony was playing it really slow over towards Junk, thinking, okay, we're spawning Coop for a reason.
Yeah.
Someone has to be about in this Junk area, but there was nobody there. So OpTic Gaming basically got blessed right there.
Unreal stuff. So that, a little bit of a foil towards the Carolina hits towards B. Fellow just on 3 kills, so I try to give him a little bit of credit for being 1-8 with at least damage and assists, but now it's becoming a bit of an issue here as Carolina's getting heavily outslayed.
Now their backs are against the wall. 2 rounds to none. They had to try to slow down the approach of OpTic Gaming on their attack, but Shotzzy, different angle of approach now, finds another first blood on another attacking round, this time onto TJ. And you can see how slow Pred is playing it over towards red. He's waited for Gwyn to set up on that pitch.
Yeah, decent shots, though, from Beans. Makes the trade into Dashy. Super simple. But, as you'd mentioned, Shotzi's route opens up space and actually forces Carolina to have to worry about this pinch. And Shotzi's already out of there, man. I mean, it's unreal how fast he moves around the map. Gwyn nearby. Shotzi up top, just trying to see if he can find anyone over towards Junk. Not going to happen. And the clock will slip underneath, a minute left as OpTic need to find a way to get to his zone.
Oh, big trade, though, from TJ. Keeps red control in favor of Carolina. And now OpTic Gaming are getting those close chicken coop spawns towards the backside of that P3 hardpoint. They have dominated that top 3 positioning, so they're going to give themselves opportunity to still put the game clock at a pause. 46 seconds to go, but second segment on the works.
And he just essentially guarding to make sure that no one can play through top red, and even on top of that, his Semtex lands onto TJ. Gwyn trying to follow up, at least able to find the trade and keep red control largely in favor of Carolina, but he knows now with the A-zone chalked, he needs to play in Junk.
Yeah, time is going to get extended. So how do OpTic Gaming decide to work their way on in? You already have Pred sitting over towards that top AC area. Shotzzy going for the one-on-one gunfight through top red. That's a perfect start, but Felony gets the better of Kenny. He just has to play his life in that junkyard position.
Can Shotzzy create something for OpTic to use through mid-map? Nope, instead they're going to go back and see if they can find the isolated kill on towards Fellow. Shotzzy, rival 9 in hand, will win the elimination, and with that, here come OpTic. Kills over the middle of the map, also putting tons of pressure on Carolina, who are going to spawn bottom left side of the map. This is how OpTic find their first entry in.
Yeah, this is due to what Pred is doing on the opposing side. Behind enemy lines, he's finding freebie kill after freebie kill, and now they are getting bombarded around that point. That's all 4 dead for OpTic Gaming. The green wall are going for the double stack so far. Both the SMGs trying to find a couple kills around in the middle of the map, and they might come back to bite them because now it's a 4v2 around this point.
And he's still holding inside the zone with Dashy playing the backside alley, but as soon as the pressure starts to amount, they have to play corners to stay safe. Dashy slipping into the closet. Kenny trying to watch the cross. 2 ticks are locked. Dashy on 4 in a row, still winning gunfights. Now from the front, Kenny able to work things out. It's just down to Beans from inside the hill, but still the 3rd tick is being captured, and Dashy will finally drop. Follow-up from Pred is on the way, trying to force the square peg in. He wins the first 1v1. Now help is here, and Pred takes a double, and that will likely do it. No one for Carolina getting back, and a 3-0 for OpTic.
Yeah, that's just way too easy right there for OpTic Gaming. It was a double stack between Kenny and Dashy, and somehow, someway, they were able to both find one-on-one gunfights. That allows the SMGs to put themselves in a position to get back into the play. But those close red spawns, it had to be due to this most recent patch that we are playing on. And update had to have came in. They realized, like, all right, when you're getting close red, it's always going to be fight after fight after fight. So something must have happened to the update on the game that's spawning them all the way across the map, slowing down that attacking approach.
It's just weird, I think, for both of us to not see any P3 area spawns when the A-zone's already been captured. So, yeah, we're learning at this point. But definitely a moment where Carolina's going to look back and be like, whoa, I don't know if we expected this fully. But that's the beauty of playing on live patch. Things change from when we last saw the game at Champs. And OpTic taking full advantage of at least either the knowledge gained or the blessings that they found. And again, look at the heavy amount of outslaying that we're seeing across this scoreboard.
Yeah, it's heavily in favor of OpTic Gaming, man. Like Felony told us that he can't die. At least he showed it in the first minute of the hard point. But ever since then, he has been getting slayed to bits. 6 and 18 is not gonna cut it versus the world champions. And now you find yourself down 2-1 with basically both of the respawns being blowouts. This has been the recipe for OpTic Gaming versus this organization in Carolina. Always gonna get done through the respawns. Now that makes them 4-1 in control, 7-1 in hardpoint. An opportunity now to make it 8-1 if they close out the series here, and it's the map 4.
And map 4 is sub-base.
Jesus.
Yeah. Definitely the words I was thinking. I think especially with now the focus has to immediately go to Fellow. Like, you've got to play well now going into a map where you're likely going to see at least 3 ARs through the entirety of it. Gwynn's had a solid series, Beans as well, but the presence that OpTic has put together, I think, again, just cohesion-wise, spawn manipulation-wise, definitely feels like the champions that we came to know and love.
Yeah, it's insane to see when you're looking at the minimap and watching how the SMGs are so in sync, even though it might look like they are not. When Pred is attacking through the front, Shotzi's already pitching, setting up a pitch from the back end. Multiple times are Carolina getting those close spawns to try to contest that B point early on, but they're just not expecting an SMG to instantly be right behind them and catch a free two-piece after two-piece. So OpTic Gaming covering all their bases, showing their strengths in control, specifically on Karachi. Dominate in the 3-0 fashion. Now they're up 2-1 in the series. Like you said, going into a sub-H HP, where on the season, they are 12-2.
Yeah, there was like a moment of hiccup, I think, for this OpTic team.
You know, major force.
Yeah, that was during that season, part of the season, where we're like, well, what is happening? I think the words that we used when we casted them back on this map was, no better time to regain this stage on the online qualifiers than to do it on a sub base, and then they got blown out on it. So maybe some lingering questions, but this feels like, again, a different team than what we saw when they were losing this map.
Yeah, they got the confidence back in them. So now OpTic Gaming trying to close this out in 4 onto a sub-H HP, where it is a bread and butter for them. But Carolina, with the addition of Beans, they're going to have a lot more AR presence now. But look at the route already from Shotzi. He finds the first kill. Pred strikes for the second, and it should be OpTic starting off with the early hill time.
Yeah, absolutely silly, but good follow-up from Gwyn and TJ. They essentially had to take a 2v4, and they come out with 3 eliminations on it.
And the spawns flip.
And the spawns flip. I was about to say, this is somehow making something out of nothing here for Carolina, as they will jump into the hard point. Fellow with 2 on this second life, and Beans trying to watch over towards his backside gas tanks, but OpTic will clear out some space, and now they got focused not just on the hill, but also on rotation.
Yeah, that's early 3 dead over towards that overextension side, trying to get over towards the generators at P2. Shotzi finds a freebie through the middle of the map, and all those players dropping from Carolina are now going to spawn out. Last player alive in Beans, he also drops. So even though OpTic came and spawned out early onto that P1, they secure the rotation for P2, and now they're going to allow themselves to get fully set up.
And Pred even just putting a little bit of pressure on the P2 platform. Shotzi able to watch the corner even while stunned. No worries, just holds down the trigger and finds the kills needed to alleviate the pressure from the front. Now Shotzi back up top, almost takes down 2. But with that, Carolina will get a trophy down on the inside of the windows and maybe a chance to break this from the side.
And 40 seconds still to fight for here. You don't want to give up all this time. Great gunfight win right there out of TJ to open up that angle of attack. They're finding the effective trades to work their way on in, but you still got to eliminate these players in towards the hard point, because you're allowing OpTic to soak up a majority this time. Only 25 seconds to fight for. This is going to be your last push, because you do not want to lose those spawns for the next hill.
Yeah, and these hits just are not coordinated, at least in the way that you would need to see them actually break open the hill. A couple of kills here and there, but largely speaking, that was about as comfortable as it gets for OpTic, and now all of a sudden there's some pressure through the middle of the map as they try to rotate over to P3.
And this is what Pred is going to do now. He's going to go for that overextension around this left side to try to block those back spawns, hoping that his teammates can find a couple kills, working their way around the back end. But Gwyn and Felon, they start off in the engagements, making 3 in the feed. So OpTic Gaming are now going to have to slow down their approach. Pred switches up his angle. He's going to try to attack from the front, waiting for the teammates to come on in.
Yeah, they're just trying to clear up top snow here, but not going to happen. Gwyn now on 3 in a row. Sees the shoulder of Dashy. Decent damage also being placed. Bean's not quite able to find the kill there, but he'll spawn up right behind the hill. So really solid start here for Carolina in the first 30.
And this is flawless. Holding down this top snow positioning is everything that you want for this Money Hill at P3. They found another 3 in the feed, and now with only 30 seconds left, that's a clean 4 down for OpTic. You probably do not want to attempt to try to break this ever again, because this is going to be tough. You don't want to lose those spawns for P4, because that tends to be a Money Hill for OpTic Gaming.
And TJ, dead silence popped. He could hit her out here. Pred does find 2 through mid, and that's going to be enough for Dashy to know he can move back over towards the new hill, and in doing so, he does find TJ. Now a couple of late interactions on the final moments here at the 3rd hill. This just makes more comfort exist on the map for OpTic heading over towards 4.
Yeah, just creating those layers, making it more difficult for Carolina to work their way on out. Allows them to have 10 to 15 seconds uncontested to start, but OpTic Gaming able to take the lead right on back. Kenny covering over towards the Sky Bridge area, sitting at the catwalk, watching the cross over towards the right side of that P5 tank. But right now, OpTic Gaming, they're so far spread around the map. It's not even close for Carolina to even contest this soon.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny and Shotzi through mid here really make life difficult for the Ravens, who do eventually get the kills they need to possibly threaten the hard point. Now, Pred in trouble. Kenny still spawning up with Shotzi in the back, and they both find kills. Now it's just down to Kadashi, help supply from the front, and the spawns flip. Shotzi right in the way, but eventually gets seen, and with that, a very nice break here at the last 20 to fight for Carolina.
And that is why we haven't seen sub-base in the last 2 events, because you get those kind of freaky spawns towards the backside of the P3s and the P4s, and it works out massively for Carolina. They're basically going to be able to tie up the game with this remaining junk time, but OpTic Gaming are going to be blessed with their rotation over towards New. And you can already see how aggressive they're getting over towards the generator.
Yeah, this is absolutely beautiful for OpTic. Zoning out the entire bottom of the map. Pred will make sure there's no OE over towards the opposite side. Now it just comes down to predicting and maybe, again, manipulating where the spawns should be for Carolina, which will be over towards P3 side, but the eliminations are perfect for Carolina. Kenny being able to tally 1 at the end of the fight, but still, that's enough for Beans to very comfortably slide onto the hill.
But look, they're both spawning right next to each other around that warehouse area, and now they're spawning behind each other over towards P2. It's just an all-out mix fest, but OpTic Gaming through the chaos are thriving in it. That's 3 dead in the feed. Last player alive is going to be Gwyn. You still have 1 player in Beans putting down a couple shots behind the back, but the rest of OpTic Gaming putting all their focus on the front side of warehouse. They're trying to hold on to this final 20 seconds as Kenny finds himself on 5 in a row.
We can definitely see why no one's played this map in the last 2 months.
Yeah.
Lots of side-by-side holding hand spawns for both teams. But OpTic, like you mentioned, have done very well of trying to control when that chaos happens and, more importantly, coming out the victors of it. It's a slim margin, though, all things told, through the first set of hills. 118 to 96 the score as you go back to P1. And with OpTic trying to control the middle of the map, perfect time to sound in with how the green wall are coming.
Nice. Last time, and fellow spawner. He's gonna be server late. I'll try him going in, fellow server. I'm
playing for the server, me, fellow.
Oh, yeah, just. Oh, yeah. I can shoot him in a second.
One shot on time, quick. Fellow,
top.
Watch out time.
Top dead.
Watch out the box. There's long.
Long?
He's long, yeah, 100%. Mate time.
Give me camera, man. I camera.
I saw the bottom. You guys hold. You guys hold. One is right. One is left.
I need more time, man. I need more time. Top dead. One's gonna be camera, bros. Or he's long. He's being long. Last guy ramp. He's in camera. Inside camera. Yes.
One guy's low dark, fellow.
No. Wait.
Loading, fellow.
I can get him. I'll get him.
Loading, fellow. One shot.
I'll get him.
On the server box. On the server box. We spawn out? Yeah, they're in parallels with you.
Front P2, bro. Front P2 going. And on node.
Where'd he go?
He's
on you. On you, Gwyn, guys.
I hear
you. He went side. He's on top of the railings. Running loading.
Watch out. I had to right the back, bro. He's there.
Make sure we play for this guy.
Yeah, I had to right the back.
We got top P2, boys. It's a big kill.
There's 2.
Big kill, guys.
Wait, one shot top P2. And one's on the railings. Top P2, one shot.
Yeah, you can pitch that, Bruce.
There's 2 there. Alright, Gwyn's one.
Top snow.
Alright, Gwyn's in there. Mr. Fellow.
Nice ants.
Mr. Fellow.
Maybe front P2 on me? I'm already front P2. What's that, Salah? I think there's 2 side plots.
I need. I'm on your stairs there, Brandon. Give me a second. They can pitch it back, bro.
That's an impressive slide through for Shotzi, creating the time and space for OpTic off the pole spawns to get back in, and as they do, the kills are perfect for OpTic, setting up their hold for the last 35.
Yeah, this is flawless, and now you have Pred being the aggressor, trying to take over this warehouse positioning, knowing that there's still a lot of time to fight for in Carolina. I'm not going to give this up for free. They did not find a successful break attempt at that pre-3 last go-around, but now the spawns have flipped. You are not allowing Carolina to soak up any time there because you still have Kenny winning those one-on-one gunfights. Effective trade coming in from Felony, but it's still Dashy there contested.
And Shotzi is going deep on the water route, clearing out the entirety of the back. Help is nearby, and OpTic very well may go scrap to initial from 3 to 4. Oh boy, this is not looking good right now for the side of Carolina. It's a 35-point lead, but OpTic have put themselves in position to win the spawns, and on top of that, they're pushing Carolina super far out. Shotzi last one left, trying to force the fight with Fellow, and it will be a win for Carolina, but the OpTic spawns are still good.
Yeah, that is unreal, though, from Carolina on their spawn points. One spawns right into his teammates at the warehouse, and then the other one all the way in the backside of P4. So OpTic Gaming have the numbers, have the spawns, and now they're soaking up this hill time. Still a 40-point lead, but Carolina are here to contest.
Gwyn not quite able to finish off the kill on the front side of the ramps. And with that, it looks like the last 25 should be pretty likely all going to OpTic. Maybe one more chance for Fellow to hit from Snowside, but you have to win this rotation towards noon. You've got to find a full 60+, and that's the problem. Shotzi's already beat you to the punch.
Yeah, they lose the rotation gunfight, but thankfully your teammates are all still across the map. If you are OpTic. And Shotzi somehow, some way gets the better of Gwyn again for the second gunfight. And now OpTic Gaming spawn all of Carolina across the map. Last player alive on this side is going to be Felony, but here comes the pinch from Kenny. He's going to get the freebie. A flawless 3 hills in a row from OpTic.
That's just, are we kidding? What are we talking about? Shotzi take it over, and that may be what causes OpTic to clean up this map. Number 4. Carolina from the front have to win every single gunfight. You've got Kenny in a power position looking for 1 kill for the cruise missile, but not quite able to secure it. OpTic still should be spawning close, but Shotzi actually and Kenny will spawn across the map. Maybe a chance for Carolina to break here.
And now you're just hoping that your teammates around that hill can hold it down, waiting for the pinch to come on in. And Kenny and Pred, they at least combined for a couple kills. Now the teammates are here. Shotzi again miraculously pops a miracle 2-piece. And now you're just simply spawning out Carolina towards the backside, but this is perfect because there's only 15 seconds still to fight for. You're going to have that free rotation over towards New to potentially close out the game there.
Yeah, Fellow from P2 window, Pred just underneath. Shadow's been seen, Fellow only able to find one. Now it's down to the battle between him and Beans, and Pred says, I don't need to take this fight. My teammates are on the way over. Let me just stay alive towards the front side of this hill and make sure none of the other Ravens can find a rotation through the P2 side of the map. Hardpoint opens, 145-221. OpTic able to isolate. Now it's just down to finding the final shots, and that should be enough for OpTic to get in the hill.
You're gonna get in the hill, and now you only need 28 seconds to call series. Just now, if you're Carolina Royal Ravens, it has to be perfect. These routes need to be successful, and Fenley, unfortunately, does get shut down by Shotzzy. So only 15 seconds until OpTic are able to take the game. Last push here from Carolina.
Just so many individual moments from OpTic when it matters most. Final 10 here as Carolina will spawn warehouse side. They need to find this break as they're going to split it through tunnel as well as on the other side through the warehouse, and no one's going to find a kill for Carolina. OpTic make their way into the playoffs as Fred is letting them know something. What is he saying? What is that?
I don't know. He's throwing up the 6. Well, how many times did they match up? I know they played 4 times. This will be their 5th time on the season. But OpTic Gaming take care of business the same exact way every single time they match up versus Carolina, and it's through the respawns. Utter dominance in both the hard points, even better in the control. Obviously, they're going to go back and watch that search to destroy because they made a couple mistakes that costed them towards the very end, but they basically played great Call of Duty today. Perfect COD.
Yeah, a couple of odd man number situations after first bloods where you would like to see that advantage turn into a round win. Again, but conversion percentage and plant percentage for this OpTic team at Surge, when they're, vulnerable, it's been in those 2 categories. So small things to look back over, but I think you hit the nail on the head here when it comes down to the fact that their respawn continues to dominate. We're seeing it across both the hard points as well as in the control. Yeah. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and it's good stuff as well. I guess you can say for Carolina, obviously the addition of Beans, he was able to show that he had that AR presence there, but just some inconsistencies on certain maps from some individuals tend to come back and cost them, because you were saying it the whole time. Those individual gunfights, if they go the opposing way, instead of they were going to Shotzzy or to the Preds or to Kenny always finding himself on 5 in a row, Carolina potentially would have still kept himself in this series, but OpTic were clutching up in those gunfights, making the right plays, dominating in the respawns, and they are the first team to qualify in.
Really clean stuff. This is a group that we looked at and said that, depending on what OpTic we got, it could be a group of death. But really, I think we're just looking at how Vegas and Carolina are so close to one another. We had a good Amit team as well in this group. But the expectation was that OpTic would get through, and that is indeed the result that we have. Here's a look back over the series. Again, it was 3 rounds in a row on the high-rise search for Carolina, aided by the cruise missile that was earned by Gwyn. But outside of that, we've got a margin of about 100 points between the scores on the hard point and then the 3-0 and Karachi Control, leaving no sweat for OpTic whatsoever, as I believe we've got Kayali down on the main stage with Kenny for our post-game reaction with OpTic Gaming.
OpTic Gaming, the champs, proved that they got what it takes to go straight to the playoffs. Congratulations, Kenny. You are popping off today. How does it feel for you and how you managed to do it?
Feels really good. I said it before this tournament started. I feel like this tournament is going to be the one I show up individually. But feeling great. The team's feeling good. We're just riding the momentum right now.
At the momentum, we're going to talk exactly about the SND. What was that about?
I think we just got a little overzealous, a little too cocky for a bit. They kind of capitalized because they were just camping their spawn. But overall, we let the guy get a streak, and I think that was the downfall for the map.
From day 1 and day 2, will be any adjustments going into the playoffs, or you guys are confident about the play style?
I think right now, the only change that we're trying to just adapt to is just, I guess, getting hype. I feel like we won champs, so we're kind of just riding off that delusional confidence. And I think as for another tournament, we're just trying to keep up the energy, I guess. So we know how to play the game. We know what we need to do. We just got to do it.
Hardpoint yesterday was not for your liking. What changed from yesterday to today?
Yeah, like I said, it's really just the energy. When our energy's up, our high, we're calm and really good. I feel like we're kind of unstoppable in Hardpoint. But today was, obviously the qualification for the bracket play. So we definitely tried to lock it in a little bit more.
They are locking it indeed. Let's go to our desk and see what our amazing talents have to say about that.
Thank you, K-Ollie, and congratulations to Kenny and OpTic Gaming. The audience was going crazy when these guys won, and they are moving in to our playoffs. The first team to do it here at EWC. I got Clayster, I've got Nameless, and Clay, I want to start with you. Clearly, you are not the problem when it comes to Carolina's Hardpoint, my guy.
Hey, I will say they look a little bit better, but I wanted to bring this up. It was a problem we had throughout the entire year in Hardpoint. We would play teams close, it would be 120 to 120, right, and the scores always ended up the same, 250 to 140. It's that second rotation of hills, and they still haven't figured it out.
And you saw, like, on the map that we just watched on the subbase, it's P3 on that rotation. What happens? OpTic get a great setup. You have to cut your losses, rotate, set up, and respond, and the Carolina Royal Ravens are just not able to do that. They lose track of Shotzzy. He finds a couple kills, and then it spirals out of control, and that's the same exact thing that we saw on that map 1. The great teams will run away when you give them a mistake.
I'm looking at this scoreboard, and I'm keeping my eyes on the left side. The right number keeps ticking up, but we've been stuck on 129 or 130 for about 3 hills now.
Yeah, and Shotzzy made plays, all right? On that P3, on that P4, he had some amazing rotational plays. This two-piece out of him right here, that is unacceptable out of Gwyn. He has to get that kill. Shotzzy single-handedly flipped spawns on both those hills back-to-back, and when you do that, you're going to go down 100 points right away.
And those are the things that you practice, right? It's those moments. That's why you're scrimming. That's what you're focused on, is these key rotations where teams can combo hills and run away with the game. And unfortunately for the Royal Ravens, it happens on maps 1 and 4, but we have to show love to OpTic Gaming. They went up against an improved Royal Ravens team, and everybody performed, namely Pred was frying.
You look at the numbers here at this point in the game. Kenny's +6. You got +5 out of Pred. Shotzzy +7. The bodies are being shot. It was pure confidence in JP Krez. All smiles, finally able to stand behind the boys while a match is actually happening. And he, of course, is going to be cheering the squad on moving forward. They're into the playoffs, and they just doubled up their bank account.
Yeah, they're feeling extremely good. I mean, they got subbase back in the rotation, a map that they were excellent on. Got away from them a little bit at the end, and then Pred throwing up the 6 kills for Fellow that he dropped in that map 3.
Yeah, it was a pretty poor performance out of Fellow, especially that map 1 and that map 3. We expect more out of the in-game leader, Tyler Fellow. I expected more of him being one of my best friends, but hey, at least they had a sick S&D. They came back. Gwyn dropped 13 kills, went on a 7-kill streak, and Beans with the 1v2 to close it out.
Beans clutching that round 11. That was the highlight for a lot of folks in the chat. Everything else seemed to be a whop, whop, whop. And let's break down all this matchup here. OpTic, the best respawn team you've seen so far. How do they stack up?
I would say, yeah. I mean, this performance was unbelievable, right? Taking the mistakes, running away with it in the hard points, and then the control on Karachi. I'm a bit surprised that Karachi control and sub-base hardpoint both made it into one series. Those are the maps that OpTic have loved throughout this entire year. They get both of them, and Carolina Royal Ravens pay the price.
All right, they've only dropped 1 hardpoint. That was the opening game of the entire event. But since then, OpTic has been looking flawless in the respawn, and they have one man helping lead the charge. Let's take a look at our MVP this time around. Your Bravia MVP is not running the SMG by the name of Shotzzy. Instead, it's Pred. Let's take a look at the guy who's flexing from the SMG to the AR when he needs to.
And they're putting him on maps like Subbase where he can pull out that third AR and kind of go off. And I just love to see the vibe and attitude coming out of OpTic Gaming, especially after their COD Champs win. They're up there laughing, they're having fun. Like, when you have that kind of light-hearted atmosphere on your team and you're playing this well, you feel like the world is your oyster. You can do anything at all, and I just love to see how happy they are.
Yeah, I mean, you've won championships before. I know how it feels. When you win, you come back, you're so confident, and there are those times where you're just like, nobody can mess with us. At all. On our worst day, we could lose a map, and we can bounce back, and I think for Pred, the confidence has made him so much better. Like, any gun in any situation, he just knows when to pull out the sub and the AR, and he's finding so much success.
It's coming into the pro level. He was a Rookie of the Year. He's got multiple top 5 finishes at Champs, and now a ring to go with it.
Unreal.
Today, he earns our Bravia MVP, the greatest player to ever come out of Australia.
Yeah, unreal, man. Putting Australia on the map. We've had some players in the past, but no one quite like Pred. The kid is just different.
All right, yesterday, we asked everybody to weigh in. How did you think these matches were going to go? They were always behind the Falcons, but with the Falcons out of the tournament, Clay, we got to find out. did they give any faith to Carolina, or was this an OpTic slugfest that they expected to walk away with the
I
dub?
mean, it's OpTic Gaming. They're the most popular team in Call of Duty esports. I expect this fan vote to be extremely lopsided towards OpTic Gaming. You know, Falcons out of the tournament now, it's probably going to be a lot more OpTic Gaming fans now.
Yeah, we were unanimous up here. Usually when we're unanimous, bad things happen, but OpTic were just too good today.
All right, we asked you on the stcplay.gg site, and it looks like about 80% of the folks at home had faith in OpTic. It's good to see, though. Every single time we have a matchup, somebody's got faith in the opponent.
I just got to say, I think the OpTic Gaming fans' sleep schedules are a bit messed up. Usually that's 99%. Maybe they were wiping the crust out their eyes tuning in, but they got to win, so they're happy.
If you've been watching since yesterday, of course, we know it was OpTic powering through, but over on our second stage, it was this Carolina squad beating Vegas. What does that mean to our bracket now? Well, you're going to see a rematch after Vegas was able to move past Omit Brooklyn. They were waiting in the wings to find out who was going to drop down. When they go at it one more time for a spot in the playoffs, are you expecting the same 3-1, 3-0 series score?
With how badly Carolina beat up on Legion, I kind of expect the same, but I do think that Legion's match against Omit kind of gave them a little more confidence, and they're out for some revenge now, right? So are they going to lose twice to Ravens?
It's hard to beat a team twice. We've played in these formats before. It's difficult. You want to get that second win and have no stress, I'd be worried.
Well, I have great news for everyone just waking up there on the East Coast. Welcome into EWC. You may have caught the end of our first match, but when we come back, we have the Jamil Motorsport matchup of the day. 100 Thieves taking on Atlanta FaZe for a spot in our Final 8. Don't go anywhere. This is Esports World Cup.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by Simp of Atlanta FaZe, and we are playing Who Is? Chris, you ready?
I'm ready.
My man, here we go. Who is most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Abiz.
That's actually, yeah.
He's done it?
He's done it before, yeah. Who is most likely to choke on the team?
I'm going Draza. I think he's showing up late. He's making us late. And we're going to lose full.
Who's the best trash talker?
Draza again.
Instant redemption. Who is most likely to team kill you?
Oh, Stallion. He's nading me every day of the week.
Who's most likely to pull off a crazy play? Who's most likely to go rogue? How about that?
I'll go rogue?
Yeah.
Beasley.
Beasley,
yeah. He's going crazy.
Yeah. Who's most dedicated to practice?
Most dedicated, I'd say Draza.
Cool. Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Stallion.
Yeah, we've heard.
No, he's something else.
Who's the most improved player?
Ooh, I have to go Beasley.
Yeah.
This year specifically.
That's really interesting. Yeah. Cool. Who's the most reliable under pressure?
Most reliable under pressure? I'd have to go Beasley again. I feel like he's always icy.
Who's the best team player?
Best team player? I'd say May.
What makes you a great team player, Chris?
I feel like I'm very selfless and like a little bit too selfless sometimes. So I feel like I'm big on that, on like just teamwork and just making everyone comfortable.
Who's most likely to get a total surprise ace?
Surprise ace?
Out of nowhere.
Stallion.
Yeah. Actually, he's had some chances this year as well. Who's most likely to be late to practice?
Most likely to be late? Listen, it's gonna sound weird, but it's also gonna be Draza.
Yep. What's he doing? Who is most likely to rage quit a scrim or a match?
Most likely to rage quit, I would say a scrim most likely would be Abizi, but I don't think any of us would ever rage quit a match.
Nah. You know, like when you mess up the stats at the end, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think all of us have a chance in scrims, but no, in match time, we'll be locked in.
True professionals. Chris, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yep.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 continues live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and your upcoming showdown is a good one. 100 Thieves leveling up over the course of 2024, taking on the juggernauts, Atlanta FaZe, a team that is always on top of the leaderboard at the end of a regular season. You look across the stage here, and there's a bit of disparity when it comes to World Championship rings. FaZe, you got 6. 2 on Simp, 2 on Abizi, 1 for Stallions, and 1 for Draza. 100 Thieves, though, could be the next generation of gamers, Nicholas.
100%. And this year, they played so incredible, and their camp did a very good job, right? Like, you had Joe Deceive slow off the rip. You sent him down to the gauntlet. He improved, he came back, and he was the guy who spearheaded them in their last match.
Now, believe it or not, 100 Thieves are entering here with the higher seed, Clayster. They finished higher back at Champs. Walk me through this lineup featuring Dan Ghosty on the AR.
First off, love the new jerseys. Love seeing the 100 Thieves logo back in Call of Duty Esports. But yeah, Dan Ghosty proving once again why he's a superstar. This kid is up and coming. He has a bright future ahead of him, and he's been leading this 100 Thieves team all year long.
Yeah, you know, for Dan Ghosty, we're doing our awards at the end of the year. I had him as a top 5 AR on the year. Unbelievable. And the system that's around him, fantastic. We have to show love to guys like Nasty, willing to do the dirty work and set up Dan Ghosty.
If you look at 100 Thieves, though, you catch him in a hotel lobby. The guy you want to hang out with is Crep. He's been cracking me up since he's entered the pro scene. And, of course, Nasty was that other piece of the puzzle. After being in 12th place at the end of their first stage, they brought in these 2 new players, and it brought new life. And the third player we got to talk about, of course, is Joe Deceives. He got knocked down to challengers, comes back stronger than ever. That newfound confidence definitely showing here in Riyadh.
You know what I love about this team? It's a bunch of guys that they've had different rosters and teams, and they never really quite fit anywhere. You never had that camaraderie of like, hey, I'm comfortable on this roster. Nobody's trying to drop anybody, and we're just trying to improve and get better. And now we're seeing those performances from Dan, from Joe and Kremp now, who can take over games. It's beautiful to see a team find the confidence within each other.
They've got a fantastic leader. He's in Ant's top 5 on the AR list. Let's take a look at Dan Ghosty.
100 Thieves, Ghosty, the man is on the sofa with me right here. We've just been talking a little bit off camera. You're having the time of your life out here.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is beautiful. They obviously built the whole city just for gaming, and it's been a surreal experience. This place is beautiful.
You never saw that coming when you started playing, right?
No, I never even saw it coming 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
So this has definitely been an experience for sure.
You started really strongly yesterday against Law. A different story today. You're up against FaZe on the main stage. Firstly, how much are you looking forward to stepping up onto the grand stage?
Well, yesterday, yeah, we played on the side station, so I'm very excited to actually play on that main stage. That is by far one of the coolest main stages I've ever seen. I will say, Champs though, CDL Champs 2024, godlike.
Yeah.
Godlike. But either way, I'm real excited to play FaZe. I think I've only played them once on LAN this year, so I'm always excited to play them. They're a good team, and you know it'll hopefully be a good match.
Did you watch back their performance yesterday?
Yeah, we did.
What do you make of them?
Obviously, they were the clear favorites against Team Falcons. But going into today, we know that, they're coming off a top 6. They're probably a little hungry, a little fire in their bellies, if you will. So we're definitely taking them at full force. You know what I'm saying?
Do you feel like 100 Thieves were kind of under the radar a little bit, and then you played well at Champs, 4th place, right?
Yep.
Do you think you're starting to have a bit of an upward trajectory, and maybe you're having a little bit of a target on your backs now?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Teams, especially in the top 4, are definitely respecting us a lot more than they were prior to Champs. And I think that's going to make FaZe probably take us a bit more serious as well, including the vetoes.
All right, I could talk to you for a long time, but I'm going to let you go get ready for the game. Best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Awesome stuff from Ian Chambers and Dan Ghosty right there, but we got to talk about the real force in the room, right? Atlanta FaZe has been chasing a trophy. They raised it back at Major 2, but it was 100 Thieves that gave this crew one of the hardest runs for their money. Let's take a look at Abizi, Stallions, Simp, and Draza. What do I need to know about this squad?
Something that I think is important to note is Abizi and Joe Deceives are really good friends.
Yeah.
Abizi kind of brought Joe Deceives up and let him kind of gain notoriety. So whenever you're playing against like your teacher, your COD father, you always want to show up against him, but Abizi wants to show why he's the teacher and Joe Deceives is the student.
It makes both of them oddly comfortable, right? Like you would expect Joe Deceives to be a little nervous, but no, he's going to be comfortable. And then Abizi wants to slam as, the FaZe members start to enter the arena. They are on a revenge tour, Chris. Like, it's just a different aura around them coming into this tournament.
Got to give a big shout out to Ben J. Nassim. I know he's getting fired up for this fight. And of course, the Atlanta FaZe crew with Gersh there at the back, ready to meme on anyone who gets in their way. It's going to be such a fun matchup. And before we get to the predictions, we got to talk to the players. I'm told Simp is backstage. Let's hang out.
We're out here on the very warm boulevard. Simp of Atlanta FaZe joins me here. Look, man, you've done it all in this game. When it comes to the Esports World Cup, of course, we've got the trophy, we've got the huge prize pool. There's history at stake as well. What is it that's driving you to win?
Honestly, I think just the uniqueness of this event is honestly, I feel like having the second event after Champs and kind of having that redemption is, it's not something that comes so often, so it's going to be amazing.
A lot of fans and just people refer to you as the best team in the game right now. Do you think you've got a point to prove here if you want to maintain this roster and lock it in going forward?
I wouldn't say we have any extra pressure here. I honestly think we're just here to have fun and just be confident. I mean, the season's already over, and Champs didn't go the way we wanted, but I feel like we have this chance that you don't usually get to kind of redeem ourselves, so I'm excited for us.
Did you sleep well last night? Because you played a part in a little bit of heartbreak when it comes to Falcons. The hometown lads, coming out here, you destroyed them, and now they're no longer in the tournament. Do you feel a little bit bad?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, I think it's just tough that they had to play us first, to be honest, or like they were in our group. But I don't know. I feel like those guys were pretty good. They were kind of cracked, I'm not going to lie.
For sure. They got some shooters, right?
Oh, they got some shooters on there.
100 Thieves up next. Did you manage to catch any of them yesterday?
No, I don't think I really was. Maybe a glimpse, but I don't really remember anything from it, to be honest.
How are you feeling about them today?
I'm excited to play them. I mean, I feel like it's going to be a good matchup, and hopefully it's going to be a good match.
Pleasure to talk to you, man. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
That's Sib heating things up outside. You just wait till he gets in game. And we've talked to the coaches. We figured out their picks and bans. Crowder, world champion in his own right, won a ring with Clayster. He has been on top of his game since the beginning of 2024. Clay, what do you think about the map picks?
I'm liking the map picks here.
Same.
Honestly, it's looking like it's going to be a banger series. I hope we make it to that Invasion Game 5 because both 100 Thieves and Atlanta FaZe are extremely talented on that map, and I want to see the chess match that goes on there.
Yeah, these guys played each other once before, Major 2 in Winners Round 1, and went all the way to a Game 5 where the Thieves made a terrible play. Chris, I will never forget it. You know it's living in their minds right now. They want that redemption. They know they can do it.
Should we send 3 people down the same tiny hallway?
Of course.
They learned their lesson. They watched the VOD. Shout out to the coaches on 100 Thieves. For now, though, let's turn the spotlight on the ARs for Atlanta FaZe. Stallions and Draza dropping some bombs on the local heroes out. Falcons yesterday. You look at Draza, 30 and 20. Stallions 26 and 15. Both players going positive 10 or better. Can they keep that up against the caliber of Dan Ghosty and, of course, the 100 Thieves?
It's going to be a lot tougher, I'll be honest, right? And when you look across, like, obviously these are two huge names and world champions, but Nasty and Ghosty play the exact same way, right? You had the more objective-minded in Celium, as you can see the hill time on that hardpoint yesterday, and then Draza, who's supposed to lay down that damage and find those kills. If they do win the AR battle, that is going to be the factor in which FaZe win.
And I think you can tell the difference in the AR players right here, like you just mentioned. You look at Celium's hill time, 144, Draza's 84, and you can even tell in the engagements in the KD, Draza's going to be in their face, cutting them off, trying to slay as hard as he can, while Celium's that backline player. You got to get through him too.
Everyone's wondering, is Atlanta going to make the change before Black Ops 6? They haven't been able to win a ring with the trio of Simp, Abizi, and Celium. We were mentioning it yesterday. I think it may be too early to call it an end on this lineup. This is championship caliber. They've already won a major this year, Nameless. What are the expectations, though, here in Riyadh? In that Simp interview, he seems to just kind of be chilling.
Yeah, I think it's just been a case of in Sunday, and especially in finals, they have been falling short, playing a different game, not the same FaZe that we see on Thursday, Fridays, and early Saturdays, right? So for them, they have to figure that out. It's a mental thing 100% because they're so excellent early on and in the online portion. So for FaZe, they need to win this championship. Confidence, they have to go far.
Play, true or false, Celium needs to play faster to keep up with the other teams here in Riyadh.
I think that's false. Honestly, their team comp is built so Celium can be the backline player. He can be the last line of defense. That is how this whole team is built. When you have players like Abizi and Draza on your team, they're going. They're just going. Then you have Simp, the intelligent guy. Celium can play slow. I think it's
he slows down. He slows down in those final games on Sunday. He's last alive too much in the search and destroys. When we get to Sunday, he has to keep up the pace that we're seeing from yesterday and today.
Well, you got to win here if you want to lock in your spot on Saturday, or you're going to be facing an elimination match in about 2 hours. We already saw OpTic power through Group A, but let's walk you through what's happened so far in Group D. Atlanta FaZe 3-0's the Falcons, but in very close maps. Falcons hung with them in the respawns. If you look at the 100 Thieves, they did drop that game to Lore Gaming. If you're going to beat Atlanta FaZe, how do you see it happening here as a Thieves fan?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that question. It's so hard. There's no one way to beat these guys. I've been trying to figure it out for years. The thing about this Group D bracket is if I'm Lord Gaming, I'm terrified. You're either playing a hot 100 Thieves or you're playing an Atlanta FaZe who's not going to go out in groups.
Yeah, you're coming off a series like when they played up against Lore, Thieves went crazy like individually. Joe deceives 6,000 damage map 1, then almost 7,000 for Kremp on that map number 4. They're going to need that hardpoint level in this series.
All right, we'll see if Joe and Kremp can keep it going as map number 1 is just a little bit away. Before we do that, though, I want to hear from you. Head on over to stcplay.gg. Get your predictions in. I have a feeling it's going to be about 65-35 here. Thieves got a lot of fans out here in Riyadh.
I'm going to risk it. I'm going 100 Thieves. I think they win this series. I feel like for FaZe at Champs, top 6, they lost a lot of hard points between the Cloud9 and Toronto series. I think it happens again.
Glacier, we got 15.
I'm going the other way. Atlanta FaZe, they're taking this series, getting to the playoff brackets. I'm thinking 3-1.
We're going 5.
3-1? I want to say 100 Thieves. Jamil wants 100 Thieves. I'm cheering on 100 Thieves. Let's send it down to the Amazon stage to get it going.
When you think of professional Call of Duty, these are the names that come to mind. And this next series really is going to set the tone for the weekend ahead.
High expectations lies on their shoulders. Let's call out the big guns. It is 100 Thieves versus Atlanta FaZe.
This has the potential to go the distance, to build or break any momentum that these teams have at the Esports World Cup.
2 powerhouse orgs step into the stage. One will go straight to the playoffs, while the other will be struggling in the lower brackets. Let's find out which.
set the world on fire.
An absolute clash of Titans here on our stage in the second day of the EWC side of the MW3 tournament. 100 Thieves taking on Atlanta FaZe. This should be, Chance, an absolutely brilliant matchup. Two teams in good form, and what an important time to get a win here in their group as well.
Yeah, I really need to start getting my head in the game as well, because I'm just kicked back enjoying really good Call of Duty, but the second that Vancouver Surge take down NYSL, everyone sort of realizes, oh, it's a single elimination bracket in playoffs in OpTic in New York, one of those teams getting top 8. And now when you're looking at this series, well, if you lose it, you are almost certainly going to be playing Toronto Ultra in round 1, albeit they actually have to take down Boston. But this is a series that you are almost desperate to win, or you're playing a juggernaut to kick off playoffs.
Yeah, if you win this matchup, you'll play Boston Breach on the other side.
Again, likely.
Oh, you're right. We're jumping way ahead of ourselves, but we've already had one upset today. Why not another? Well, this is a look at our first map, of course, here in the series, Vista Hardpoint. This is through the pro season, so all year long, these two teams have gone at each other. This is how their season has gone. Rotation, making it to new hardpoints, holding, how well they hold it, and breaking percentage, if you can take it back from your opponent. These are important stats that we're going to put to test here, as this is going to be an absolute treat. Again, Chance, is the form right now of 100 Thieves. The LA Thieves in another lifetime, and now in the white and gold, they go up against the black and red of Atlanta FaZe. Gosh, I can't wait to get to this one.
And how ferocious this map is going to be as well, right? Vista, you play at a blistering pace. We already know guys like Simp and Abizi, one of the best, if not the best duos of all time, both with SMGs in hand. And I know Joe Deceives, the desk was talking about it, or the cube rather was talking about it. He's going to have fun. He's going to be relaxed. Abizi's sort of that guy that helped bring him up, so it's relaxed on that front. But for Kremp, I know this man is always absolutely turned. You still, though, need him at his A game.
Well, here we go into map number 1. Vista Hardpoint. 100 Thieves on the minimap will be the white arrows. FaZe in the red, and so far a nice opener there from FaZe. They win the opening battle and they get the opening time.
So far, so good. Well, Stallions was that middle map gunfight and nasty, able to deliver you 2. So those motor mouth comms from Celium end up baiting Draza into death, but death from below, this time actually from Abizi. So he's forcing the flank. 100 Thieves comfortable in time for the moment. Obviously, though, FaZe on the prowl.
FaZe rolling forward, and Abizi, oh, this life is going very well indeed. It's not Sim, it's actually Sim who gets the second there. Regardless, a wonderful bit of work there from FaZe early on here. 24 seconds garnered from the first hard point, and they still have hold of it. There's going to be a counterattack towards the end here. Red dealt with magnificent work. FaZe, a great start here in map 1.
Yeah, and it's like sleeper time that always comes through on PU1 as well. I mean, a 30-point lead going into the rotation is absolutely nothing to shy away from. So FaZe already in a situation where they can afford to play a little bit comfortable. You don't have to dive on the time. You get to sort of calculate, play for the kills, and Abizi doing exactly that.
Yo, this is the farm, and Abizi is the farmer right now, force free. 5 as he takes down his friend Joe. One more kill gets him some cruise missile. And again, as you said, a nice bit of cushion here for FaZe. They're able to find a few kills, and they've got themselves streaks in a moment. And Abizi, can he get it? Oh, Krem running, gunning, stays alive. He gets a hard point for his troubles instead. And there it is, the cruise in the back pocket. FaZe running away with it.
That is why Abizi can be a difference maker. That is a fantastic response coming out of 100 Thieves just to get the kills and reclaim that time. But Abizi, without the teammates, on the spree, backs up, knows the child's coming, able to get that kill. And then because he's Abizi, he's the front man anyway. Even on a 5 spree, does not care. So the cruise missile in the back pocket and rotation for FaZe as well.
Yeah, so many times throughout, competitive Call of Duty history, we see players playing for streaks. They usually pump the brakes, find the corner, and play very, very passive. Not that time round, though. New hardpoint open for business. Joe Deceives, 100 Thieves on the attack. Abizi once again finding these big kills up close and personal. 11-3 to start things off for Tyler Farris. And right now, it's got to be a big break here from the Thieves. They've got map control as well, but for how long?
FaZe just actually have everything in terms of the control. You think you'd want the back spawns, right? But right now, FaZe are just absolutely bullying them, sort of forcing easier gunfights. You got Celium locking down low, and the one man that was up top in time is going to be nasty. expecting Stallion maybe to go on a pinch, but Stallion, one of the slower players we have, takes a long time to do it. Finally, he gets there, but Frey's out and about. We'll see who can overwhelm, and finally the back spawns roll through. That took 100 Thieves a long time to get it, but they got it.
Got it. Another problem you've got to deal with now is Simp. He's in the backline as well. Looking towards the new hardpoint. Oh my words. Ships passing in the night. Joe Siege has got to bring him down. Simp, oh my. He's somehow fights. Oh! That is unbelievable work from Simp. A 3 spree from him, and the hard point in the hands of FaZe.
Yeah, one of the most talented Call of Duty players of all time. A play like that is absolutely just a momentum shift. That was all 4 players, by the way, for 100 Thieves that were there for the back spawns fight. Simp, yeah, the Shredder.
Oh, yeah, Shredder. Making 100 Thieves look like turtles there of the mutant and teenage variety. 35 seconds to go on this hard point, and FaZe, you've managed to fight your way forward, Thieves. One more wave of kills. They get themselves in there. The crossfire is on, though. FaZe, so far, wonderful work. Ghosty managing to bring down a lot there. Still the numbers going the way of Atlanta. Another hard point hold, and Abizi, he has absolutely woken up today. Beautiful shots, oh my! Nasty gets away with his life. Simp in the point. And with all that said and done, there's 13 seconds of hard point time here for the Thieves.
And something I like to see as well, I don't know if it was a hill-specific thing or if Kremp picked it up off the ground, but he starts off 3 and 9 finally with the MCW, gets an extra couple kills, so slows the pace down, gets a little bit of kills flowing his way. And again, Kremp sort of the man I am eyeing on the side of 100 Thieves. Can't let the nerves get to you.
Oh, I know, this is the thing. The desk touched upon it. The Puckett said he'd keep an eye out for Kremp, and he's not wrong, but 5 and 11 right now is not what you want to be. One of the most explosive players in this lobby. And so far, he's been very quiet indeed. Over the 100-point mark we go now for Atlanta FaZe. And lovely shots there from Ghosty. Relieves some of the pressure there on the hard point. Kremp there on the back end. This might be the momentum shift that 100 Thieves need.
Yeah, and clearly it's the MCW adjustment that he is making as well. So now 2 hills in a row. He's had it, but you make the adjustment, and FaZe is just FaZe. So, yeah, there's a 4-man wipe, a 50-point lead that is only going to be extended. And obviously, if you're paying attention to the kills, Colin Beasy right now having a fantastic performance at 20 and 8, and even selling on a 4.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Everyone doing their part there in the hard point also. Abizi, 20 and 8, 53 plus seconds now as well. Draza can't win the big one there against Kremp, and okay. Over to Simp, trying to find the entry through the other side of the hard point. Thieves on the left-hand side of the minimap. Simp waiting for the go button, waiting for his teammates, and here we have it. Red dots are on the minimap. It's time to get this party started. Look at this movement. Simp, what a win! Unbelievable stuff from the Phenom.
He's just in the mix as well. He just had 3 different players looking at him, and he just opens up the floodgates for his team. But Kremp does have a nice response. A little 3 spree to get back in the mix, but in spite of the chaos that's rolling through, kills getting exchanged, and funnily enough, it is 100 Thieves that come out on top.
Do indeed. Well, 30 seconds left on P1 now. Second set, FaZe still with a solid advantage. Easy 24 and 9. Here comes number 25. Oh no, Joe gets him this time round. Less than 20 seconds remaining on the point chance, and again, it's the slaying power from FaZe, keeping them well and truly afloat.
I'll be slaying power from FaZe or slaying power from a beat. Yeah, 24 kills. Yeah, and he's getting shut down, so maybe Thieves starting to get the ball rolling just a little bit, but obviously a long way to go. They have the rotation towards new. They have Draza stunned out, but even when he got him stunned out, he finds a way to make that impact.
He does indeed. Well, it's a couple of sweet kills there now from FaZe. From the Krem. Cole, he does get the entry. Traded immediately. Good stuff there from the members of Atlanta FaZe. Full control in the middle of the map. One decent break here, though, from the Thieves. Lots of time to be had. Abizi, though, oh my word. He spotted the entire play out now. It's a matter of seconds, oh dear, before things get messy.
Well, that's just to clear out P1. You just got to make your way towards the time. Selim, a difficult player to actually root out, but 0 time wasted. Double chow coming through, and maybe more important for 100 Thieves, you have the left side spawns as well, but they're going to have to chain a couple hills together, and obviously the second you get control of the hill, you just feel like Atlanta FaZe might strip it right back.
They're trying. Joe Deceives in the hill. Can't win it there. Teamwork once again from FaZe. Nasty. Bringing what he can now to the hard point. Lovely win again. 3 dead there for FaZe. They're on the back foot now. Right-hand side of the minimap. Foot race is on. Joe Deceives, first man in the point. Reinforcements in the form of Ghosty through the middle of the map now as FaZe, like rolling thunder across Vista. They find all the kills.
Yeah, this is the moment, though, for 100 Thieves. You need to slow the pace down. You got the left side spawns, potential for back-to-back hills, but Ghosty gets caught. Kremp gets caught. Now Joe Deceives on the back line. Doesn't even have the hill time. Atlanta FaZe don't waste any time. They straight up run you over.
Run them down, run them over, run them through. My word. Well, EWC has slowed down somewhat. That 27 and 14 is still a very impressive stat line. It's the hardpoint time as well, though. 120 and climbing contest cleaned up. Simp on the trade. One man left in, and Nasty wins it. So for a second or two, you've got the advantage, but FaZe once again on the trade. 4 spree for Cell.
Yeah, at Thieves, though, I just lost in the sauce, right? You just have Atlanta FaZe sort of pushing that pace in moments where they have to stabilize, get some trades. L-Trigger win the gunfight, just getting caught completely off guard. So Atlanta FaZe right now taking him to task, and even though you end up losing the scrap time, guys like Simp have been rearing and ready in position for this next set of gunfights, and you see the kill feed already being lit up. Atlanta FaZe in full control.
Full control. Once again, the hardpoint rotations are all theirs. We saw the stats from the pro season so far, fantastic. We still have a streak to work with as well for EWC. But let's find out how that goes. In the meantime, it's a lovely shots there out of the members of 100 Thieves, and EWC wins another sensational gunfight. Ghosty inside the hardpoint trying to stay alive, and there's another break for FaZe. They're in such good form. Let's go for a listen in.
Later. Yo, right away. Tower, one shot.
Tower steps, Nasty, one shot.
Multiple, three.
Nice.
I hear. Phil left us one.
Yeah, I am.
Yo, I P1.
I'm in. I hear right, Tyler. Turn. They're working around again. I have full right. Hey, this is the game. Joe's on bar.
Nothing left. No, listen, nothing left.
What's close coming?
Get ready to help P1.
P1, I'm dead. P1, mid, bro. Fuck. Wait, one lobby, how long? I spawn blue. I'm starting your shot route.
Joe, low time. Guys, two. Spawning tower, burger.
I think they're spawning fucking
He's
burger.
top scav, Stin.
Hey, he's still there.
Pass up.
Let's get in turn.
Mid. I'm still Joe. P1.
I spawn behind them, Stan. I spawn behind them. I can kill one.
There's
Cat 2.
Ramp below time. He's our side time. I'm a straight.
Catch up. I hit with it.
One's our Catwalker in our P1. 2 P1, 3 P1, 3 P1. I'm gonna kill the guy shops. I'm gonna kill the guy low time. Dead. One more in P1.
P1. One shot down. Behind the desk. Don't let them hop in hill.
Understood.
I Nice. Oh, top.
Bridge, ahead. Pretty sure you.
Over me, that.
Nice. Tyler.
I'm staying down.
I
one shot though.
Listen, everyone get
I need it. I have shop. I'm one shot. I'm absolutely.
Well, another brilliant listening there from Atlanta FaZe. A little bit chaotic chance, hard to understand at times, but for these boys, it doesn't seem to be a problem. New hardpoint now at the ready, and FaZe are in. Selling him on the flank. He may have just won the game for his team.
Yeah, well, you know, comms aside, the natural chem out of control between these players, and now you got 3 players swarming around the time, and I like to play from EWC on the mini-map as well. Cut off, kill towards the middle of the map, so everything nice and secure. The question is, Tyler, can you get the 40 bomb? And I know the answer. Yes,
maybe.
He'll get it.
He's got 10 seconds to make it happen. His boys are still on the point, and the break is good.
Just for 40.
The break is good. EWC kill number 40. No, doesn't get it. Hardpoint, though, still in the hands of 100 Thieves, finding their kills all over the place. Another one from Ghosty. This game is not over yet. We have seen so many comeback chances on this map. Yeah, it is not over yet.
It's just for the 40, though. We're just getting a BZ 40. That's all it is.
Can EWC get the 40th? Not yet. Time ticking away. And there's number 40. Now the hard point in the hands of Atlanta FaZe on the rotation. Still pressure through the middle of the map. Cut down. 5 seconds for the win. Nasty Ghosty Krem off spawn. Nobody there. Nobody able to make it happen. FaZe strike first.
That's all it is, Miles. You got a BZ going on a tear like that. He had 36 before the second to last hill pops the moment he got his 40th. Clean 4-man wipe as soon as that rotation pops in. Atlanta FaZe and EWC, especially setting pace.
Absolutely setting pace. 40 and 23. That man, disgusting. Great play from EWC. 100 Thieves left a little shocked there, a little stunned. They came out a little bit too slow, I think, Chance. And at a map like this, it's very, very easy for things to get away from you. A lot of capability for the comeback there. It's a small map. The submachine gun players loving themselves. damn, FaZe just doing exactly what you would expect of them.
And, you know, there's 200 gunfights that take place on this map over the course of it, but if you try to boil it down to the most important moment, it is that rotation from P3 to P4, where Thieves had all 4 players alive. It is only a Simp that is behind you, but unfortunately, Simp, the superpowers get activated, and he pops a 3-piece that is utterly devastating. So if not for that moment, we quite literally have a neck-and-neck battle towards the end, but it's not just the high IQ plays or the slang from a BZ, it's also the hill time. Tyler literally did everything.
Really did do everything there. Great looks here in the highlights. A lot of a BZ, a lot of Simp. We saw some good plays all round. 100 Thieves, not to be not to be dismissed whatsoever. They still had a very, very good run there against a hot team here on Vista, but much to be desired when it comes to that pace. We'll see if they can keep that pace going again. This is the peak of their season so far, actually for many of them, of their careers as well. Great performance of champs, and they're riding it through now towards EWC. Can they keep it going against FaZe? Because again, the implications for this group now, Chance, and where they go and who they play next, absolutely massive.
Yeah, anything could happen. There's still chaos, but you're almost expecting it between either Toronto or Boston. And of course, you never know. Challengers team can make the impact. A lot of Call of Duty left to be played, but certainly if you had your choice, you want to avoid Toronto Ultra at all costs, at least in round number 1. So Atlanta FaZe just starting their journey off right. And I know they're happy for it. Simp talked about it yesterday of like didn't exactly get warmed up before map 1, sort of swinging his feet on the main stage. Had to take a second to get locked in. Atlanta FaZe make the adjustments day 1 over day 2. They start off just fine.
They're super focused. Super focused indeed. We heard the interview with Ghosty and Ian Chambers just before the match started, talking about how they're a good team. FaZe are absolutely expected to be brilliant, and you have to give them your A game. And it will be a good match. That is what goes without saying. But right now for FaZe, smiles for Abizi as he finds his 40th kill as the end of the match just walks over. But he and Simp, it's just another day in the office. 6-star S&D coming up in a moment, and we have Invasion Control. Should we go the distance though, Chance? The second sub-base of the day, and an Invasion S&D. But right now we're going to go to 6-star. We're going to talk about that S&D, and I think for both teams, a very, very good look for them. I think they're going to be happy to play it. FaZe, you know, traditionally, great at Search and Destroy.
Some of the best Search and Destroy players of all time. Draza doesn't yet have that sort of accolade, but he is the biggest grinder as well. So he's played this map more than anybody else. So, you know, you have high expectations on that front. On the flip side for 100 Thieves, we watched them lose like a heartbreaking round 11 to Miami Heretics earlier on this season. And when you lose a round 11 like that, you talk about this map over and over and over. It stains in the back of your mind, and you know they're going to be focused up as well. You bring out the goods for a tournament like this. Got to be on your A game on 6-star, and especially so with the new dynamic. No smoke's going to be used on this map, so the retakes have to be a little bit extra. The amount of sort of like B Street flanks that we have seen so far have already been bonkers in Atlanta FaZe. Don't want to deal with any flanks. Spread the map, playing for picks.
Absolutely. Opening hit now from FaZe. There's a lot of men towards the B side of the map, and the bomb, though, waiting in the wings at A. We'll see if anyone makes enough noise to warrant the bomb being planted. And Krem, wow, takes full initiative, finds himself the first, the trades are on, and now it's a 3v3.
And still, though, Atlanta FaZe have, well, now finally leaning over towards this B site, so really it's an information game. Nasty should be the first player on Thieves to get any intel, unless you go mid, in which case it is actually going to be Joe Deceives. So Atlanta FaZe, even on the mini-map, tough to read it. What does he do as soon as he gets the intel, backs down, and what does Selim do? Swimming through the water. An easy picks, but at least you get the trades.
Nasty absolutely sends it. Joe tagged up. There's enough suppression there from Simp to allow the bomb to make it in on towards the B-bomb site. In this 2v2, for the most part, Ghosty not too much involved. But now, oh my, we're going to go all around the world. What a win from Abizi. Makes it a 2v1, but they don't have a clue where Ghosty is.
That would be the father, Ghosty, trying to get redemption for the fallen son.
Fallen son. We'll think about that in a moment. 15 seconds. Smooth moves. Oh, and that's it. If you managed to catch him on the cross there from the bomb, it would have been ideal, but now a very difficult position to be in for Ghosty.
Yeah, and he only has information on Abizi as well. Hasn't spotted out Simp in quite some time, so he's got to be worried about the flank, and he keeps going back to check it, but it's all guns forward.
All guns forward. Simp on the right-hand side, you have to bring down the Terrors. And I love the attempt there from Ghosty. Tries to find his way through a blind spot. The timing as Abizi, like a little metronome, he really was dancing back and forth. He found a very, very small window, but not quite enough there from Ghosty. What a first round that was.
And there wasn't even a hint of a mistake in that 2 versus 1, right? I mean, the metronome call is absolutely perfect. Sim doesn't flinch on any given moment. No overcommitment. So, yeah, perfect S&D played in that round on the side of Atlanta FaZe. Even just the trades that are rolling through. Stallion is calling out like, hey, there's a guy on the other side of Tiki Bar on me. I need the help immediately. But where the first blood comes, trades instantaneous. That, honest to God, kind of the gunfight that wins the round. Abizi reduced to 12 HP. That's 11 more than he needed.
Yeah, they didn't necessarily play it as a team, but we'll find out if the trades are more on point in this round, round 2. Thieves on attack, and they are going for it. Over by A, stun connects. Oh, player spotted out on Abizi, lying in wait. Might get him in a moment. Enough noise has been made. Sends it forward. Ball finds another, but a nade. Oh, a team kill. And now it's a 1v1. Kremp v Sim. And here comes the hit. Oh! Somehow, some way, Chris Lair walks away with it.
God, that Renetti is so fine. And yeah, you talk about the longest duo ever. They just get to laugh about the Kobe he dropped on him. But that's tough for Kremp. Kremp literally makes the perfect play in that moment, but it's the slide, instant sort of snap from the hip fire transition at ADS. The Renetti is built different in this game.
Absolutely. Wow. Well, that kind of round certainly helps. A big mistake, the first mistake we may see, or the only, in this map. And immediately FaZe make up for it. Heavy hit now towards A. There's a lot of bodies over here. Trophies in play as well now, so the nades might not be as effective. Kremp, he's gone down low. Abizi's gone straight up to the site, finds himself one, and Simp now in a bit of trouble. A slower hit there from Kremp doesn't work out. He's brought down, and Joe gone. 3-0.
6-star is dark and full of tears. You just can't stop him. You get the first trade, and before you can think about the sort of transition to the next gunfight, Simp just drops you. And again, the coordination, everything perfect. Stallion watching the hop up. I mean, Kremp tried to say anything you can do, I can do better. Not the case. 2-time world champ.
2-time. Dos.
All of, well, 3 or 4.
No, Stallion.
7 rings. There you go.
That's a lot of rings. No rings there on the side.
6 rings?
Of
Can I count?
Thieves.
6. 6 on 6-star. There you go.
There you go. 6 on 6-star. 5-0 for Sim. He's looking for his 6th on 6-star to get himself a cruise missile. We'll find out how that goes in a moment. But there's a 2-man stack here on the top side of the balcony, and Sim might be able to get both. Whoa, nice shots there. Kremp walking away with it. But a lot of damage dealt. Draza trying to capitalize. Gets at least one. Looking for the second.
Oh.
The Alaskan Assassin lives up to the name.
Yeah, there's the good comms from Simp as well. As soon as he sees who's in the feed, nope, the other guy's one shot, and Draza, that is pure trust in his heart. And talk about pure trust, well, Stallion had his back. Those Atlanta FaZe members crawling around each other. Have fun with this one, Ghosty.
Well, it's not over yet, but that's it. Can't check it all. Too many members of FaZe. And Draza feeling good about that one. That 2-piece on the inside of Bar. So much damage dealt by Simp in the opening attack. Gets the trades and some.
Poor Joe, he looks so sad.
Stressed.
Overwhelmed.
Underappreciated.
That's true. I love Joe. He's a great kid.
Big fan of Joe. You should check out his Steam page profile, guys. It's something special.
But not if you're in the crowd. Focusing up right now. Locked onto these 2 kills as well. Again, Draza just gets the comms that there was 2 players nearby. Knows one is one shot as well. On point with it in Atlanta FaZe. All the confidence in the world. 3 players straight towards this A site.
Now that nade's not going to find anyone. And that is a good thing for FaZe. That means they can set up, that means they can plant the bomb fast, and that means they can get ready for the attack now from 100 Thieves. But they know the play's coming. Here comes Abizi trying to fight his way forward. He's going to be stunned, and that's a problem. So 2-2 split here on the counter-attack for the Thieves. Can they make this retake work without any smokes?
Well, the 2 players working the flank as well. Simp is going to be that frontline man. Unless you take the deep route, in which case maybe Selim you can bump into. But if they're going around all the way, look at Sim. Already read the pressure, made the adjustment.
He could get them both from here if he's fast enough. 25 seconds. 1. Wow, Kremp finds a way somehow. Abizi gets his on the other side of the map, so now it's a war on one front, and it's done. Celium, the dagger in the back, and FaZe, another unbelievably dangerous round of search and destroy.
And just like those fist bumps we saw on the main stage, perfectly coordinated in and out of game. These guys are on fire, and if you let Simp, if you just give him a moment to calculate the situation, he's going to make the right play 10 out of 10 times. So he executes on the one front, and then the other duo, Abizi and Draza on the flip side. Well, Abizi got both the kills, but Draza there for the assists. And by the way, if you want to keep track of it at home, 100 Thieves combined have 3 assists so far in this map, and on the side of Atlanta FaZe, they're up to 9. So the coordination and teamwork right now is bonkers from Atlanta.
Some people think they're bonkers, but right now it feels pretty free.
And also the descendant, maybe the guy who picked up the torch for Octane, doing his best impression.
Fast plant. As Dan Ghosty might be joining a very, very particular club, unless he can find a kill in this round. Simp over by the middle of the map. Trophy system will save the day there. Who's that upstairs?
Oh, no.
Causing problems.
Oh, no.
And the fight continues. Ghosty out like a light. FaZe march forward now.
I'd run too. 22 seconds though with a 4v4. This is an insane amount of time, which is none to work with for this defuse.
Uh-oh, here we go. Jump straight on it. I absolutely love it. You've overwhelmed the bomb site. There's nobody home whatsoever. Not a chance. Not a hope.
God.
Oh, no. It is over. And FaZe, not a bang. Not even a whimper. It's a defuse, and it's a 6-0.
6-0 on 6-star in Atlanta FaZe. Just love the donut donation to members of the Thieves. Stealing away nothing on map number 2.
Not a thing. Unbelievable. They took everything from the Thieves there, and it's going to take more than a regain to survive in this series now. Shane, the coach there for the 100 Thieves, has a tough job here to get their heads out of that map and into the next one as soon as possible. FaZe showing us all how it's done in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, that's it be like that sometimes. Don't worry about it, boys. Goldfish memory and move on to the control. And I think now that we have one donut on board, I've never wanted to see a game 5 more for that potential redemption. But funnily enough, even on the first blood front, balanced across the board, but it is the assist, I think, that really tell the story of this game. 3 on the side of 100 Thieves, and quick math, 12 for Atlanta. Whew. They are simply built different. In Abizi, I mean, you know, if he had more rounds to work with, he could have broken the record, but 8 kills with an 8 KD. You'll take it after the 40 bomb.
We sort of something we noticed earlier on in the series, or in the map rather, it was again the slight disconnect from the members of the Thieves. They weren't exactly hitting the trade, they weren't exactly shooting the same targets together. And then to see that stat line in the end is absolutely spellbinding. FaZe, every single chance they had, whether it was the opening attacks, whether it was the clutch moments and hits like this. Simp, wicked work. Abizi in the next round, immediately into the fray. Just brilliant work all across the board. Teamwork, the name of the game, and Atlanta FaZe walking away with a big win.
And I will beat the hell out of this dead horse. We need, Sam LaRue. He's James Franco looking across and just like, hey, man, first time? Don't worry, man. I've been there. It's okay. Maybe a ring or a first place is the light at the end of this tunnel.
But don't even forget, I mean, you keep going up the ladder there in the Thieves. You find Courage. He drops donuts. You know, we built a brand off of that donut. I mean, come on, man. All these guys.
Not Nate Shot, though. S&D Mastermind.
That's what I'm talking about.
One of the best S&D players of all time. Legend.
Set you up good for that. I hope Matt's watching. I mean, he might not be watching after this. He might be posing in the bathroom with a handgun again. But we'll find out what happens, because we've got ourselves a fantastic opportunity for the bounce back. Control on the other side of the break is, again, Thieves, plenty of time to regain there. That's Shane's job. Right now, the job of FaZe is just to keep on marching.
Always a pleasure casting with you, Miles Ross. How much fun that is.
We went full federal on me, folks. Invasion, as we will go all in on this next one. Sub-Ace, Hardpoint, and an Invasion S&D. And go further. What, Sub-Ace? Yeah, second on the day?
Yeah, second one on the day. We didn't even have a single one at Champs, and I think at Major 4, we saw the map maybe a single time. So 2 Sub-Bases in one tournament. That's a snowy treat.
We heard Study talking about it as well, that the spawn's a little bit squirrely, and that's why we haven't exactly been looking at it too much. But here we go, folks. A quick look at the FaZe dugout. I would love to know what is on that board. 0! Oh, okay. It's all happening.
Wait, is that a gritty?
I don't know, but I wouldn't be listening to Gersh about anything. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. And on that note, folks, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. FaZe know what they're doing. We know what we're doing. And in this break, get yourself a drink. Get yourself something to eat. And we'll be right back to play Invasion Control.
25th. Pepsi Combo, the ultimate.
Welcome back, friends. It's time to get into map number 3. Miles and Chance here to get you through it. We're going to Invasion, and we're playing Control. And right now, it's not a good day to be a member of 100 Thieves, especially here in Riyadh, because they are getting bodied so far. Not a great look for them, but they've got an opportunity to bounce back here, mate.
Not about how you start, it's about how you finish, and by God, do I want a Game 5. Anytime there is a double donut opportunity, I will be fiending for it, because one of the most unique things in Call of Duty history, it is a short list of players that can attain it, and literally only world champs have that accolade, but obviously a long way to go before we can even have the possibility of getting there. Control before us.
Control before us, though. We are almost ready to get that lobby up and at the ready. We saw the FaZe dugout for a brief moment there before the break, and if you were able to read the board, you know it was a big joke, because the boys in game absolutely got the job done. This is the head-to-head, though. Joe Thieves and Kremp, both members of 100 Thieves. This is what we want to be seeing, big stuff out of Kremp in map number 1. This is how the boys have looked in Control so far, Chance. So dangerous in the sample size we have from yesterday.
Absolutely super solid performance that we had, and I think, again, Kremp sort of that player to pay attention to in map number 1. Had a bit of a slow start. Turns out it's a very close game. Now the guns are hot. Now there's no excuses. The comms are flowing as well. So the competitive juices at an all-time high, looking for that bounce back in Invasion, a map where things can be very much slowed down. However, at BZ, I don't know if it's possible to slow him down. You'll do what you can, but right now he is just having an electric series.
It really is. That first map was something special. 40 in the first map, 8 and 1, I believe, in the Search and Destroy. We'll see what he can bring here on Invasion. I think the Invasion Control's a very good example, Chance, of a pace setter where you can't just go the whole time. You have to know when to pump the brakes. You have to know when to play, you know, a corner, play your life a bit more sensibly, and then when it's time to go, you have to send it all the way. We'll find out who gets that. For FaZe, we've seen them do it so many times. Thieves, they're such a young squad, but at times they really do look like vets. We'll find out if they can have that special sauce. Bring it all back. Because we're still waiting to find out the result of the other match taking place in their group as we take a look at the stats.
And the stats, obviously, for paying attention to for Atlanta FaZe, diabolical. Best team on the attack, best team on defense. The record is clinically absurd. We had a pretty long stretch in the year where 100 Thieves, they won maybe 22 or 23 defenses in a row, and still Atlanta FaZe overall have the better percentage there. So obviously an incredibly disruptive team, but it is a map about the moments. Sometimes it's an extra tick that you accumulate on offense that can literally be the difference maker. Sometimes Atlanta FaZe just blows you out of the water. You gotta be very careful, but again, Shane, newfound head coach, he's leveled up his game. Can his team do the same?
I love this sort of the ability to walk up and down is very different. Typically, these players are locked to one end of the stage, but being able to march around like this, I hope it gives Shane that little bit of extra oomph that they need. FaZe on the other side, listening to Coach Crowder. In the S&D, they bring out Tupac Thug Lord, but this time round, we're playing Control.
It's just an unbelievable game attack. A fantastic S&D player.
Fantastic, outstanding S&D player. But that's it.
Game attack.
The fist bumps are out, folks.
Well,
you know what that means.
It's balance, though. It's about the balance. You also have RJ the Sloth Bear. So for every negative gamer tag you have one of the best.
One of the all-time gamer tags. We'll find out, though. Who finds the win here on Control? Map 3 and match point for Atlanta FaZe.
You know, anyone that thinks they're good at Call of Duty should have to play the coaching staff of Atlanta.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Honestly,
good luck with that. Between Crowder, I mean, Crowder alone, not even including S&D. That's a strong coaching staff in and out of game. In the game we now go, though, 100 Thieves playing for their lives here in the series. And so far, so good.
This is going to be fantastic. And again, you talk about how sort of a difficult map to really apply a lot of pace. Well, certainly for working those B zone hits, you get a little bit more freedom to work with. So draws to that front line man, absolutely the ability. Free roam, play for kills.
Top broken, we call this. A power position in its own right. Lovely shots. Top blue, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Finds himself at least one, trying to keep the life count even for now and trying to keep that streak moving. Joe Thieves brings him down, and a couple of nice kills here for the Thieves on defense, trying to buy back that real estate. One doorway at a time here in Invasion, fighting towards the zone.
Yeah, Thieves are just sort of hoping that there's a mistake made by Atlanta, maybe an opportunity to get a 3 or 4 down and force them back in their spawn, but Atlanta FaZe, not exactly that team. Nasty trying to pierce the setup, draws it there to meet him. 2 men on the point, and Kremp, the second you get a kill, no time wasted before the trade rolls through. B zone nearly secured. It'll be an additional minute to the clock, but Ghost Team Joe Thieves actually finding the big kills, and there's the 3 down there looking for. Now you put him back in the spawn.
Okay, well, Draza's trophy certainly put a stop to all of that fun. But back over to B, they're trying to go. Another big hit here. Trophies at the ready now as the Thieves desperately trying to move into position. Shots at range from Draza. A stun grenade might be able to push him over the edge there. 30-odd seconds to go. They should be able to stop the clock. Waiting for Nasty on the pinch. Trades now going through, my word. And the Thieves are holding it together.
That is such good timing from Nasty as well. They were worried about him on the flank, and Nasty's able to give you 2 through dark, and he's keeping middle map under control as well. Nasty, a man on a mission.
15 seconds to go. We're in the red. Nasty keeping mid-map safe. Here comes another one from FaZe. They've got one more chance. One more chance here, and I don't think it's going to happen. Number 4 can't get it done. Nasty finds another big one. 4 spree, 6 and 2. What an answer there on Invasion.
Yeah, that is phenomenal work. I mean, so close to actually having that B zone captured. It was Joe Thieves and Ghosty, I believe, that working from a back blue, back treehouse as well. Thought Atlanta FaZe had the point secured, but forced off of it for a brief moment. In the second you go 3 down, Thieves waste absolutely no time. So we talked about how this is a map where the smallest of margins can get you that defense for a round 5. Sometimes it is the extra tick on offense you secure, or if you do it the opposite direction on defense and stop them from getting a zone, 100 Thieves an advantage already in this map.
Absolutely brilliant. What will they do with this advantage? Will they squander it, or will they turn it into another round win? Attack now, 400 Thieves. Shots from Joe. Wins a big one there against Abizi. He has slowed down, certainly, since that Vista hardpoint, even since the 6-star S&D. Simp, no, not missing a beat. Lovely 2 there. Makes that attack very quiet.
Yeah, patricide from one end, and of course the double kill and headshot multiplier there from Simp on the other. But both Ghosty and Nasty on a 4 spree. Either one of them, and both, would love to get a cruise.
Look at this, shoulders from Abizi. Nice shots from Nasty. Just trying to maintain position while his teammate Joe Thieves gets the capture. It's Stallions though. He makes his way forward. He stops the objective play. Nice work, Abizi. Streak dead.
Both of them as well. Ghosty loses his gunfight, and while Nasty, instead of playing for the objective, he was playing for the kills. They can't get either.
I love the 8-player perspective here. The world's finest in Riyadh going at it here at the Esports World Cup. Over to Abizi, controlling what we call dark, this little cut, this avenue of attack towards the middle of the map. Adras's Renetti won't find anything. Over towards the A side of the map we go. Simp, if he wins this, it's huge. One man on the capture there towards the A zone, and FaZe going for it.
Yeah, this has just opened the floodgates over to B, though. You see number 5 and number 8 on the mini-map. They know that you're not expecting to get the A zone in this moment. Crimp really just wants to buy time and drag all that pressure that direction, so no tick secured. But the better news, if you capture B, you do have the leg up on Atlanta and an extra minute to work with. 1:30 on the clock to attack this A site.
Absolutely. Well, 100 Thieves statistically and in the round count, lovely shots from Joe, have the advantage, maintaining it right now. Beautiful work, Joe Thieves. What a life he's having. It's a 3 spree, and it's big kills all over the place. Crimp, meantime, he cuts the absolute halfway line of that Atlanta FaZe squad. Another big win. This is a huge momentum shift.
That tracking is phenomenal through the wall, but now you're getting picked apart from different angles. Stallion gives you one, and Draza has been living on the bridge. And Krem's basically just been waiting for reinforcements. He has done a wonderful job of staying alive and waiting for the boys, but the boys haven't helped him out, but Krem continues. Maybe he got the red boxes on.
He's got them red boxes on. He's looking good. We're not talking about his underwear. Whoa, nearly wins it onto a Beezy, but no, 45 seconds to go. 100 Thieves have battled fantastically to try to get close to that zone, but FaZe, you see the red arrows on the minimap. You see how sound they are defensively. Not going to be easy to get out of your spawn, but they are winning the fight on the top side of the map. Ghosty, doing what you can in the feed.
30 seconds, though, is just not enough time. You're going to have to make this push. Well orchestrated, coordinated. You got 2 in the feed. This could be your moment.
3 down, 3 down. Thieves making their way forward. They've got an open space to play here. Joe Thieves has got to be the bodyguard now. Don't let anyone get too close to the zone. Shots are good. He's dancing and diving. Stallion finds his, and the zone is open. 15 to go. Kremp, all on you.
And the 3 down, and nobody could find it. One of those moments, indecisive. Do we want to go for the spawners? How are we going to play it? It takes you a second to figure it out, and that is simply not enough time. So Atlanta FaZe clutch up. However, still a small advantage in the game for 100 Thieves because of that first defensive round.
First defensive round and at least 3 segments. We'll see how this one goes, but a tense moment there for 100 Thieves. Again, a very young team, statistically the youngest team in the tournament.
Is that true?
Shh.
I was about to say, I think you're right for the 12 teams I have knowledge of.
I am certainly, I think I'm absolutely correct there. But the point was, these boys, their backs are against the wall in a big way here. Can they pull out a win on Control?
Great shots as well. Right now, Atlanta FaZe, their biggest problem is just death through the wall.
Death through the wall, indeed. Well, here we go. In this defensive round, let's go for a listen in with the Thieves.
One sec, I'm with you.
Red pillars, still one shot.
Car. Let's go.
In shot, I'm with you. One's out next, one's left.
Nice, okay.
Low nest, easy, just lagging out.
I'm going to low nest. He's red.
Where'd he go, Joe?
Live
front nest, front nest.
You don't easy.
Where?
Think of red pillars.
I'll see him red.
Red
really weak. Got a streak. One's fountain wall sim. All right, left. We did not make control now?
Yo, he's fountain wall dead.
Nice shots. Both of you guys got shots. That's on the point. That's fast. That's kind of fast.
I got stun.
Got one, got 2.
One B.
On the point, I can't. On the point, we could be. On the point, one shot.
I'm going left fast.
Dark and B take. Yes.
He tanked dead.
One might hit dark or red probably.
I think we dark. To the right. This one. One went nest, one's got nest.
Do you have the right?
2 on the right. They're already there.
I'm looking front blue. One shot. Front blue.
Front blue. I'm trying. Deli PC dead.
He's in blue. All right. I didn't know. Nice job.
I'm out left.
Missing that cell.
I'll see them in tank. I hear them. Missing cell.
I'm up on the street. I'm up bridge.
On me right.
I'll see dark.
I'm on the left.
I didn't dark. He's coming back to you.
You gotta go red then.
And Deli, 100%. I just saw.
I got one shot. One red, Straws. He went side Deli to front Deli.
Alright, front Deli, absolute mid tank, okay? Hit through blue. Back with me. Josh, dead. He's been tank, mid tank cell.
Weak, top back with me. Yo, Ace and E and Balk, okay?
Where's Ace and E going, street or what?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I'm not going to street.
Mid tank cell. Mid tank cell moving.
It's cell, right?
Yeah, cell's mid tank. I don't see anything else they search.
Oh,
deep left. And then right there. I don't see him mid tank anymore. I don't see this guy. Let's go, Josh. One shot left take court, one should be mid tank.
Running out the street, Sim, one shot. White car, really weak.
I've been toxic and, talked about Octane, but you got to acknowledge some of the best, if not the best comms in Call of Duty history. Ghosty, the predecessor, trying to deliver, but right now Atlanta FaZe is delivering the moment to get to this A zone.
They're in the zone. They're damaged. but they are still getting the capture. Now there's 2 of them in there. Kremp has got to find an opening, has to find an angle. Checks every corner. 3, 2, 1, has to send it. Big win, second man in. Manages to save the second segment, not the first. And Stallions' spree continues. Whoa, Kremp, nearly another, but it's a 2-man stack. The play continues.
And this is gonna fly. This might be a guaranteed second tick. You're just praying for the round win.
They might get the round win as well. Cruz is gonna sting. Here it comes. Finds 2. No lives left for the Thieves.
And now for the Thieves, the most important thing is you're probably gonna need to die. If a single player falls, the other 2 need to go. You don't want to give up the extra tick unless you can pull off a miracle. Spartans, we stand.
Here we go. The 3 that remain. 25 seconds on the clock. Kremp looking to get at least 1. Can't get away with his life. Brought down. Over to Joe deceives.
This is their Thermopylae.
Nades up. Will it connect? Nade's no good. It's all down to Joe in the zone, and that's it. FaZe take the lead.
And that finish, the margins advantage they had on that first defensive round has now collapsed. You have lost a round of defense on Invasion. The pressure officially, at least as far as this map goes, at an all-time high.
All-time high here for 100 Thieves. A really tough spot to be in. A deep breath now for them, and they can get back into it. And there's still plenty of play for here. They won't be folding up their token just yet. Their key remains in their hands. 100 Thieves now have got to go big. FaZe on their attack forward.
Does FaZe have... oh, that's what happened. Okay, so the stats feed crashed. A FaZe player technically spawned in, but got out of the game, so no funny business here. The only funny thing might be that A zone. 2 players from Thieves are going to be nearby.
Damaging the Ghosty, keeping the momentum alive and kicking. He's managed to make it there now. 2 men and a trophy. Holding on now, first segment gone. Here comes a BZ. Can he get both? Absolutely not. Oh, the rattle of rounds through that concrete pillar. Second segment gone. Oh my word, great looks from the Thieves.
It's just Celium. Celium's the only player here that can stop it. And Celium playing slow, looking for the chow. You gotta get in there before they capture it, and he can't get it done. Ghosty wins the big one, but Celium buys you enough time. A BZ, lightning pace there to stop that A zone.
It was a goal line save on the A zone. Trying to get towards B, and Draza says no, thank you, boys. Whoa, a bullet away from the 5th. 1 minute to play. Towards the B zone go the Thieves.
That Celium had that just dialed in, the timing to perfection. Massive gunfight wins, and unfortunate for Thieves. Maybe just need to turtle a tiny bit more on that zone, but those mistakes are in the past. Right now, we are turning our attention to this B zone. 4 players squaring up.
Here comes the capture. Lovely shots. As Celium just keeping those players back. The rest of FaZe fighting forward. Here comes the BZ on the flank. Picks up the pair. That is it. Okay, we're in trouble now. The back line, 400 Thieves. They've got to fight their way forward now through Simp. This is where we saw Nasty in the first round go so big. Kremp finds an opener. Can they overwhelm Simp? They can't, not yet. They gets 1, 25 seconds on the clock. Now the next player through the alleyway. Simp, pressure on. BZ finds his, and it's 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, Ghost is going to have to make the play. He's got behind enemy lines. His teammates putting shots down on Celium. And, well, there's the gunfight win, but he's met by stun grenades. Now he's spinning in circles. So many directions to look, and the support not yet here.
Here they come, though. You bring down Cell. Oh, no. Draza's on the flank, finds 1. He's been tagged up. 9 seconds to go. The contest. Oh, that might be game. Ghosty's got to try to save it. Sends 1 in. That could be it. It's over. Simp's 2-piece seals the deal. 3-1 in control. 3-0 in the series.
Atlanta FaZe, all about their business. They started out slow yesterday, dropped a single map, and since then they have figured their stuff out. 6 now in a row, and electric stuff to back it up. Domination on the Vista, on the Rio. Damn it, I tried to think about it too. No, it was Vista as well, had it right.
Yeah, it was Vista.
Domination on the map 2, domination on the map 3, 601 6-start. You could not ask for anything more. Atlanta FaZe are in their bag.
They absolutely have come to Riyadh, and they are ripping through the competition. Not a tremendous surprise. FaZe took an early exit from the COD champs, and now they're mean, and they really want this win. Thieves are not out of the tournament yet. They have another lifeline. For Atlanta FaZe, confidence building. making their way closer and closer to the gold here at the Esports World Cup.
They are the teachers. If there is a hole in your gameplay, they will expose it with no time wasted. But again, this is all just a setup. Made your way towards that single elimination bracket in the final look at the stats. 100 Thieves, decent job keeping up in the kills column. I mean, overall, they played well. You just have that moment where you drop the ball on defense. And Atlanta FaZe, again, best team in the game on both attacking and defending rounds. How they love invasion control.
Keep going back over those few little moments. aBeZy's timing on the save towards the A zone. How many milliseconds Cellium can buy. It just comes down to these tiny little nanoseconds and pixels that makes all the difference for FaZe. 100 Thieves, we'll see you later on in the tournament, but that was a deadly 3-0. FaZe, how far can they go? Plenty of big dogs still left in this tournament, but they are absolutely one of them.
And the Flowers as well for like a Simp in the map 1, right? Is that play that he had on the Vista. I don't know, other people I think have this problem. Vista and Rio have nothing to do with each other. So confusing.
I do the same thing. Over to the stage though, Barney Banks talking to our winners.
Welcome back to the main stage, where that is what Atlanta FaZe do. That's the Atlanta FaZe that we expect, and that is the Atlanta FaZe that we got. I've got the Alaskan Assassin with me. It is, of course, Draza. Dude, that opening map, that Hardpoint, I think that the general theme backstage, as people were just saying that, you know, at least 2 of you always pop off. That's why your consistency is so amazing. But the synergy was there, and let's just face it, aBeZy turned into John Wick in that map, right?
Yeah, honestly, aBeZy dropped 40. He did everything there is to do. So huge shout out to him. He was trying all series, and he was definitely the MVP there.
And then we got to the 6-0 on 6-star. I mean, what an unbelievable performance from you guys. I mean, it just clicked, right? It just clicked, and it's got to feel good doing that to your old org as well, right? Yeah.
No, it feels good, obviously, LET's old org, but I just think when we're playing like that, no one's going to beat us, and I think Tyler that's probably the best he's ever played, and I think if he keeps that up, there's no way we're losing.
You walked past me backstage after that when you guys had a little break and you were like, why not? Why not? That's cool. And now this theme keeps coming up, this, you know, this redemption arc coming off the back of champs. Now, you know, it's looking good, right? Now going into tomorrow, we've been speaking about history being made, the first Esports World Cup champions, you know, it's looking good. You feeling what I'm feeling?
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel good. We're playing like that. I feel like the last 2 matches we had were actually perfect. So I think we got a really good chance of winning this. And if we're playing like that, like I said, no one's beating us.
You're also like a top seed coming out of this group as well. So like, is there anyone in particular that you want to face off against? You want to prove yourself against?
Obviously, I want to play Toronto. We haven't beat them on LAN yet. But yeah, the real tournament starts tomorrow, so.
Real tournament starts tomorrow. You heard it here first, Draza. Thanks so much for joining me over here on the main stage. What an amazing performance from you guys. And for now, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Barney. And of course, come over to Call of Duty anytime you want, man. You are welcome here. Atlanta FaZe living up to the Atlanta hype that was missing on Championship Sunday back at Champs. Now we see them in that peak form once again. What happened in this series, Alley Cat?
It looked like the Atlanta FaZe we saw at the beginning of the season during the Pro League, where they were just taking over and beating everybody. I was surprised, though, to see the performance by Dan Ghosty. That was the most consistent player on this team throughout the entirety of this season, and he just could not get anything going.
Yeah, you know, when we talk about FaZe, this is the FaZe that we expect to see the entirety of tournaments. And if they're looking like this, they have a chance to win this whole thing. You know, you're talking about a Thieves team that was top 4 at Champs. They were ascending. They were unreal the last 2 months of this game, and they run into this series getting absolutely cooked. aBeZy was a man on a mission. You heard it in the interview. He dropped 40 in that map. Also almost 7,000 damage with an SMG in his hands. Goes into the search and destroy, and honestly, we're backstage talking about like how 6-star could be different, Chris. Study had a great point. Now that smokes aren't available on 6-star search, teams like Atlanta FaZe and OpTic are having so much success. Takes a little bit of variation out of it, and you saw aBeZy taking advantage.
aBeZy, 1 death. That was at the hands of Chris Lair, the Hail Mary grenade taking him down. Incredible stuff from the dynamic duo, but it's the ARs that I loved watching. Cellium and Draza laying down the damage with the M8. Did 100 Thieves just have a one-off match here? Were they just struggling in this one? Or do you think this is a team to look out for, maybe have concerns as they drop down to that elimination bracket?
I do think this is an uncharacteristic loss for 100 Thieves. This is a team that was considered an underdog throughout the entirety of the season, are very good at this game. I do expect them to bounce back, but I also want to talk the other side of things. That Atlanta FaZe have taken this time to get better. You could see it in their gameplay. You could see it in the search and destroy. They are here to get their revenge.
Yeah, and you know, to that point, yeah, it is sort of a matchup thing. Now, they did have that Game 5 back at Major 2 where it was close. Outside of that match, it's 12-3 map count between these two organizations, right? So Thieves, every time they went up against Atlanta FaZe, at least online, it's been very, very tough. And now you see Atlanta FaZe once again getting the victory against them. So for Thieves, you go down, you're going to play Lore, you just got to bounce back.
Let's take a look here at our maps and modes. The final score is a 3-0. The closest game was that first Hardpoint. And even that wasn't that close.
And this is not my favorite layout of maps either. I wasn't here for the pre-show, but to touch on it, that Vista, like, that is a map FaZe has been dominant at the entirety of this season, especially when it comes to comebacks. So even if you had a lead, they were very good at closing out should you allow them a P1 to P2 chain. So I think maybe some veto issues on the side of 100.
I think you just want to, if you're the opposition, you want FaZe to run as many ARs as possible, right? You want to take the SMGs out of Simp or Abizi's hands, and in this one, a Vista, very tough.
Speaking of one of those two, I have a feeling they earned our Bravia MVP. Let's see who earns the honors this time around. It's Abe. Look at this handsome man.
Well, that's sweet.
Solid gold.
Yeah, I mean, he's unbelievable, right? When he fries, they are dominant, especially in the search and destroys. And our production crew absolutely killing it, showcasing this man. He's unreal, one of the best of all.
Let's take a look at some of his best highlights. We've got so many of them from the hard points. Ali, I was most impressed by his search and destroy prowess. The First Blood God is back in the building.
I mean, he is known as the First Blood Demon for a reason. That is going to be Abe. And my favorite thing about him is he's always a good player. But Atlanta FaZe, when a BZ shooting like that, and Chris Lair doesn't have to put on an MVP performance, that is when they are most handedly winning and getting championships. He is certainly your player to watch on this squad, one of the deadliest on the trio.
Yeah, and you know, I think when Atlanta FaZe, you know, when they're at their best, we saw, obviously at Champs, they lost a lot of hard points between the Toronto and Cloud9 series. And when they're going for their breaks, they're a team that likes sometimes to be late on rotation, go for the break. He's the one spearheading it. And so when he's finding success, it's going to compound, right? You're going to just be winning that trade battle, going to eventually get into a favorable position. So he's the guy that you're looking at to be performing for them to make a deep run and get the championship.
Multiple 30 bombs in this series. You can see Simp, his duo, with 31 kills at that point in the game. Abe drops a 40 bomb. Ridiculous performance by the Tiny Terrors as they are ripping everyone up who takes them on stage. That is now a 6-0 run here in Riyadh. They played perfect in Group D, and they are now moving forward to our top 8.
Gonna play a funny spoiler here, though. We've seen Atlanta FaZe do this before, where they are dominating teams early in the weekend, but when it comes Sunday, something crazy always comes to fruition.
Excellence in action. You just witnessed it all. Presented by Bravia, Abizi, your match MVP. We asked everybody before this match, would Abizi win? I said no. I'm cheering for 100 Thieves.
So was I.
Jamil gave me the hopium. No, it's out the window. 100 Thieves taking down Atlanta FaZe, moving forward into the fans. Get this one right. Yes, they did. 73% of them saw it coming.
Yeah, I can also safely say I probably saw that coming as well.
Well, I thought it'd be closer. I really did.
Yeah,
I mean, Thieves have looked good. Top 4 at Champs. The search was there. The Hardpoint looked like they got so much better in Kremp and Joey D. We said it's been a matchup issue. I do think they go down and they beat Lore and they continue on in this tournament.
All right, so he's not counting out 100 Thieves yet, but let's catch you up with where we're at in the brackets. And I got a little spoiler in my ear. Hopefully we'll have all of the brackets to walk you through. Here in Group D, though, Atlanta FaZe outlasting 100 Thieves. They are powering through into our playoffs tomorrow. 100 Thieves not done yet today. They still have to face off against Arcitys and Lore Gaming. Do you like Nameless's pick here? Do you think 100 Thieves can battle against Lore easily?
I think they will definitely kind of tip the scale in fact of being the favorites in this matchup, but should it go to a Game 5, I am in no way surprised.
We had our big 4. That, of course, OpTic Gaming, Atlanta FaZe, Subliners.
Cloud9 now.
It's now Cloud9,
Toronto.
and the new branding not really helping them. Let's take a look at this one. They fall in 4. That's right, Vancouver Surge powering forward, which means Cloud9 is playing for their tournament life as they take on Bance and Gentlemates. That matchup is coming up next, Nameless.
Yeah, and they already played them. We saw how that went, right? Hydra and Sib had an absolute blast. Gentlemates in desperation to figure out the hard point.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's day 2 of EWC for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and we are only halfway through the day. When we come back, it's time to send some teams home. Don't go anywhere. It's EWC.
Ooh, good throw.
Thank you. Getting better at these.
Yeah. That part was crazy.
I'm going to get the jib
My name is
eventually.
Miles Robson here at the Esports World Cup with Kismet of Cloud9 New York. I'm going to get used to that eventually. Mate, welcome to Riyadh. Welcome to Saudi Arabia. How you doing?
Doing good. I like this place. It's been very welcoming. It's hot, but I'm enjoying it.
It's hot.
Yeah.
Yes, it is, mate. Speaking of hot new jerseys.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's changed.
I know,
The subline is
blue. We still have the black a little bit, but we're now blue instead of yellow. So
the blue looks cool. Has this changed anything for you as a player? I mean, has much changed since the
nothing crazy change. I mean, obviously like ownership and stuff, but they've been very welcoming, and obviously New York has been very good at like the transition part. So it's been smooth. So feeling good.
A true professional, my man. This is the first time in a really, really long time that you get an event after Champs. You guys obviously didn't get the result you wanted at Champs, but what does it mean to you to sort of have a second life here in the MW3?
It feels good. It's definitely weird. I was talking to our like new Cloud9 player manager, and it's like we've grown up with Champs being like our big tournament, and having one that's basically the same thing right after. It's a little weird, but I'm excited. I'm eager to play. New fans, new type of crowd, new city. I've never been here, so as a person, as a player, I'm happy. So
it's a really interesting opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
I think exciting to add another accolade to the Call of Duty world.
Of course.
I mean, you've won a championship ring now. What would it mean to win?
I mean, what is it considered? A big circle thing, like a Captain? Oh, not Captain America.
Like a shield.
Like a shield thing.
It's the huge trophy. I mean, it's
you get the.
It's a big gold trophy.
Okay.
I mean, there's a huge what you'll see at the venue, but it's
okay. Well, I want that too.
Absolutely, man. Well, you weren't quite yourself in the championship grand final. The Bulldog wasn't necessarily there. In MW2's grand final, you had a lot of fire. You had a lot to prove. What happened for you in that match?
I wouldn't say that like I was a different person per se. I mean, obviously the MW2 champs finals, I had like a lot of personal, not like literal like beef, but it felt a lot like to want to win that tournament. Last year I still felt that, but it just I guess was shown differently. Obviously like in the comms, I'm still giving the same kind of energy. I'm still giving the same kind of play calls. It just, I don't know. It was a different experience going in, and I felt like it was a very, rightfully so, like a hostile kind of environment, which like, you know, it's gonna happen when you play OpTic. The crowds are insane. So it was fun, but it was also a lot on your shoulders, and just one of those tournaments that just wasn't meant for us that time. So just gotta win this one, hopefully.
Again, you got a very unique chance to win this one. Let's go for a weird question.
Okay.
We'll come back to the serious stuff, but we'll go for a weird one first.
Weird one.
2v2 on Rust.
Okay.
You and Hydra take on the Terrors. Simp and Abizi. Submachine guns, snipes, what are we doing?
Okay, first off, if we go snipers, it's over. I've played Paco in snipers, and he's gross, so they don't stay. You can 1v2 him with that. As far as submachine guns or ARs, whichever, I mean, not to start anything, but I mean, we do have their number lately, so.
This would actually be really good to watch. This would actually be amazing.
We can set it up, I'll do it.
What? All right, well, we've got a little bit of time before Black Ops 6 comes out. Okay, back to the serious question.
Okay.
Give me the sort of Kismet elevator pitch. What do you bring to your team, and what makes you a valuable player?
I mean, I guess for me, as value goes, it's a hard thing for a lot of people to see what I do. A lot of times, if you would ask my teammates, they'd probably give you a different answer than what you see on the game. I try to go in a more of a methodical way of playing the game. I like to, you know, make sure my team is ready in like aspects of strats, to what other teams do, to that kind of thing. And I love doing like the roles of like just the dirty work. I like to be the kind of guy that just causes chaos for the other team, and sometimes that chaos might look like I'm starting the map 0-5, but those 5 deaths are setting up Paco to go 10-0. I think those are one of the things that's hard for a lot of people to see, because they look at it and they're like, oh, Kiz is horrible, drop him, this, that, like, and it's like, no, like, he's doing things that make sense in the game that just, it's how we play the game, it's what works for us, and it's just what I do, you know? I try to make everybody good, it's what gives me dope, and you know?
There it is. I mean, I think that sums it up perfectly. I mean, this is what I do, I make everybody look good. I mean, that is, I can't ask for more in a teammate. That's incredible. Anyone in this tournament you really want to play? You excited to play the Challengers teams, the Falcons?
Yes, I'm definitely excited for the Challengers teams because I was Challengers and I came from that. I had a dark little road through that path, and so like anytime, I mean, I don't want them to beat me by any means. I want to smoke them, but I want to give them opportunity to showcase their ability and make, you know, their chance to become a pro. And then I think the other big team is just OpTic. I mean, I want that rematch. I think that tournament, they played better than us, and I'll give them their credit. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm a competitor. I want to take it all back. So definitely want to play OpTic again.
It's another day. It's another chance to go up against some kids. Thank you so much, man.
Of course.
That is Kismet and the Bulldog ready to take the stage once again. It's a rematch from yesterday as Cloud9 now faces Gentlemates for a spot in our top 8 and, of course, the single elimination playoffs. You lose here, though, Allie, your tournament ends. You're done.
Yeah, and your key gets crushed as well. And that's not something you want to watch happen if you're Gentlemates, but this is a tough pull from them. On one end, you've got some reps versus this team. You understand how they're going to play this weekend. On the other side, Cloud9, they've already beat you once. They're looking to do it a second time.
Now, the good news is Gentlemates knew they were going to play, right? They knew they were the third match of the day. They just had to find out who was it going to be. Was it going to be Vancouver or was it going to be Cloud9? The bad news for Gentlemates, Vance is saying, we always start a series down 2 maps. We can't win a hard point for the life of us. How do you see this one playing out?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be away 2-3-5, but like Neslo back in the day. We saw Gentlemates do it in their matchup, and now they have an opportunity to upset Cloud9 and move on in this tournament. Also, Cloud9 coming off of a loss where Skies and Kismet did not play great up against the Surge. So if there's any time you want to take down a team of this caliber, it is right now.
Let's take a look at the challengers. Gentlemates, Gotagazor coming in here and looking to put their opponents to sleep. We got Harry Denza, who played the best from the team in my eyes their first time around. Bance and Cobra, the player you said we need to keep eyes on.
Yeah, and you know, in their first matchup, we were really focused on Cobra to see what he was going to be able to do. Extremely slow start. They end up losing all the respawns, but in that 4th map, he got active, was the best performance on the team, and I'm expecting him to be comfortable second time around.
The problem is, though, you cannot start slow versus Cloud9. During the Pro League season, they were one of the best Map 1 teams that we've had all year in the top 4. So for Gentlemates, they need to pull out a miracle here in this opening hardpoint.
I got see the vibes here, Ant. They're walking in. Bance leading the charge.
I got something for you here, Chris. Gentlemates have not lost a Search and Destroy so far. And when you talk about Cloud9, they haven't won one so far. So going into this series, you have to be comfortable. And you can see some legends on this squad helping them. Bance, one of the greatest European players of all time. And then you got Marky B and Josh and the coaching staff. They know how to get it done in the Surge.
Scotland represented, UK represented across the board here. On the other side of the stage, though, it's NA Boys featuring a Frenchie. Let's take a look at Cloud9, a team that has been to back-to-back World Championship Grand Finals. Hydra, Skies, Kismet, and Sib make up this lineup.
And a little bit of world building for Cloud9 right now is this is a team that the vibes are always high. Doesn't matter if in the top side of the bracket or the bottom side, they're a team that even if they get sent down, they come back 2 times stronger. So again, this is going to be a struggle for Gentlemates because this is going up against Hydra, one of the best players in the game.
And they're walking in right now. Judge their faces for me.
I got you.
How are these boys feeling? Because they just lost on the other side of the boulevard on our second stage.
Yeah, I would say Kismet looks a little apprehensive. Hydra looks like he's unfazed. He knows he's going to fry. Sib looks nervous, and he's confiding in the greatest player in the game right now and just trying to be like, hey, man, listen, please fry this map. I don't want to lose, all right? Go off, Hydra.
All jokes aside, this team looks ready to go, and we're going to see our maps and modes in just a moment. I can't wait to see what is going to go down in the qualifier matchup here. Who will join Vancouver Surge in that round of 8 tomorrow? 5 maps. We could see another 5-mapper. If it goes that way, stats tell you it's going to Gentlemates, Cloud9. Try to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, personally, I don't think this one's going to go to 5, but I do want to talk about the fact that we have 2 European players that are going up against each other right now in this matchup, and Hydra and Bands of maybe the conversation of, all right, Bands is the old school best European player that we have seen in the league. Hydra making a name for himself to possibly overtake that. So maybe we could build a little something there.
You talked about Josh, you talked about Marky B, but you got to deal with Sender and D-Real. What do you see here in our best of 5, Nameless?
Yeah, interesting that sub base in map number 4. I think that if there is a hard point for them to take off of New York, it would be that one. The Vista as well, though. Like Cloud9 coming off of a loss there. Very narrow loss to Surge, but they did lose it. And then those Search and Destroys. You're feeling comfortable if you're Gentlemates.
The Search and Destroys, how many 6-stars have we seen this weekend? I feel like that's been the continuation of the map number 2s. And Cloud9 haven't found a whole lot of success. So like Ann said, if they can take that map number 1, there's some opportunity for the underdog.
Now, Quay was telling me upstairs that he thinks this should be all Cloud9. Let's tell the Hopium story, though. Let's tell the fans in Europe you have a chance. They woke up early. They want to see their squad. Nameless, how do you see an upset happening here? How can you knock one of the best teams in the 2024 season out of the tournament on day 2?
Well, I mentioned Cloud9 have been having struggles when you talk about that Search and Destroy. And when I'm looking over at the side of Gentlemates, you have Bance. How many times has Bance in his career been counted out? He can get it done, right? And he's the play caller at times, just trying to call blind counters towards the other team strats. And these guys have been watching Cloud9 all year. You know they've done their research. I know Marky B and Josh personally, they spent so much time preparing for these matches. As soon as that happened, they knew what they needed to do in Search.
Cloud9 coming in after Champs, not putting in a ton of time. They said, you know, we got some play time, but we really haven't played a whole lot of Search. We do got a little bit more reps on the respawn side. So, Ali, with that said, do you think Cloud9 are the favorites to take map number 1?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I see that Vista. I think of Hydra, and absolutely. And I think of Kismet as well. 99Kiz hasn't shown up for quite a while. There's a time to do it. It's versus a Challengers level team.
And, of course, we have to turn our attention to the 1v1 between the French players. Hydra going up against the new guard in Cobra. Hydra, one of the most successful players since the start of his career. He has skyrocketed, helping this squad win a world championship. Tonight, though, he's playing off against a youngster that he hasn't seen in a few years.
That's true, but honestly, I think all the pressure's on Cobra, not really any on Hydra, because when I first came into this weekend, I was like, all right, somebody tell me who Cobra is. They were like, he's been frying. He's been kind of the talk of the weekend when it comes to this team. I have yet to really see what they were talking about. Search and Destroy's been great for him, but otherwise, I need to see what the hype is about.
Yeah, when you think about the first matchup that they had, across the 2 hardpoints, it was 500 to 202. They basically got a 100-point club in both the HPs. So, Gentlemates, if they can come out and steal that Vista, I mentioned Cloud9 just lost it. If they can come out and steal that Vista, it gets wild on that stage.
Reminder, this is a rematch from day 1. And after the loss, I went to dinner. I saw Gentlemates all around one table. They were already on YouTube watching back the VOD. They were prepping for this moment. And we caught up with Harry to talk about it backstage. Here he is.
We are here with the interview, a special one now with the Gentlemate Harry. Honestly, you played against Cloud9 at the start. It was a tough match, ended up 3-1. So now you're going to play against them again. So what's the strategy right now? Is it going to change?
Well, we've changed a few vetoes when we play in some maps, which is a good map. So hopefully that will change the series.
And good luck then. And also, yesterday you played 2 matches. Also, another one with G2. G2, one of the best teams as well. But you managed to win against them. And can you walk us through the mindset, especially after a first loss?
I mean, we can all regain pretty quickly. We know what we got to do. We know we're good at S&D, and that's what we did.
And good luck then. This is the only chance right now. If you lose now, the keys are going to be crushed. And you can take the revenge from them. You're going to crush their keys.
Hopefully, yeah.
Good luck in your match.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Harry. That was it for the interview. Now back to you guys.
Gentlemates trying to be our first Challengers team to make it into our round of 8. They got to go through a squad, though, that won our 4th tournament of the year in Cloud9. I want to start, though, with Cloud9. You just fell to Abuza. You just fell to Brezzy. You didn't see this one coming from the Vancouver Surge. So what do you think is going on in that camp, and who's most vulnerable to let this impact their game?
I don't know if you can really say most vulnerable, because when you look at the stats, you do want to kind of lean towards Skies. But to give more context to that, they've talked about this, that when this team is succeeding in Respawn, it's when Sib is playing his role as the Slayer, as the guy going out and getting the kills, and Skies is going to be that objective, that rotation, playing for those spawns. And sometimes those roles get a little mixed up during these hard points, and that's why it was such a roller coaster throughout the entirety of this season.
Nameless, who has more pressure in your eyes, Skies or Sib here?
Man, I feel like it's the both of them, right? Because when you think about it, that was the awakening for this team, right? It was once Sib started to actually play that slaying role, as you just mentioned, but that can throw Skies off. So Skies has to also be the in-game leader in the respawns at times for them, so he's got to make sure he's not just focusing on his game alone and his performance, also on the team's.
It's going to be a fun battle. I have a feeling it's coming our way in just a moment. So real quick, hit us with your predictions over at stcplay.gg. Let us know, who do you think is taking this? And if you're in the chat right now, I want to know the map count. I want it from you first, Nameless. How's it going to break down?
I think it's going to be a 3-1 Cloud9. Same time as the first one. The Hardpoints were too dominant.
I think they bounce back and search and destroy here. I'm going to go with the 3-0 Cloud9.
3-0 Cloud9. I'm calling another S&D for the Gentlemates, but that's it. Let's go down to the Amazon stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the time that we have been waiting for. Losing is no longer an option. One defeat and you're out.
That is right. One team fresh off defeat and looking to bounce back, and the other continuing to climb their way out of the lower bracket. Please welcome to the stage, Cloud9 and Gentlemates.
Gentlemates have been patiently lurking in the lower brackets, and they got comfortable after taking out G2 Esports, but now they are looking for a fresh challenge.
Yes, they are. Does their journey end here, or is Cloud9 just another item on the menu? Let's find out. Let's go.
Welcome back to Riyadh in the Esports World Cup here with Modern Warfare 3. And, well, it's one of our first elimination matches we're going to see here in this next block of games. Cloud9 and Gentlemates, a rematch from when they played earlier yesterday.
Yeah, it was a rematch of day number 1, and obviously Cloud9, they were able to dominate in every single respawn. So you heard it in the interview with Harry. We had to do something with these new maps, the new bands protection. You have to make sure you're bringing in different kind of ones because you don't want to play those SMG-based Hardpoint. So they switch it up. They switch out the Rio. They switch out the Garachi. They throw in the Vista, and they throw in the sub base because at least in the series versus G2, the ARs shut down the opposing ARs on the other side.
That's a really good point. And, you know, the desk already touched on it. You're seeing it on the pregame stats as well. The hardships in Hardpoint for Gentlemates, you know, they're fortunate, I would say, in certain regards, to have gotten through G2 in the form that they did, the 2, 3, and the 5. Doesn't really feel like those things are going to lead towards a win here versus Cloud9. Although that's told, they still haven't won a search yet. So, like, the 2 and the 5 does feel pretty necessary. But like you mentioned, the respawn game for Cloud9 has looked pretty solid, even though they're here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, the only one that didn't look solid was that Control versus Vancouver. I looked at the stats, and I was completely blown away looking at these numbers next to this young man's name. Whenever you talk about a player like Hydra, he's always going to put up the big numbers, the big kills, always clutching up in those big moments. But he put up 11 and 25 on an Invasion Control.
Yeah,
what did he spawn in on 3 offensive rounds, and he was just trapped in the back of the spawn for the entire time? That is uncharacteristic out of a player of his caliber.
The other side of things here, and again, you know, just based on the results that these two teams had from before, the only thing that really went awry was Cloud9 on the Search and Destroy. And I think a lot of that was kind of credit to Gentlemates for setting the tone early and not allowing Cloud9 to kind of get their game plan going. But for Gentlemates, look, like, I look at a player like Denza as being someone who could take over a respawn. So the fact of the matter is, they haven't done well in any of the hard points or controls to this point, yet really outside of the one they played versus G2. He needs to have a series here if you're going to shut down Hydra and beat this Cloud9 squad.
Yeah, and they have to figure out how they're going to play Hardpoint. Obviously, the coaching staff, a whole bunch of players that are watching, obviously, all of these matches saying, maybe you just got to go to the hill sometimes. Stop hitting all these long routes because they have 0% so far on the weekend of finding breaking percentages, especially versus a team like Cloud9, where that's simply not going to be easy.
Absolutely the case. So we got Vista for our first opening map. Again, this was a immediate reprisal here for Cloud9. They dropped this map to Vancouver. We were watching it in the green room. Cloud9 was up pretty big. They were up like 170 to like 80 and dropped the map in pretty dramatic fashion. So looking to put themselves back into the driving seat of the series with an opener, but it is Gentlemates, the first couple eliminations and the early time on one.
You also got to keep in mind, Vancouver are the best Vista Hardpoint team that we have in the entire league.
Good point.
They gave them a run for their money, but you got to be able to close out these games. But Gentlemates trying to right the wrongs of their Hardpoint game on the weekend, starting out swinging 12 seconds into the P1.
Yikes.
You can already see the kill feed lining up beautifully in blue. Cloud9 get a clean 4 dead. The break is in early.
And the one thing you should know about Cloud9 and Hydra on this map is that he is going to challenge everything early, really put the pressure on you to make sure your rotations are perfect. Kismet just inside the hill. Good response. Oh, wow. I thought it was going to be a good response towards Denza. Had the opening shots, but does get shut down. Sky's trying to work his way back into the hill to get some of the scrap time, but not going to be allowed to, as the Gentlemates will keep this pretty level on the rotation over towards 2.
And the good thing for Gentlemates is that they were able to flip those spawns, so they should put themselves in a position to potentially win this rotation over towards New. But Cloud9, they were able to outslay around that mid-map area, and now they transition perfectly. And this is where Hydra's starting to get activated. Denza is at least able to shut him down for now, but Cloud9 have everything covered. Mid-map is being watched. You're forcing all of Gentlemates to attack from Burger's side, and this is not going to be easy to just go from the front.
And this is one of the moments that he's kind of had to highlight for Sib. You know, when this team was struggling in Hardpoint, Sib was kind of being maybe more statuesque. Now he's getting active, trying to play off the rotation, but he does get shut down. Hydra picking up his position over towards mid, and Hydra will not lose those. 3 in a row for Hydra. Now making the move over towards the left side of the map. Shut down, so good moment for Gentlemates, even though the score is starting to get a little out of hand.
I'm telling you, sometimes I sit there and watch Hydra's POV, and I think that he's hacking because he never is getting caught off guard. He's always prepared for that next gunfight upon him. And so far, they're coming out swinging up by 50 points. But Gentlemates with a late break for the final 15. But the rotation battle is going to be massive because Bance at least finds the first. But Hydra effective on the trade. Just too many bodies on that side of the map for Gentlemates. So they should be good for this rotation anew.
Denza not able to make too much catastrophe happen in the middle of the map. So Bance off spawn will pick that up. Find himself one. And that means that the 2 players inside the hill only have to worry about the front. Skies shows himself, but then has to fall back over towards the first floor, and that's where Harry will find him. And how about Bance in the middle of the map? Continuing just to hold things over to the rotation, and this has been great for Gentlemates.
Yeah, it was good plays from Bance to find that double, but that close spawn, and at the same time, his teammates spawning all the way across the map gives Cloud9 an instant opportunity to work their way back on in. Harry is on 5 in a row. You can potentially earn yourself a cruise missile with the extra one onto Hydra, and he's able to get it done. They secure the back spawns as well. This has been a flawless hold from Gentlemates to get themselves back into the game.
And swapping into this 3AR setup has been nothing but lockdown for Gentlemates, looking really clean. Denza trying to find something over towards the exit in towards mid, but obviously also just wants to make sure that Cloud9 don't find a transition of their own. Bance by himself, good damage tally, only finds the first kill, and unfortunately for Harry, he's not able to win the 1v1 on the old time, so Cloud9 will get some supremacy over this new hill.
And now if you are Cobra, your hands are going to be full. You don't want to go out there and go for a single chow, potentially drop, and then slow down that first approach, but he's at least able to win the first gunfight, but the rest of his teammates don't find a single kill, so Cloud9 able to stabilize around the map. 45 seconds still to play with. Denza gonna go around this pinch area, but he's gonna get sniffed out, and Cloud9 are holding this down to perfection.
Yeah, the hit from the front, just not finding really any success whatsoever. So off spawn, now you got Gentlemates a bit staggered, and Cloud9 are taking advantage of it, pushing forward, finding the space they need. There is one member in Denza to spawn up around the back here. Maybe he's got a chance to surprise for some of this old time, but instead his teammates are already playing for rotation. That's a lot of time to give up.
Yeah, it's a lot of time to give up, especially if you're not finding any kills off the rotation. It was a 2v4 battle, and Hydra and Kismet are able to find 3. So the spawns now flip. Gentlemates, this is not the ideal situation you want to be in because you're allowing Cloud9 to dominate around this middle of the map. We know how impactful that could be when you're going over towards this P5.
Yeah, this could be a bit of a runaway moment, so you need something right here if you're Gentlemates. Lock down the time at 5, win the rotation back to 1, and you're all of a sudden right back into this game. But Cloud9 looking for a setup to try to flood in largely from the front. Sky's doing some damage through mid, but good bounce back for Gentlemates. Coming back, finding the kills, and still holding on to some supremacy around this hill.
Cloud9, at least for now, the remaining players are still contesting around this hill, not allowing Gentlemates to get a free setup at this new HP. It's going to be a contest fight, but Sid finding a double, and then Sky's there for the assistance. It's still giving themselves opportunity to continue to soak up this time, but Bance with that double. The game plan so far is working out perfect because you're getting multiple ARs on the side of Gentlemates, and they're playing a lot more consistent right now.
And I love the call for Harry here to throw in an early cruise missile. Not just going to get them a lot of the scrap time here at Old, but it should allow them some freedom to rotate and get their setup around 1. But I say that, and all of a sudden, Civ and Hydra come back into the play, find themselves the kills to get back into the hill, and as well, also fight for mid. Decent shutdown for Bance. Tough shots on Disguise. Nearly still able to take a second with them, but it's not going to make a difference. Cloud9 will run the rotation to New.
Yeah, they have the numbers in towards a P1. I don't know if that was a nade that was able to stick Kismet right in the face, but it does not matter. Your teammates are still slaying with the best of them. Bance gets the better of Hydra, though, and now Boja strikes. So now they have the numbers. You just got to take down Caesar Skies.
Just easier said than done, my friend. It's just even when there are numbers for Gentlemates, the individuals that are still left alive for Cloud9 continue to pack a bit of a punch. Denza trying to create something over the top of the old time here as Cobra will follow up with the nades from Bance. So again, numbers in the hill here for Gentlemates. 30 seconds to fight for and a good read onto Kismet as that will shut down the large majority of this follow-up push from Cloud9.
This is where you cannot allow the route to be hit from Caesar Skies to be that game-breaking moment. Because now he already finds himself in a perfect angle, attacking from the sky bridge. He's going to get the first. Harry's able to find a double, though, so he's able to equalize that moment. So the final 10 is going to be in favor of Gentlemates, but again, they're going to find themselves late off the rotation towards the new hill.
Good eliminations, though, coming through the exit. So there is going to be an opportunity to get some control at mid. Cloud9 holding onto both extremities of this hard point. Hydra playing in towards Burger. Gonna make the first move, shut down by Denza. And now it's just Skies by himself, and there we go. 3 straight down for Gentlemates. A quick rebreak of the hill. Harry trying to catch one more in front, but Kismet gets the shutdown. Cloud9, a chance off spawn to get a break as we jump into a Cloud9 listen-in.
Happy one. Nice, stay down. Low bending, one shot, absolute low bending. Top burger, he got me. Low bending, I got two. Low bending, one shot. All there. Shit, 3 I'm blue, are we blocking the back? No, I'm dark. I'm blocking one. Yo, bending on you. I got her. I'm blocking one, I'm dark. I'm playing tower cover. I did not block. They're gonna spawn there again. I heard you. One shot dark, one new. Yeah, 2 spawn out. One more snacks on me. Nice, snacks, on time. I need it all time. 3 spawn out. No, they're spawning on you still. Spawning on me? Yeah. Time dead. P1 pitch on me. Cat, Cobra. Cobra Cat is Cobra Cat. Nice, Caesar. Nice. They spawn out. Vance is planner. Planner in duck. I don't see planner. Yeah, nice. I need a bar. Dark pillars in P1. Got stuff. Nice, I'm in the back. Got time. I spin the back here. One shot, Zig. Come on, we can do it. Zig, one shot. Denza. I'm getting the back. One shot, add back R. I got tower back for you. Should we get time? One shot back steps. Have the back R. Add your bottom R. Make sure we're time. For Denza here. Just not hard. I have it. Stay down.
Great example in that comms, calling out spawns, knowing when you're blocking versus when you're not, able to communicate that through, and with that Cloud9 do manage to control spawns, and with that the majority of the time here.
Yeah, you got to expect with a roster like Cloud9, them being world champions of the last season, they're going to have that communication be down to the T. As they are able to walk away with a majority this time here at that P3 hard point. They're almost going to breach that 200-point mark. You have Gentlemates trying to at least contest for this old time, but also at the same time flip the spawns towards the back end. But you see how slow Caesar Skies Bueno is playing towards the backside. He's waiting for his teammates to get close before he decides to strike.
And he does actually hit that pinch on the exit time, but he gets taken care of in the same breath. There's an opportunity here for Cobra to still lock down some time here at New. Bance spawning close, good pre-fire from Cobra. Really starting to turn up. He was 12 and 18, I think, at one point. He's got a ton of assists, and now all of a sudden near level in the overall KD. A big moment here for Gentlemates.
I need all this time. You have to try to fight for this 40 seconds. You can't play a contest game. He's going to throw the nade back, so he's not going to be one shot off of that engagement. But Kismet strikes first. Caesar from top mid finds the second. Now, Cloud9 have the numbers to just bombard their way into the hill. A very successful break there for Cloud9 for a good chunk of time.
Critical time here. If you're Gentlemates, you cannot just allow this to go over freely. You have to contest it and hope that Bance can win something on rotation. Not going to happen on either front for that matter, as Caesar will find Denza. So now you've locked in the scrap. You've got players on rotation, and the game could very well come to an end on this new hill.
Yeah, Cloud9 is just playing 2 steps ahead right now in front of Gentlemates. Already breaching that 200-point mark. They can close it out here at the P5. You can see on your minimap that Harry sorts gets a read that it has to be a player from Cloud9 early off that rotation. You sniff out Kismet, you secure those back spawns. Now you just need to stay alive in this hill.
Guys dealing with some damage out of Bance. Early tags lead into a Semtex that finishes off the kill. Bance at mid-map, seeing if he can maybe stave off the next Cloud9 hit, but he gets shut down, and all of a sudden you've got a 4v1 on the hill itself. Denza just trying to stay alive. Some support for Harry, but Kismet pops out, finds the kill. The follow-up from Skies is good, and with 30 seconds to fight for, once again, Cloud9 can put this game well out of reach.
Yeah, they can still close it out. That's why they're starting to be aggressive on the opposing side to make sure they guarantee those back spawns, but now everyone has to turn around, cover all your bases. Everyone coming from that P1 area. So far, they start with 2, make it 3 dead in the feed. Gentlemates, this might be your last opportunity.
Definitely feels that way, and it has to be perfect from here. Hydra, nades bouncing off the door. Just making sure no one can get into V1 immediately. Sky's also on 5 in a row. Not that they're going to need the cruise missile because the game could just come to an end right here. No one from Gentlemates is going to touch, and that's a Cloud9 win. 250, 150. Masterclass.
Yeah, they just played the Vista Hardpoint. They realized that they were up by, what, 70 to 80 points versus
something
Vancouver,
like that,
and there was a small moment where they allowed them to get back into the game, but they made that adjustment at that P4 HP. They did not allow Gentlemates, even winning rotations, to have a good chunk of time going their way, because that first break opportunity always was successful for Cloud9. So just like they did in the day number 1 when they matched up against this team, they come out swinging in the opening HP.
Hydra just dropped 33 with 6,100 damage, bro. Dude's everywhere. Unreal. On the other front, not the greatest bat from Denza. And it's so hard to keep pace with Hydra, but at the same rate, you gotta find some way to double team them or something. Like, it just never really felt like Gentlemates could get themselves into a power position on rotation. They're being challenged around sneaky players that either stay alive in the back or find their way around the back. And in the meantime, again, going back to that listen in, Cloud9 are calling out where the likely spawns are gonna be, and they're reading it near perfectly, even in moments that feel a little bit difficult. And you can see the representation in the scoreline. 19 to 28 with only 3,600 damage. Not great for them to try to keep pace with Hydra.
And you heard the Death touch on it. They wanted Skies to have a turn-up moment. 30 and 21, 19 on-traded kills, 5,100 damage. But you see that hill time, 2.5 minutes. That is insane work out of Caesar Skies. He's always invested in his game, and showed it there in that map number 1. Made it very, very easy to win a couple rotations, and even when they were losing rotations, he was getting his kills to find early breaks. So Cloud9 successful in the opening HP, but now they have a chance at redemption on that 6-star Search and Destroy, because I think the first time that they played it, I said it when we were casting it, they just simply played them disrespectful.
I agree.
The way that they opened up in that hard point, playing way too fast, finding opening first blood, but instantly giving up their numbers, and then multiple team kills. We cannot have that today if you're Cloud9 and you're trying to look for your first S&D win here at EWC.
Yeah, absolutely the case. You know, the other side of the conversation here is that this is another moment where a Challengers team comes out, squares up against a top 4 Pro League team, and the initial couple of hard points are close.
Yeah.
It just gets to a point when the power rotations come through. 3 to 4, Cloud9 win both times. 5 to 1, Cloud9 win both times. It's just every single time you start to see where the map starts to lead towards advantages for one side or the other, the Pro League teams are getting the right reads and they're making the right calls in terms of timing, and it's just running away with the game.
And you can even go back to the moment where Harry invested that cruise missile. You start off with the initial kill, you call it in, but as soon as that cruise comes down and you guarantee 1, all 4 players drop. Like, that's just simply unacceptable, and that's what the pro teams are going to be able to do. Capitalize on those moments, capitalize on those mistakes, and then make you pay for it plus some. The 250 to 150 is going to be the opening HP, but like I said, they played 6-star the first go around. It was the Cloud9 opening up with the first couple of rounds, choking with, you talk about the team kills. They were all tied up at 3-3, but then Benjamin Bands started to have that takeover moment with that AR. Doesn't earn a cruise missile, but they were slowing down the game, allowing Cloud9 to come to them.
Well, 6-star, the Search and Destroy coming up. And again, the sample size of the Search and Destroy for Cloud9 is 2 maps.
Yes.
One of them was around 11, so let's not, count our chickens before they hatch. And see what they have to offer for us here on a map that, again, largely had been dominated by smoke retakes from the defensive side. We saw this map in day number 1 largely lead towards a lot of aggressive utility, which is being exchanged over the top of the A side here in the first round.
And I already love this play call right here from Cloud9. You're getting all the investment from the tax on the side of Gentlemates, thinking that they're going to be super aggressive over towards A. So now how the hell are they going to retake this? Because Cloud9 still showing presence over towards Statue. It's been 30 seconds wiped off the game clock, and if you try to hit that pinch, Hydra is playing such a deep angle, you're not going to get by him for free.
Yeah, Cloud9 don't have to worry about anything around the back whatsoever unless Denza finds good timing here, doesn't check his right, uh-oh. And now all of a sudden, Hydra may not just be able to catch 1. He may see a second, but he looks away at the wrong time. So now all of a sudden, look at the flank. It's wide open. Cloud9 have absolutely no idea that not just 1, but 2 members for Gentlemates get around the back. Kills are coming through very quickly. Cloud9 trying desperately to hold on, but it's just a small lapse in COD timing that leaves the Hydra by himself. They're already looking to stick for the defuse, and Hydra's got a whole world of problems in front of him. That's just, simply put, weird COD timing.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to, and probably Hydra's positioning as well, because he was only able to spot if they work all the way around the back and cut through that side alley. But if they go straight up middle map, they can go on that side wall and work their way through underground, and that's what Bance did to find that opening kill. But if you're Hydra in that situation, let's just get closer to our teammates, or at least put yourself in a better position to watch the entire flank.
Yeah, that's legitimately just the worst piece of COD timing that we could have ever caught from the observer feed. Oh, yeah. But, hey, Gentlemen take good advantage of it. Open up the flank very nicely, and it's a near-flawless round. Hydra only finding a single kill off that long flank. But, again, the Trick Discipline also gets a little bit of credit here from Bance, who comes away with a couple. And now it's going to be the turn for Gentlemates. Opening nades over the top towards A, but not a lot of intention towards actually flooding. This is just a feel out to see if the utility will connect for any information.
Yeah, and this is usually how Cloud9 decide to play on their defensive setup, a double stack over towards B, showing a lot of presence as well over towards the middle of the map. But Sib at this stature area, the last time that they matched up, he was always getting picked off. So you have to play your life as long as you can, because if you fall, that A side is wide open.
Yeah, and this is Bance trying to feel things out, seeing if maybe he can just find an opening towards B. I mean, when you throw nades over the top like that from the offensive side, you're trying to beat the trophy systems down. And, well, that may have worked, but the problem was Cloud9 don't get really affected by it in their defensive setup. Kismet through mid, good for not one, but maybe a second. Damage had been tallied, and Cloud9 cleaned things up nicely.
Yeah, great plays from Cloud9 to slow down the game. First time that they match up, they were just going super, super fast, trying to be the aggressor, set the tone early on, but they realizing we have been struggling to search and destroy. Let's let the plays come to us. Hydra strikes for the first blood, and at that point, Gentlemate saying, all right, 3v4, we know that Sib loves to play around this stature side. Let's try to isolate him, but Kismet was ready at that mid connector to assist his teammate. Clean round right there from Cloud9 on the defensive end to tie it up at 1.
They now just watch the flank better. That's got to be the only note about round number 1. After a very successful plant, unfortunately just got foiled due to a lapse in COD timing. This time, Cloud9 going to spread the map just a touch. Kismet already getting deep in towards mid. He's avoided being hit on by that stun and the follow-up nade, so his position will be rather concealed. And take a look at Hydra. He's already cleared out all of the pool elbow.
Yeah, he's taking the map away from Gentlemate, so when they decide to hit that rotation back, it's going to be very tough for them. The bomb carries all the way across the map, so Sib basically in a 1v2 scenario at A. They're trying to cause a little bit of noise at this B site to pull the players from Gentlemates, and I think they might have just done the right thing.
Yeah, this might just be a fold where they collapse on the middle of the map and then immediately try to play for something up mid for an A plant, but now all of a sudden, Kismet's going to be under pressure. First one good, second one better, slips away from the third. And Cobra all of a sudden kind of has to make a decision. Do I want to chail him out because we need to kill, or do I back up and try to defend the A site? He's kind of stuck between two hard places, and Kismet will find 3 looking for the ace. May even grab it right here. Stun will land, and it's Kismet for all 4.
There goes 99 Kiz. The Bulldog has himself a moment. Plays it super patient towards the middle of the map. All the attacks and his teammates showing presence at B. That's what forces the rotation to come in, because the entire Gentlemate squad, they're thinking, okay, there's no tax getting invested over towards A. There's 2 players at least at this B site, so they have to be committing towards that way. But with Kismet playing these nice little corners, catching the perfect timing this time around, he's able to earn himself an ace. That's how you get it done.
Love it. Love the idea initially as well, just for Cloud9 to spread the map, try to keep Gentlemates guessing. The only play they had available was to try to flood through mid. Trophy system placed a little bit earlier this time for Cloud9, not wanting to get information gathered on them whatsoever. Double stack up through mid. Patience here from the side of Gentlemates, but bomb carrier and Denza gets caught throwing utility. And now all of a sudden, Gentlemates are stuck with no bomb already pushed up the map.
Oh, and Caesar Skies, he's also going to gain a lot of info as well. They're already pushed up around our base, around that B point.
Yikes.
And at the same time, Sib wins his one-on-one. So now if you are Cloud9, you can trap them over towards that B side. In the 2v4 situation, information gained from Sib, but he is going to fall, still a 3v2.
Yeah, it looks like Kismet and co know that the bomb is down here in the staircase as well, so they're going to hold some passive angles around the back. Hydra, sees the shadow, know where he's there. Kismet does the same on the opposite side of the wall. And that is just about as good as it gets in terms of an opening break-off play for Cloud9's defense.
Yeah, and that's a perfect pace change-up as well.
I like that, yep.
It was Hydra and Kismet taking their time around that B point originally, but then this time they switch it up. They attack through the middle of the map. That's one of their go-to strategies on a map like 6-star. Double stacking through mid, catching them off guard. The player falls in Denza with the stun in his hand. Just was not ready for that aggressive push from Cloud9. Starting to pull away in this search and destroy. Because I don't think Kismet fell in that round,
didn't.
so... Is he on 5 in a row? Yeah, he's one off earning himself a cruise.
Yeah, that might be what Cloud9 try to set themselves up for here in this opening break-off on their offense. Similar look, but they're going to be met at mid-map. Hydra ready for it. First kill is good. Kismet following up. He's not able to find just 6. He gets 7 as well. Kismet in absolute takeover mode as he gets the back patio. Has himself one more in front of him. Oh, the shots were clean, but Cobra just a little too healthy. Able to isolate, find the elimination. Now it's just got 2 more to find.
Yeah, that's already job well done, though, if you are Kismet, because the cruise missile was earned. 2v1 now. Bomb has been planted over at A. Now if you are a Cobra, trying to play the mind games, trying to attack from a different angle, but Sib gains the info. Now you're just going to waste a little bit more time because you got to rejuvenate your health.
Yeah, this is feeling pretty impossible. Re-wrap back over towards mid. That's being watched on the heady now by Sib, who did see the information. And Skies can just stay tucked, make sure no cross comes through, and that's very casual for Cloud9. Off to the races, 4-1 up.
Yeah, this is scary, man. Whenever Cloud9 are at their best in Search and Destroy, usually do that SMG duo. Kismet and Hydra so far having themselves a lot of moments. Kismet is the all-star. He went on 8 kills in a row before falling. Cruise missile already earned in the back pocket. Gentlemates are thinking this Search and Destroy needs to be guaranteed, but in the back of their minds, we cannot fall to this cruise missile, at least force him to waste it.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. Not an easy ask as we look back over this absolute battle at mid. Very cleanly won by Cloud9 in the trades. And now we're going to get the next effort for Gentlemates. Nate does land out of Kismet, so he's going to have to hold off just a touch, and actually tries to stun to gain a bit of timing on the angle. That gets punished, and now all of a sudden Gentlemates are trying to actually isolate over towards A. The sweep back is good. Hydra also not able to execute off the trigger to splint, and Gentlemates looking pretty comfortable here in this round, and they will finish it off nicely.
Yeah, it was good stuff, and that was the original nades over the top of mid to get that early information if they're trying to be aggressive. Once you have Kismet one shot, everybody just flies on in, and unfortunately for him, he had an MCW instead of a Rival 9. Potentially could have gotten one, but once he falls, they commit on towards that A site. They take down Sib. They dominate on that side of the map, so they were able to stop the bleeding and not have to worry about that cruise. But on this defensive side, you best believe Cloud9 are going to slow this round down.
Yeah, without question. You have the opportunity of getting a freebie here if you just use the cruise missile so well. On the other side of things, I think if you're Gentlemates, you need to understand that we've lost a lot of ground through this B push immediately. So, I was about to say, can we maybe show some effort in a different position and then rotate back? But as Cobra drops over towards the backside of A, now all of a sudden, Gentlemates are stuck at mid. And this is not where you want to be, especially with the cruise missile right ready. It does land 1 for 1 on either side, but the numbers still hold with Cloud9.
Yeah, team kill happens. Kismet again onto Hydra, but still the man advantage in favor of Cloud9. The bomb carrier in Sib is working his way over toward this B objective. Should be able to get this down for free because the map has basically flipped on its head.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of time gone since that cruise missile was called in, so now there's some second guessing in terms of is it safe enough to actually secure a plant. Kismet going to wait over towards one side of the map, the other two holding hands together just over the top of the B site. Bance looked like he tried to throw a late stun to get information. Doesn't quite land, so Sib will get the plant. Has Skies seen the swim across? Sure feels that way, and now they know. And Bance is stuck. There's just no way he gets out of this pool safely.
And I love how Cloud9 are playing this. They're not playing for the ISO. They know there's still one player that they're looking for. Kismet is able to sniff him out. Now all the arrows turn on your mini-map. Bance is swimming, but not for long. Cloud9 invest the cruise missile, able to take down 2 kills, 1 being a team kill. But it's good enough to secure the round and now put themselves at game point.
And I don't know who throws the nade or if it's a combination of players who throw the nades, but Cobra getting isolated like that before the cruise even gets called in is everything for Cloud9. It just pretty much staples that round is, without question, going to go the way of C9.
And shout out to my guy, Troy Highcal Michaels, the coach for Cloud9. I'm telling you, he's always figuring out the little things. Realizing we don't have to run smoke grenades no longer on 6 stars, so let's just make sure we're bombarding our way over towards A with those frags. As they were able to find that opening first blood. Now sitting at game point back on the defensive side. Look at the 3-stack over towards A, but it's a complete blind counter from Gentlemates.
This is the same round that we saw from a couple of defenses ago from Cloud9. Both SMGs getting aggressive through mid. Skies will, I think, see one drop into the pool. Hydra on the flank, catches Cobra off guard. Tracking back to this is Denza. Good trade. But do they know where the rest of the threat is? Because you got 2 members for Gentlemates trying to get separation at B, but the problem was Kismet was still lurking behind, and now all of a sudden the bomb is down. Skies has also seen the play over towards the elbow. Not good news here for Gentlemates.
And this is what Skies does. Just throw your shoulders, gain your info, call it out to your teammates, and now set up the proper trap. Make this round a lot easier, but Bance finds the perfect timing on the Sib. Still a 2v2.
Problem is Gentlemates don't know if this player's on the flank. Bance going to get isolated. Trying to follow up his Harry. Able to find the first, but not quite able to lock down the shots for the second. And Cloud9 comfortable in map number 2. 6-2 overall on the scoreboard, and now a chance to possibly sweep their way into the playoff bracket.
That's where Cloud9 are at their best when they're playing Search and Destroy. Just so many mind games in the game plan, and then when you have the Bulldog putting on a performance the way that he did, 11 non-traded kills, drops Baker's dozen, sitting at 2K damage as well. earns himself a cruise missile to guarantee a round, and there was no team kills besides that one cruise missile one, but it really didn't matter. You still had the man advantage. Yep. Besides that first round, Cloud9 basically played that one perfect.
And I think the ideas that we see from Cloud9 on this map, again, without the smokes, I like a lot. You know, their ability to, on offense, kind of overhit the B side of the map, feel things out. If the space is there, take it. If not, don't force it. On the defensive side, we saw two different looks where they played through mid. One where Skies is playing DJ booth with both SMGs pushing up. Another where it's just, I'm going to toss a stun, bottom aqua, you guys push together.
Yeah.
They find the bomb carrier on. I love the ideas of trying to avoid having to play retake by getting aggressive early.
And also, Cloud9, the strategy that they came in with the game plan to not allow Kismet, who's usually their bomb carrier, to carry that bomb.
That's fair,
Allow him to go out there and spread his wings, be the playmaker, find opening first bloods, and just absolutely take over the map. And it was also great plays from Sibs in all those moments where we saw the bomb carrier completely across the map, just playing his life so damn well, making it very difficult for Gentlemates to get a read on where the play was coming in. But if you ask for a feet kicked up moment out of Caesar Sky, sitting at 2-2 in an 8-round search and destroy, that's how you get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff coming out of Cloud9, picking up the tempo and really not allowing Gentlemates to have any entryway in towards not just the map, but maybe even the series. And now we have to look forward to trying to sell the story of a reverse sweep. And I'll tell you, just based on the results that we've had from Gentlemates, it's hard to kind of push the narrative in any form, but would have to start with page one, which would be a Karachi control, Jay. And if Hydra and Kismet are playing like this, you don't feel great about their chances.
Yeah, you're not going to have fun going up against this SMG doing, especially on a map like Karachi, where they haven't really played it a lot through the season. They more prefer the high rises or the invasion. They have an overall record of 6-6, so this can be up in the air for the Cloud9 members, but if you are Gentlemates backs against the wall, you got veteran presence in the side of Vance. He's been in these kind of positions before. Gonna have yourself a little bit of a break, to have a little bit of a conversation, to give yourself the hopes and the dreams of potentially finding your way back on in. Because you lose this one, everything is done.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think the story around that is pretty significant. You know, I think when you look at this Gentlemates team, the only player at the moment that I think can kind of get some forgiveness off of the performance is Cobra, because he's still got an opportunity to continue to play pro, but that feels like the sun is setting on players like Denza's hopes of getting into the league for the first time. This is a reproving point for Harry after not playing pretty much all season in at least the pro league. And then of course the story around Bance after kind of falling a little bit in terms of his stocks over the last couple of years. Dropping out would be a huge, I think, disappointment.
Yeah, it'll be very disappointing because you were at least able to take down one pro team, but look at the Stone Cold Killers looking great in blue. Looking for that key. They're trying to crush it on the side of Gentlemates, but Cloud9 looking like they're ready to rock and roll. They're all business right now,
I'll say. Well, they break the mold, and with that, it looks like they're pretty much ready just to jump right back into map number 3. So I imagine there's not going to be much of a break needed for those guys, but we still will take one ourselves. And again, it's tough ask, I think, for the Gentlemates to find a way to get a reverse sweep, but we'll see if they can get it started with a Karachi control win, which we'll be back with on the backside of the break.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back here to Saudi Arabia in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup with Modern Warfare 3 primed and ready to go for you. Of course, we're dealing with elimination matches here, or qualification matches, depending on your spin on it. And taking a look at where we currently find ourselves, we did get at least the update on the Bravo matchup that Toronto Ultra have defeated the Boston Breach 3-2-1. The one map that Boston was able to take was the Control. Everything else, for the most part, pretty comfortable for Toronto. And then here, what we're dealing with in Group B is our final qualification match where Cloud9 obviously find themselves very comfortably up 2-0. That would have, obviously, the key of Gentlemates at risk, but more on the line. Cloud9, if they end up cleaning this up, would have an instant rematch with OpTic from the Grand Finals of Champs.
Man, and it's single elim. So one of the two teams that made it to the Grand Finals at Champs potentially are going to get eliminated mañana, right to start off the day. But Cloud9 still got to get through the rest of this series. Just one map is going to decide their terms. But as they are loading into the Karachi Control, backs against the wall. If you are the Gentlemates, this is the moment where you need to play some of your best Call of Duty.
Yep.
Because Cloud9, they usually don't find a lot of success on Karachi, so this could be an advantage moment.
Very well could be, but based on how they're shooting right now, does feel like this is a different Cloud9 than when they had first played. Also, just other updates if you're looking for it. Vegas Legion and Carolina Royal Ravens will be happening on the Bravo stream next. And then we, of course, still have the Stallions taking on Boston and Lore Gaming, the Challengers Champs, taking on 100 Thieves in our final matches of the day. But let's jump on into the action. We've got Gentlemates on the offense first. A little bit of action over towards A, but Cloud9, a heavy setup over towards Red.
Yeah, Vance is getting super aggressive, already working his way behind enemy lines, trying to play for a couple of spawners. He's able to spot Hydra, so it's a good start, but they're still not working up that progression at the A point because they have not accounted for the rest of the Cloud9 members. Now with Denza finding that kill onto the pinch, they're going to hop onto the point for a segment about to be it.
Vance looking to try to challenge out Skies in this position, and okay. Skies is going to keep tagging him through the wall. I'm sure Vance is like, brother, let me get out of here. But the angle not going to be earned. First tick done, second possible away, but Skies continues to just show off the wallbang spots. In and out of cement, brickwork, doesn't make much of a difference. Everything feels like paper mache when Skies is shooting like this off to a 4-0 start.
And now, if you are Gentlemates, you are trapped over towards that coop side with the positioning out of Hydra. But if you are Skies, you probably want to play that situation a little bit better, not just give up your life for free. Thankfully, you got a player like Sib who's able to equalize the moment, and Hydra on the pitch is going to be able to catch this freebie unless Cobra is able to keep him alive. But the nade is good enough from Kismet, but it's still working on that third progression at this A point. They're going to be able to set the game clock.
A little loosey-goosey there for Cloud9, maybe taking a couple of over-chows, but regardless of it, they at least hold off the quick transition over towards B for now. Cobra 5-2 on 3 in a row, holding on to this red position. He's got teammates spawning all the way deep towards market, though, so he feels the need to make something happen, and as he does, Kismet shuts him down.
So 1:25 on the game clock. You were forced to hit this overextension time and time again due to the positioning now of Skies. He's watching the rat back over towards the junk area, but Harry is able to find a double, so he's able to open up this B point for free. Skies is forced to retreat his way on back, try to assist his teammates, but here comes Hydra.
No, the thing about it is, though, Gentlemates haven't gotten out of the zone yet, so Hydra gets into a great position to stop the reinforcements. Harry's still streaking together a couple of kills. Semtex sticks, tries to slip away from it, and he eventually gets the kill, but unfortunately does not keep his life. Denza's still in the zone, though, with 2 of the members. First tick done, second on the way.
And Gentlemates, this is the control map that they took versus G2 in pretty dominant fashion. They are very comfortable as they're already onto the third segment. Cloud9 are not going to have an opportunity because Vance is watching the cutoffs. He's able to secure the B point. Gentlemates get it done on the opening attack.
Great, I think, opening first point from Cobra. Follow-up from Harry, brilliant. Really good stuff coming out of Gentlemates. As the opener, it felt like Cloud9 was just kind of all gas, no brakes there for a moment, and maybe they needed a chance to kind of slow things up, maybe play for the cruise missile, or at least keep the power positions. Wow.
That's exactly what it's got to be. You got to slow down in those moments. When you get a clean 4 dead, you know where the spawns are coming in. You know where the pressure's going to be, but instead of holding a preem and waiting for them to run to you, you send it on to them, and then you're giving them a free first kill. So Cloud9 got to make those adjustments going forward.
Really good stuff from Gentlemates. See if they can follow up with a immediate defense and swing this series maybe back towards their direction just a touch. Denza quickly up the top third. Cobra already finding the first blood, and Cloud9 are left with just Kismet essentially inside the zone. Really well done, as now all of a sudden Gentlemates can start to swarm forward. Just Skies on the B point as we jump to a listen in with Gentlemates.
Here you go. They didn't swarm. They're on it. I have top red pinch and short.
One shot top red, kiss.
There you go.
Show me out, copy, bro. Nice, last guy.
Let's go on point. I'm cutting the others. What point?
Push out left with him, someone.
I've got medallion. Top 3 is open. Top 3 now. I'm coming red as well.
One's behind us.
We're missing one, boys.
Yeah, that's one deep right below.
I'm stunned. Yellow car, yellow car. I'm going to see.
Yellow car, safe. Top 3 yellow car.
Yeah, we're missing.
Top charge, no, it's one shot, top charge, bro. Come, barrel, one shot. Nice, last two.
One's me mid alley, I think.
Yeah, he's on time, Sib.
I'm up there. Nice, shit.
Behind me, barrel. Barrel on time. He's gone top bridge. Just spin from red. Top bridge in time.
Where, go left, go left, go left, go left, go left, go left.
You're gonna push up his. Sib might flank the right. Sib might flank the right.
It could be top red on me.
Sib's on point, actually.
Let's play, sorry.
Push out.
There's something else.
That's me.
Top red,
I may push the pinch. I'm stunned, Harry. You just game for me?
He's gone top office. Bedroom maybe. He's top single. He's gonna go B. He's gonna go B.
He didn't pinch, man.
Just go bin. We're looking for Hydra here, though. I stunned him. Okay. One shot, nice.
Alright, back out. They could have been top.
Top red, Sib. Oh, what is that shell from me? Nice.
Shit. You want to get my top red now?
Wait, is it you bad timing, Cup?
Yellow car, Paco. He pinched me. Top red. He went low office straight away. Nice. Paco's gone mid, by the way. Paco's gone mid.
He's gonna be top red.
No, he's not. He's right. Sib's off it. Junk. Sib's junk. Sib is junk. He's gonna go off this. He's gonna go off this.
Roofies now. Zip.
Yeah, I'm flanking on one. I'm flanking. Stay alive.
Go be a little bit weak, Paco.
I'm behind him office.
Yeah, here you go.
Oh, good conversation and communication. Denza criticizing himself a little bit while in that listening, and all of a sudden Cloud9 have found entryway back to B.
Yeah, first segment already in, but now there's only one player left on this objective in Kismet. Can he find anything? He's able to at least put down one and then put in a couple shots onto the next. So it's going to turn into a one-on-one, and Cobra is able to get the better of Sky. So Genomate's giving themselves an extra lifeline, but you see those close spawns there for Cloud9 over towards red. They're instantly ready for another push.
And Hydra is wrapping around the back. Cloud9 keeping all the focus on the front. Here comes Hydra. Clean shots towards Cobra. Following up, trying to at least is Denza, but he's got to worry about the front simultaneously. Trades going back and forth. Bance holding out of the back door. Caesar only able to find the one. Hydra trying to think that's an opportunity to break on forward, and so he will. First tick done, second on the way. Cloud9 still spawning close.
Oh, Hydra's able to find a double. He's currently on 3 in a row, trying to make it 4, but Cobra gets the better of him. No more respawns in favor of the Genomates. The second segment is on the way. Bance trying to get it done with the AR, just simply runs out of ammo there, but you have Cloud9 still single stacking, so still an opportunity.
Yeah, the problem is the lives are just not all that healthy. And yep, no way for Harry to mantle over the top, and the follow-up kill is very quickly there for Cloud9. So they respond, but they don't do it by capture. They do it by elimination. So, you know, small advantage if you want to consider it the case. If you want defense, which you may not.
You may not want defense on a map like Karachi, because obviously if you're getting those close respawns on the attacking round, you're giving yourself multiple opportunities to contest over towards B. So 6-5 in segments. Currently, Genomates leading in that category. But Cloud9 able to respond on the attacking round to tie it up at 1. Now you just got to make your adjustments on defense. If you come out swinging, get it clean for dead, everybody just hold the pre and wait for them to come to you.
Yeah, absolutely the case. See what the breakoff's going to look like. 2-2 split here for Genomates, looking to get some control of top third while instantly finding some progress on the A zone. Hydra looking for a mantle towards the scaffolding. That's shut down. Kismet able to hit a different route, though. Looking for something maybe a little bit more innovative here for this Cloud9 defense. Takes the player out of the point, working on some depletion, and then Hydra off spawn almost follows up. But it will be an opportunity for Genomates to keep things pretty level as they come off spawn looking for the second attack.
Yeah, and Harry's just going to put himself in a position to play for a couple more kills instead of hopping that point. Hydra's able to get the better of him, but that first segment is about to come in for Genomates. But Hydra, the game breaker, alongside Kismet, attacking from 2 different angles, are able to relieve that pressure on the A point. Kismet somehow, some way is able to find a double, but this can get scary because Genomates are just giving up this A point. Now they're all committing at B.
And Cobra spawns up at front side right. Wow, what are those shots from Skies? That might be not just the round saving moment, but at least the B saving moment, because that was just Harry by himself. Help on the cross is decent. Harry could stay alive in the B zone, but you're down to 49 seconds, so this hit has to find success for Genomates.
And this is going to be easy for them because they're still getting those close respawns, so they have the numbers. Skies has to try to time this flank perfectly, because there is one player at least in a position sort of watching it, but Denza is going to give it up at the wrong time. So now you have to worry about multiple different angles, and you know Hydra, he's just going to cover so much ground. He's able to find a double with that rival. Now here comes Skies. He's not able to get that trade onto Cobra, so the lifeline is still here.
That's an impressive win from Cobra. Sib stunned on the cross, not able to get there to contest. That's going to be an easy finish from Cobra. And now he's on 5. Genomates are going to get the full B zone, and you've got maybe a chance for Harry to sneak back over towards A, but the shutdown comes through. 1 life advantage at the moment for Genomates, but the big focus is can Cobra get kill number 6?
And now if you are Cloud9, your main focus is to maintain top 3 control, because those are the angles that you want to dominate when you're forcing them to consistently spawn over towards that junk area. minute and 30 to work with. Denza finds the timing onto Sib, so now they have the pressure. They started off with the initial 2 kills. Can you find the next?
Hydra, though, playing deep at mid-cross. Makes a couple of issues happen for Gentlemates, but they deal with it very rapidly. Second tick of progress coming through. Second tick is going to get locked here with the double stack in. Skies up top can really only do so much. He just has to try to wait. Help is on the way, though, and as it comes forward, it's just down to Denza. He's on 3, looking for a little bit of regen. Hydra trying to sniff him out, and he will find 2. Not going to quite find the 3rd. Maybe a chance for Gentlemates to immediately get back on the zone.
97, though. You already have Cloud9 in a position to instantly pounce on this player in towards the point. Harry is going to get taken down. The overextension is getting hit by Cobra. 8-5 in lives remaining. You might want to slow this round down a little bit.
Those are still coming through, but Cobra just about to trade out Hydra. Gets shut down. Hydra goes prone. Denza now in trouble.
Oh, no.
And you're to a 5v5, and Gentlemates are now stuck behind the P3 spawns, haven't hit the OE through market, and Skies is here for this.
Yeah, they're prepared for this push to come in from Coop, and instead of Hydra playing a better corner, Denza's able to get the better of him, so no more respawns for both teams.
That's a stiff arm. I mean, they just Heisman them out of market, saying, you guys can't cross underneath this archway. You got to go back through mid, which isn't going to feel good. Last lives for both teams. Harry playing from top bricks, looking to open up space, and he may just follow up on this trophy throw and get down to the low ground.
Just got to start off with the initial kill. Great shots from Harry to take down Hydra. Sib tries to go for the contest, tries to play for the trade. He gets taken down, and a clean 4 dead. Leads to the Gentlemates securing the attacking round again, but they don't get it done through the segment. So you have to keep that in mind. What did they secure? 4 or 5 there?
Yeah, 5, I think.
Okay, so they're still going to be up by 6. So if you are Cloud9, if you can get this done through the kills department again, you would guarantee yourself another attack.
It's a big heads-up play, though, from Harry.
Yeah.
To be able to stay alive at bricks in the face of Kismet up top at 3rd, getting the trophy down, finding the first kill, jumping in, forcing that Cloud9 defense to have to rotate back to you. Really well decided. And so, can we find any defensive success, or will this all be offense through and through? Cloud9 on their next approach. Nothing crazy here, just the 3-1 split off as they make their way over towards A quick.
Getting aggressive on this left side of your mini-map. Hydra strikes for the first blood again. He's able to find a second back-to-back headshot. That guy has a beamer on him. As that first segment is coming in, and Hydra doesn't plan on slowing down. Already playing for a couple spawn kills, and then the player coming off the spawn wins that one-on-one gunfight to secure junk control.
Yeah, this could get nasty quick here as Cloud9 have a really solid handle on the map. Kismet off the regen, knows he's got Harry in front of him at junk. And the Rival 9 will sing a bit of a song here if he can find the first couple of shots, but Denza coming back, able to allow a little bit of assistance for Harry to stay alive, hold on to junk. It is coming at the cost of this A zone. Second tick done, 3rd nearly also finished.
Yeah, it seems like Gentlemates have decided to wave the white flag of trying to contest over towards that A point, so they're going to have a 2-minute and 20-second hold at this B point if they want to try to extend this series. This Cloud9 tied up all in the lives department, 25 apiece. They're trying to retake over towards this junkyard area. They have multiple bodies, and Bance is going to have his hands full here.
First shot's not all that great. Kismet finding the first shutdown. Cobra knows that he needs to keep his life here at top red, trying to also help out towards bottom at the front desk. Harry cleans some space out. Denza, long route coming around the back, will force Kismet to spawn deep. Not the cleanest shots. That's not what you want to see. And somehow, some way, Sib is able to still keep the play alive a little while longer than you would expect. This allows Kismet to get back.
There you go.
Now Denza starts to lock on in, and that will put him on 2 in a row with now control at junk.
Now those spawns for Cloud9 a little bit deeper than they want to be. So you're going to try to retake over towards that junk area instantly, but Cobra's at least able to find one through the middle of the map, but Kismet and Skies again successful on that retake over towards junk. And you see the spawns from Gentlemates, they're pretty deep, and now Cloud9 are already around that B point.
And Vance may have missed his timing here. Sib spawned up at barrel, so he can just lock down this front side of Red while his teammates are already stacked on the B zone. This needs to go. If you're Gentlemates, they're still trying to find players at mid-map. There's no one home. They're all in the zone. Second tick of progress being worked on. Vance stepping in, denied by Cloud9 immediately. Nice shots from Cobra up top. Wallbang's good for the first, looking good for the second as well. Pistol out. The trophy denies the nade and also deals some damage to Cobra, who does get shut down. Kismet still alive for Cloud9.
Now the close spawns are going to be here for Cloud9, so they're instantly going to try to reinforce with their numbers, but they don't find a single kill in the feed. Gentlemates able to stabilize on the moment, and Harry dominating again with that AR. He's able to reinforce his way back over towards his tick inside. 16 and 11 in lives remaining.
Still plenty of time on the clock, but Cloud9, like you mentioned, are running out of lives to play with. So whatever this next hit needs to be clean. Bance denied up top at fire. Cobra, tracking back, trying to hold on to the middle of the map. Now he's got to watch the cross. And Denza hitting a nice timing on this pinch will combine with Cobra for 3. Just down to Kismet once again. Last one left alive, and he's going to value his life topside red.
You just got to take your time here because 30 seconds to go. You only have 1 or 2 more opportunities at this push. Need to start off with the initial fight. Trying to get a read of what the setup is looking like for Gentlemates, and Kismet gets the better of Harry, and the perfect read onto the second player. Turns into a 2-2 split, but Cloud9 are nowhere near this point.
Denza does get chased out. Bance the last one left. Over the jump wall comes the Gentlemates defense. Bance finds a lot of damage, but no kills, but that doesn't make a difference because Cobra fumbles up after that, and the team shots with Harry are good to clean the front. 1 more to grab. Skies trying to find a way to stop the clock. Not going to happen, and Gentlemates will take the map in 3-1 form with our first defensive round coming in round 4.
That's just fantastic plays from Gentlemates. They seem to find a lot of comfortability on a map like Karachi for control. They were able to secure a 3-0 yesterday versus G2. That gives them the momentum to continue to push this series forward. But the plays, man, out of the ARs on the side of Gentlemates was phenomenal, man. The fact that Harry multiple times was able to find 2-piece after 2-piece. Vance always hitting the sneaky routes around the map. But Cobra, man, we've heard a lot about this young man. Every single time they needed a lifeline, he gave it to him.
I mean, without question, it's that last push for me where Cobra, the last one really standing to watch the crosses deep through mid, still somehow gets 2, pushes forward through that position, then finds another 2. Really impressive stuff from him. 5,400 damage also leads the lobby. 25 of the 31 go untraded. 13 offensive kills. I mean, just read it from left to right, all of it looking good for Cobra.
Yeah, that was fantastic plays, man. That young man, he said, oh, I'm not going to go home in 3. I don't want to lose to the same team twice to get eliminated at a tournament. Or if I do, it's not going to be in a clean 3-0. He turns up to at least force the map number 4.
I love the fact that there was some criticism about Cobra just playing for kills. 6 tiers captured, right back in your face, including a couple of heroic moments, not just on the offensive side, but also, of course, like we listed, there in the round 4 defense. So great stuff from Gentlemates. And I think, again, just listening into them in that round 2 break-off, good communication, kind of trying to find their way around the map. Couple of questions here and there, but for the most part, the conversation that's happening, not just calls, but conversating with one another, felt like it was very natural for all 4 of them.
Yeah, because even when they're losing track of players, there's still Benjamin Vance, the veteran of the team, letting them know, oh, guys, we are still looking for this guy. We are still looking for this player, and then he commits to it, but then he has a one-shot. So you set your teammate up for that freebie. Don't allow Hydra or Kismet on the opposing end to continue to try to be playmakers and cause havoc in the back of your spawn. Just able to stabilize the game, control the game, keep track of everyone to at least force this game number 4. And now this kind of gets scary for me if you are Cloud9, because on a map like Subway, so we've only seen it 1 time in the last 2 events. Cloud9 haven't played it in quite some time.
Yeah.
They have an overall record sitting at 4-6, so it hasn't treated them well all throughout the season. They've been great on the rotations, but when you talk about the break percentage and the hold percentage, that is where they tend to struggle on this map. So Gentlemates have to capitalize on it, especially with all the airs they're going to bound to run on this Subway.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's a level of pressure, though, for Gentlemates to make sure you're getting a good performance from a player like Vance. On the other front, if Denza continues to run just an SMG, you know how tricky that can be.
Yeah.
Kind of as a solo player, essentially, you kind of got to play on your own terms. Hasn't had necessarily the greatest of series to this point, but this could be a hell of a way to turn it around. On the other side, we know what we're going to get from Hydra running another AR.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, that's out of the question. And then we know for a fact that Kismet can pull a 4th if they need to and just handle it as well as anyone else can. So, it does feel a bit odd that looking at the history over the regular season that this Cloud9 team didn't find more success on it, but like you said, we haven't seen it in 2 months, and there's questions, I think, for every team on what this map looks like.
100%, because we at least had it in our previous series, and you see all the parallel spawns that come in. You have to be able to thrive through that chaos. And Cloud9, they're usually one of the teams that are ready for all of that. We're talking about Troy Highcal Michaels, letting them know parallel spawns going to happen here. Caesar Skies Bueno, he's very intelligent about the game, and the same thing could be said for Kismet. So they have the intelligence, they have the knowledge of how they need to play the map. They just need to execute it better when you talk about those hold percentage and those breaks if they come down to it.
The funny picture here, if Troy is Al Michaels, does that make Drill John Madden?
No, not Al Michaels. It's Troy Highcal Michaels.
I thought you were calling him Al Michaels.
No,
I was just like, that is a...
Back in the day when Troy competed, he used to run high caliber. So that's what we gave him the nickname. Troy Highcal Michaels was a difference maker back in the day.
I was like, what are we talking about? Like, where's this Al Michaels reference coming from? Well, I still like to picture him as Al Michaels.
All right.
As John Madden in this imagery. On the other front of things here, again, I think the thing for Gentlemates is not getting behind the 8 ball early.
Yes.
You know, I mean, we talked about it on the Vista. Even game until we got to the key rotations from 3 to 4, and then eventually from 5 to 1. Both of those went the way of Cloud9 in both rotations. That has to be something we keep our eye on here if you're Gentlemates playing a good macro game of Hardpoint.
Yeah, it's because a map like Subbase can tend to get out of hand very, very quickly with how these setups and how these hills are approached, because we're talking about if you're spawning on the good side for P1, you dominate that side of the map, you dominate in those kills department, and you trap them in towards the back side of warehouse, you're basically chaining it towards that P2. And then obviously you're going to find yourself potentially down by 60 to 70 points. You don't want to give up all that time and eventually be down 120, but if you go for that opportunity for a break and it fails, and then you spawn all the way behind, then you're basically down by 180. You do not want the game to get out of hand early. So if you are a Gentlemate, you got to come out swinging right off the gate.
Absolutely. And I think the thing about it is, it's not just can the whole team play a good macro game, but what do the decisions look like for the individuals in terms of, I'm in a good spot, I'm going to stay here, and where do we draw the line in the sand before we maybe get a little bit too over-aggressive, which I think kind of as a moment of reflection has been maybe some of the downsides of evaluating Denza in the past. He's had the ability to take over maps.
Yeah.
You know, you think about him when he was playing all the way back from Modern Warfare 2019 season. He was great at being able to take over in 5v5. Followed it up with a great Cold War year and a great Vanguard year after that. But it feels like since Modern Warfare 2, and of course Modern Warfare 3 has been in the picture, he hasn't had the ability to take over a map individually, and I still think he tries to force that at times. You need to have good decision making if you're going to run a solo sub, especially in a map like Subbase.
Yeah, well, you better not be running a solo sub, I'll tell you that right now, because if you're playing against Cloud9 and they're running 4 ARs, you're just going to be running into the pre-aims of these MCWs. You're simply not going to have a good time. So if you're our Gentlemates, hopefully for them, since they were the team B in the veto process, they're going to spawn on the preferred side. So they're going to get the initial start off to where they can get a lot of time off the P1. If they can chain it over towards P2, even better. But they need to secure their first Hardpoint win of the weekend to try to force a game number 5. And I'm really looking at Denza, a guy that you are really high on, to step up here tremendously to try to force it.
Yeah, I mean, flat out. I mean, we've done the top challengers players rankings in the last handful of years. He's notoriously been in at least the top 10. I think saved this last year. It was the first year that he hadn't really cracked into that top 10 mold. Some of that, I think, just kind of matched up the fact that individually hasn't been great, and just the teams he's found himself on haven't done well on land. So being able to take down a team like G2, that's got to be at least some sort of a confidence booster, but this feels like a major proving point. Can you jump into a map number 4, find a way to steal it away from Cloud9, get to another map 5 situation where we trust that their search and destroy preparation very well may give them some daylight to play with?
Just got to get through this Subbase HP. And unfortunately for them, they're not going to spawn on the preferred side. Cloud9 are actually on the preferred side for this P1. So they're initially going to be the team in towards the hard point. If Hydra working his way around the outskirts, playing for this early pitch, and this is definitely going to catch them off guard. Or not.
Or not. Cobra still holding down low. Sid on the opposite doorway. Interesting battle between the two of them. Cobra trying to bail out, but he will not be allowed to. Sib gets the kill. And with that, Cloud9 still comfortable with the first 15, and they have still, I think more importantly, on the left side of the map after everything's all set.
Yeah, still controlling the majority of the map that they want to be on in 20 seconds to fight for, and they're soaking it up. You're forcing the Gentlemates to try to hit this overextension because you don't want to approach over towards warehouse side and consistently get those bad spawns for that new hard point. But Cloud9 coming out swinging out of the gates, and one player does spawn out. You can see it on your minimap. Kismet realizes, all right, my team is still securing the spawns. They're still getting a couple kills, but the fact that he's able to catch a couple around that warehouse area gives his teammates free life at that new HP.
Denza, here we go. Able to get through. His teammates need to provide something, and we just don't need to take that challenge right there. Your teammates are still stuck over towards warehouse side. Denza trying to catch timing that doesn't work out, and now you're stuck spawning at P3.
And this is where the game can get a little bit nasty, because 40 seconds to fight for, you only have one opportunity to try to find a break, and it has to come in quickly. And at the same time, the map control in favor of Cloud9. Cobra gets the better over Sid, but Kismet already off to a hot start. Earned himself a cruise missile in the search and destroy. First 2 minutes into the game, he already finds one here. 65-0. It might be 90-0 at the end of this P2.
Yikes, Jay. Absolutely yikes. Small break comes through. Caesar still dancing. The route is shut down from Kismet on the opposite side, but Hydra re-breaks with Sim. He just sits and looks at him and says, are you guys even shooting back? What an absolute blowout. This is not what you want for Gentlemates in any form.
Absolutely not. And now the route out of Skies is going to be perfect because all you have to do is put yourself in the backside of that left side of your mini-map. And that's going to force all of Gentlemates to spawn all the way across the map. Now those 2 players that fall are no longer going to spawn in the back. They're going to spawn around the middle map area, and an instant break comes in from Cloud9 without having to invest a cruise missile.
I mean, Gentlemates was here first, and they only got a single point. Not good news. In fact, it's very bad news. The response, though, decent. Gentlemates will kind of re-flip the spawns just a touch, but they're just not finding kills, man. I mean, we're 10-2 for Sib, looking for a second cruise missile for Cloud9, and even still, Gentlemates just didn't touch the point, bro.
And you can see the trust that Skies has in his teammates. I'm hitting that early roto. You guys just contest that as long as you possibly can. They're still trading effectively. Finally, Gentlemates are able to eliminate those final couple of players around Cloud9. They're able to breach that 10-point mark, but it's not going to be easy to break your way in towards P4, especially with Kismet already earning himself that cruise.
And you need to break this. But look how, again, good these little buffer points are. The line of scrimmage is set so far forward by Cloud9. Sky's can just put his controller down if he wants to. Everyone else is taking all the fights around him. And now you got Kismet lurking up through mid. It's going to force Denza to hit the brakes, and it's just, Gentlemen can't even look at the hard point.
Because Cloud9 haven't played the map for quite some time due to a real fact that they just simply didn't want to show this gameplay, as they are dominating so far in this map number 4, still having those back spawns, still trading out better as they find themselves in a 3-1. Benjamin Bands trying to make something happen. He falls, and Cloud9 continuously just running up that scoreboard.
Oof. No, not good. And it's just, even when you see moments where Gentlemates are getting trades, like, it's just, Cloud9 are still contesting time or neutralizing the hard point. We've got ourselves just about a 100-point game, and you look at the minimap as you look down towards P5, Cloud9 are in prime position to get the setup that they want.
Yeah, they're going to be fully set up off this rotation, but you see the positioning of Skies. He wants to try to flip all of Gentlemates towards the backside of that warehouse, but Gentlemates get the better of them in a couple of those gunfights, so Cloud9 still not on the preferred side that they want to be. They're playing for these kills before they hop the objective, and that's going to lead to 3, make it all 4 dead if you just locate this last player towards top warehouse, and Sib is able to find him.
Feels a little too easy right now for Cloud9. The gap will go back to 100 points. Kismet right through the windows at bottom glass. Gets a read at least on where this Gentlemate spawn is now, meaning the rotation. But still, you're taking these fights from across the map right now after Gentlemates. And once again, Skies is just hanging out. 7-5, already almost to 2 minutes in the hill already.
Yeah, and when you're running out to the middle of the map, running into all the power positionings that Cloud9 are currently dominating, you're just simply not having fun. Like, this is not good so far from Gentlemates. They are looking for a little bit of life in Hardpoint, but at the end of the first rotation, you're gonna find yourself down by almost 140 points. It's now in this second half of the game has to be a miracle turnaround.
Yeah, absolutely. Sib up top at glass. Lost track of his opponent, which was Harry in the meantime. It's still saying, where is he gone? And finally, they find him. Denza mid-map, good shots at range. Able to turn that into a double, and now he's putting a little bit of pressure on the left side of the map for Cloud9. But again, they don't really care about that at the moment because there's still 40 seconds to fight for here.
Yeah, it's all good. You can play for the Swans. I'll keep soaking up the time. Thankfully now, they're finding a couple kills that's going in their favor. So 3 of the Cloud9 members are going to spawn all the way across the map. It's going to fall into the hands of Sib if he can still try to hold that down for his team. He finds the first, goes for the chow in the second. Not going to commit, but Denza is able to get the better of him. But at the same time, all his teammates already come off spawn. They're showing presence around the middle of the map, and they flip it right back on its head.
I mean, it's hard to properly portray how much of a beatdown this is. 182 to 37. We're through 6 hills. You can do the math on what that average is for Gentlemates per hill in terms of points. It's not good. So now we get to P2. Gentlemates already in a setup, but they don't really have the full spawns. In fact, Sky's spawns on the proximal side. The kills from the front are good. I mean, the trades are just not there. Nothing's going right. Cobra trying to make something out of nothing, and at least finds a couple, but Cloud9 are going to get here first.
Yeah, Cloud9 have secured those back spawns, and this is where Sib is going to invest one of the 2 cruisers that Cloud9 have earned so far in this game. Just going to make sure you're clearing out. Don't want to have any unfortunate team kills, but the double stack from Gentlemates on the bottom side of this control room. Trying to at least make a couple kills go their way, but unfortunately Hydra finds that double. So the final 25 gonna be in favor of Cloud9. And when you're at this much of a deficit, you cannot afford to give up all this time.
Well, the challenge is on the way. Cobra again, creating something here for Gentlemates to at least somewhat smile about, at least take the frown off for a moment. Sib down low, almost. If he had one more burst of the pistol, probably finishes it off, but Hydra still keeps Gentlemates out of the hard point. It's 202 to 49, and the rotation is on to New.
All right, Gentlemates, this is what you need to do. Get a flawless hold here at this P3 hard point, chain it over to that P4 and make Cloud9 use that cruise missile early on and have it do absolutely nothing. So far off to a great start though. 15 uncontested seconds. Denza now starting to heat up a little bit. On 5 in a row, can potentially earn himself that cruise missile, and whenever you're dominating around this top snow area, it makes it a lot easier to hold this hill.
Problem is, Gentlemates kind of get too focused in the middle of the map, and Cloud9 just walk around the back. They flip the spawns, and now it puts pressure onto Bance and Harry to try to hold on from the front. And this is taking time. Bance eventually jumps in off the catwalk. That turns into a double. So the recovery is decent. Need to find one more, and they will take care of Hydra. Also, that hold, Denza taking a decent fight over towards New, but he does get shut down. Gentlemates will get some scrap, but again, it's still a 100-point plus game.
And now you're forced to break into a money hill at P4. The Kismet cruise missiles already being invested simply off of the information. As he is able to find the closest player pushed up for Gentlemates, but they can win the game here. Just need 1 or 2 sets of kills and it's all yours.
Yeah, indeed the case. Nice shots coming through for Kismet. Lots of damage to one, kill on the other. 220 plus now goes the score for Cloud9. I'm telling you, Cobra is shooting, my guy. It's just the rest of the team is just not finding good quote-centric hits. Finally, we're starting to see shades of something decent here for Gentlemates as they flip the spawns and get quick control of the hill with still 30 seconds to fight.
It's a good break there from Gentlemates. Now you just need a couple players to start to turn up to a whole different level. Need a couple cruise missiles to make this potential comeback on the cards be a little bit easier, as they're going to be able to breach that 100-point mark. But when you're Cloud9 and the lead that you have, you're going to hit every single ounce of scrap time left.
Yeah, this is really just don't make 5 consecutive mistakes and you should close this map out.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Gentlemates looking like they should break past the 100-point threshold. So at least they've got that going for them. On rotation to New. Denza trying to make the first move. A bit surprised that Sib was directly underneath him. No trade here as he just gets himself tucked into a corner. Cobra able to find a couple of tags, but still this is laborious for Gentlemates trying to work their way across the middle of the map.
Yeah, 15 seconds to go for Cloud9 to have a dance-off with OpTic tomorrow in the bracket. As Caesar Skies is able to find one, Sib finds another. This might be it.
Yep. Last couple of players trying to do what they can to contest. Bance does well to get 2. Has to turn that into a triple, but not going to be able to. Skies up top and keeps it safe, and Cloud9 are just a point away. Skies trying to do it himself. He's been hanging out most of the map, and he'll jump into the hard point to find the final second. Clean stuff from Cloud9 in both the hard points, and that's enough to send Gentlemates home packing.
Yeah, it's a great bounce-back series right there from Cloud9. They were not expecting to lose to the Vancouver Surge, but Surge played phenomenal in that series, but they get the redemption story again. If you're Gentlemates, that's gotta be so tough, man. You played the same team twice, and you lose to them twice to get eliminated from EWC. GG's all around, fist bumps are out. But Cloud9 take care of business, but a lot more work to do, especially tomorrow, having that rematch of champs.
Yeah, and I think the thing about the day here for Cloud9 is you can't allow that Vancouver Surge match to live rent-free.
Yeah.
Things happen. And to be fair, 2 of the maps were tremendously close. We're talking around 11 Surge and 200 plus to 250 hardpoint. So, I mean, you're right in there from possibly 3-1ing on the opposite side. This has to be about, okay, what did we learn when we played up against OpTic in Dallas? How do we recover? How do we try to modify what went wrong versus the patch we're currently on here in Riyadh to find a way to take down the defending champ?
And I feel like if you're Cloud9, it's definitely going to go back to that hardpoint game, because there was multiple times in that grand finals where they found themselves up by 100 points in a hardpoint game. And then OpTic, with the crowd behind them, gaining that energy, were able to chain a couple hard points together and then completely demoralize the side of Cloud9. So that's what it's got to be for me. In that matchup specifically, the hard points are going to be the deciding factor.
It's going to be interesting. For Gentlemates, lots of questions will remain for our individuals on that squad and what they do going into next year as they have completed now the year. But with that, we're about ready to get our final reactions. It's Kismet, who had a pop-off series down on the main stage, I believe, Jay. So should be a fun one to hear what he has to say as we join him now live with the post-game reaction.
Cloud9 are showing off on the main stage in style, and we are not talking about their jersey, we're talking about their game play. That was insane, that was nice. And talking about 9, it's just stuck on my head, 99 Kids, you're popping off there. Was that a respawn for taking a loss earlier today?
I mean, yeah, I think our match against Seattle or Vancouver now was just, I don't know, we weren't playing like ourselves. We went back, we talked about some stuff, we just let it be, and we just wanted to make bracket play, which we did, so it's all reset from here.
What happened there at the control round? Like, what was going on between you guys?
Nothing crazy. I mean, I think a small couple mishaps by us, but mostly, I mean, they just played it well. They capitalized on our mistakes, and it's just, that's what happens sometimes.
All right, you guys dominated, and you get, of course, to get the key from Baines. We ask him to hand over the key, which you guys get to crush, and yeah, that's the treat, that's the trophy. That's actually cool handover we are seeing here. Now you get to destroy that key. How that makes you feel?
It feels good. I mean, I think there's other teams we really want to destroy, but I mean, this is nice. It gets a little, I don't know, just, yeah, I don't know. It feels good. Feels good.
Talking about feels good, I want to have your feelings about your upcoming match. You're gonna go, I believe, against OpTic Gaming. They are undefeated yet. How do you feel about that upcoming match?
I mean, that's the key I want, so we're going for it. It feels good to have a little rematch from Champs Finals. They obviously played good at that tournament. We want to rebound from that and, you know, win this one. So.
All right, that's all from the stage. Let's go back to the studio and see our talents, what they have to say about it.
If you've been watching since the beginning, Kismet by far has the best quotes on the weekend. I just get dope from making everyone else's job easier, and now he wants OpTic's key. You got to go through the best to take it all here, Clayster. And currently, OpTic's the top dogs. Cloud9 stumbled earlier today, but they rebounded pretty well here.
And like Kismet said, they went into the back. They are like, let's just put that in the past. Let's not worry about that match at all, and let's focus on the next one. And I think Kismet is a prime example of working his way back through Challengers and making it back onto a team. He was in Challengers for a long time, rejoined New York, won a World Championship last year with them. If any of the Challengers players want to look out how they get back in the league, follow Kismet's footsteps.
Ali, as we take a look at some of the highlights, what was Paco doing to Harry? I felt like every time Harry was set up, he just got slammed by Pac.
It was nothing good. Unfortunately, it was nothing good if you're a Gentlemates fan. But for the side of Cloud9, I'm very impressed they were able to take that search and destroy. I did not expect them to drop a respawn, especially not a control. However, that search and destroy was clinical, and that's going to be the biggest difference throughout the rest of this weekend. On the side of Gentlemates, unfortunately, it was just a repeat of what happened in that first time they matched up in this battle. They could not hang in the slaying department. The hardpoints just could not go their way. Cloud9 capitalizes.
And if there's anybody's job on Cloud9 I want, it's Caesar Skies. He went 2-2 in the S&D for the win, and that last hardpoint, he went 18-50 with almost 3 minutes in the hill. He is chilling, just like, hey, y'all go ahead and do all the work.
The important ones if they eventually get to me, but y'all just keep doing you.
And I'm so happy you brought that up, because that map 4 was a perfect example of what we were talking about in the pre-show, that when Cloud9 finds success in the hardpoints, it's when Sib is dropping numbers like that and Skies is soaking hill time like that.
On the other side of things, you saw Gentlemates. They called themselves out on Twitter last night. Band saying we go into every match down 2 maps. Those are the hard points. Combining their 2 hardpoint finishes, 252 points total in this series. They got mollywopped on that game mode. If you're looking at this team, though, from a GM's perspective, is there anyone that you're looking at maybe ready to go to the next level, or do you think this squad needs another year of Challengers?
Absolutely looking at Cobra. He's been somebody on my list for a while now. I think he's one of those players that really hasn't had the best shot. He's been performing phenomenally in Challengers, doing really well in the Elites, performing, you know, maybe not in this tournament, but they are playing against the best in the world. Right. It's a lot harder playing in the Pro League than it is in Challengers.
Gentlemates are now knocked out of the tournament, but they only lost to one team, Vancouver, causing some chaos in Group B. And not only did that mean Gentlemates had to play Cloud9 twice, but you heard it, Cloud9 now draws OpTic for a fight for top 4.
That's a rough matchup, round 1. You know, they already came out, they've done their job, they got to playoffs, but now you're looking at OpTic to make it into the semifinals, and it doesn't get much tougher than that.
Ali, earlier we were saying OpTic looks like the best respawn team, but today, the best respawn player from this series has to be.
Ooh, you always have to go for Hydra, unfortunately.
Too bad it's 99 Kids.
What do you mean it's 99 Kids? He set me up for that.
I tried. Let's take a look at what the Bulldog brings to the table.
What's funny is we talk about 99 kills so often because when it happens, you see score lines like that, right? 130 to 72. Thankfully, Gentlemates did not end up getting a 100-point club, but when Kiz is shooting like that, this is when Cloud9 wins championships. This is when they're in that conversation. But it's also when we talk about he has one of the strongest mentals in the league. No matter when they drop down, how they drop down, who they drop down to, you can count on Kiz and the rest of Cloud9 to bounce back. You can never count them out.
Nothing shakes Kismet, and something that really impresses me about him is he's always making the right play. And so when he's on fire, shooting incredibly well and making those plays, he's impossible to keep track of. He's impossible to kill. He becomes one of the biggest nuisances in the game.
He was my favorite player to watch throughout this series, and he put up some numbers worth noting. If he can continue this against the likes of Shotzi and Pred, Cloud9 are my favorite to win this tournament. That's not until tomorrow, though. Let's relive a few more of these highlights. He was going on streaks back in Search and Destroy, and he closes it out with some in the Hardpoint.
I mean, we talked about it as well, that Cloud9, like, once they get sent down, like, they don't get worse. They get better because they start to realize the situation that they're in, and the vibes stay extremely high on this team. You got to tip not only the players, but the coaching staff.
Let's take a look at his numbers here. 15,000 damage, almost 16K across the 4 games. Are you expecting that out of your, I guess, objective SMG?
I mean, dropping that amount of damage in 4 maps is incredibly impressive. We looked at the S&D 2.4 KD, doesn't get much better than that. Kismet just frying this tournament. I love to see him come out here after their champs loss in the grand finals and keep showing, hey, we're here to win tournaments.
Excellence in action presented by Bravia. Your match MVP is Kismet from Cloud9. Congrats to the Bulldog and congrats to everyone who got the right predictions in. Allie, you called Cloud9. You called Cloud9. I called Cloud9. 86% of the audience saw this one coming. Sorry, Gentlemates. This was the most lopsided fan poll we've done so far.
Yeah, it was pretty rough when it comes to the fan poll, but I think everybody kind of knew. Cloud9 was just in the Champs Grand Finals. They won Major 4. They're going up against an amateur team. It was going to be a blowout.
Allie, let's recap everything that's happened in our group so far, starting with Group B, because now it is officially done. It's Vancouver Surge and Cloud9 moving to tomorrow.
Unfortunately, no challengers teams from Group B make it to the qualifiers. They put up a couple of decent fights. Gentlemates taking that Game 5 versus G2 Esports, a bunch of former professionals to push a rematch versus Cloud9. However, unfortunately, the respawns just weren't tight enough to pull out the win.
And can we talk about Vancouver Surge a little bit? These guys coming out and performing this way, not only beating G2 Esports 3-0, but then beating Cloud9 3-1. I think Vancouver Surge finally figured it out a little bit. 04 Lil Man, he kind of beat up on his big bro a little bit. We saw some spiciness on Twitter.
Tim versus 04, a rivalry that we love watching unfold here in Riyadh, and they could meet up in the bracket tomorrow. That's assuming both teams are able to power their way through. Allie, as we reflect on everything that you've seen today, how do the teams stack up? Where's Cloud9 right now in your power rankings?
I think Cloud9's still considered a top 4 team for me right now, especially because they were able to win that 6-star Search and Destroy in the way that they did. S&D will always win championships, and throughout the season, S&D was a pain point for a lot of these teams. So if they get it rolling now, the rest of the weekend should be a breeze.
And Clay, of course, big props to Gataga starting his own org. The Gentlemates, they didn't finish bottom 4. They finished 9th through 12th, and that earns them 40K.
Yeah, they earned 40K at this tournament, which is probably more than they earned throughout the entirety of the year in Challengers. So even though they didn't get to the playoff bracket, I think they're pretty happy with where they placed here.
They're awesome folks as well. If you see Banson crew walking around, stop them, say what's up, take your pictures, because they are some of the best in CDL and Call of Duty esports. We got to go to break. When we come back, we've got the 4th and final match on the main stage, and it's featuring a team that's still alive on day 2. They go by the name of Boston Breach. You don't want to miss it.
How many times
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Scrap of Toronto Ultra, and we are playing Duo, Clutch, Choke. Are you ready?
Ready.
So the rules are, it's 3 categories. Duo, who'd you rather partner up with? Who's most likely to clutch when your team really needs it? And when you really don't need it, who's going to choke? You have to pick your teammates. Duo first.
My duo, okay. I'm gonna go with Toby. You know, Toby just flying around the map with me. You know, me and him are setting base, and I love when he's by my side, just, you know, baiting for me pretty much. It's always a good time.
Oh, off my team, I'll do Dan.
There we go. Dan's your duo. Okay.
Brack for sure. We're just the AR connection, and we always clutch everything together.
So, perfect.
I have to say also.
Why?
I don't know, he's my guy. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Who's most likely to clutch?
Most likely to clutch, I'm going to go with Insight. I mean, that guy's been the Iceman all year. When the 1v1's needed most, he's there for it. So yeah, we're going to go with Insight.
Okay. I got this. Okay. Out of game, we'll do Nasty.
Why? Why Nasty?
Calls our Ubers, man, you know? Like, he makes sure we're on practice on time.
Team dad. Everyone needs a team dad.
Exceed.
Any other reasons?
I don't know. I think he's really good in his 1v1s, and every time we've ever been in a situation where we needed a clutch, Exceed came through.
I cannot pick Offo anymore.
No.
I would say Kala.
Yeah? How come?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes he's going crazy, you know, like, and that's it. Yeah.
Out of game as well?
I don't know. Maybe I have like some confidence for him, like in game for sure. And so that's it.
That's good. Who on the team is most likely to choke?
See, I'm going to go with Dylan, but Dylan's definitely icy sometimes. But, you know, sometimes, you know, you got to hit that extra bullet. Might not be there, but, you know, he's always a beast, and he's clutching up when he needs to.
I'm pissed. Yep.
Who's most likely to choke when the team needs it?
Listen, cramp sometimes, like, you just, you know, you'd be taking a little too long in the shower.
In the shower? Okay.
A little long in the shower, a little long.
I have no choice. I have literally no choice. I'm sorry, Paul, brother, but I have no choice.
Any reasons why, or just because he's last picked?
Because he's last, and just because he killed me every time with a nade in practice. That's for him.
Tim. But also Exceed. So it's both. It's hand in hand.
It feels like there's a lot of love across the board.
Yeah,
Everyone
there is.
can do all of these things.
There's a lot of goods and bads. I would say for all of us.
What a very honest and very real answer, Rex. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
We started the tournament with 16. We started day 2 with 12. And now we say goodbye to another team as Cloud9 waves goodbye to their fallen foes. Gentlemates officially out of the tournament.
That is so cute, honestly. Like seeing 6 guys be like, bye-bye, Key, you're getting crushed. And I don't think he's going to put it in their trophy if they end up winning, respectfully.
Don't think so. He's looking for 3 more coming from that playoff bracket. And these 2 teams are fighting for 1 spot in the playoff bracket. Boston able to get an opening victory before falling in their qualifying match. Stallions, they got hot 3-0'd, but then 3-0'd Heretics to get here.
And I think this Boston roster, with the retooling that they did, has gotten a lot better. They look so much more put together, so much prepared. They only kept Snoopy on the roster and added 3 in Awakening, Purge, and Cammy. Those 3 players have been in the Pro League, so they're not amateurs per se, but I do think this Boston roster looks way better.
Allie, when you heard about the new retooled Boston Breach for what could be their final event in Call of Duty, what do you think about this lineup?
I was like, who let them cook? You let Boston Breach win a series, and they could barely do that the entirety of the season, but they've made the choice once again to build around Snoopy, this younger challenger player that they brought in to be possibly their superstar moving forward. And Purge was on the Vegas Legion during some of the season. He got dropped out of nowhere, and he was one of their best players. So the fact that this team is finding success doesn't surprise me too much.
Purge and Cammy, of course, enjoying their time together in Challengers, and Awakening has worn a Boston Breach jersey in the past. He returns to his former squad, and now tonight he is fighting to double up the prize money. They're already guaranteed 40 grand for making it here. You can earn 80 though if you win just 3 more maps.
Never enough.
Yeah, the jumps start getting insane now. The jumps in prize money with every match won, you just say, hey, 30 minutes of good Call of Duty, and we just make an extra 10K, an extra 20K, whatever it is. And Nameless isn't up here on the stage, so I'll give some love to Awakening. He loves Awakening. He loves them. I know Nameless wants to see Awakening show up here and make it to that playoff bracket.
Ant is smiling right now somewhere in the green room. He's just beaming, and so is this kid in game. We caught up with Snoopy backstage. Here he is.
I'm here with Snoop of Boston Breach. It is crunch time for you guys right now. Before we look at what's to come, quick glance in the rearview mirror. What went wrong against Toronto?
I mean, I feel like all the maps were pretty close, besides the S&D, obviously. But yeah, I mean, first map, we should have won it. Just an unfortunate situation happened in the back. But we're past that. We're just going to lock in on this match. We know we're a good team, and like we showed it against Toronto. Just a couple of things didn't go our way, but it's fine. Like, we still have another chance.
You guys collectively have what it takes to dust yourselves off after that frustrating loss and get right back out there on the main stage, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited and grateful to be here on the main stage. It's something that everyone dreams of. And being with this team is just kind of crazy to me. I'm really happy because I know we're good, and I know like we can go far in this tournament. So I got a pretty high confidence.
You've been a key member of Boston for time now, right? And what do you make of the new members of the team around you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been with Boston since the start of the season. They have believed in me since the start, so I always thank Boston for that. And I mean, I learned a lot this year. Obviously, we didn't get the results that we wanted, but I mean, it's experience that, you know, I wouldn't like it to happen that way, but I learned a lot. So I'm just looking at the positive side, and I'm just happy to be with these guys. Like, they're all pretty good. They play together. They have chemistry. I'm trying to like fit in with them. I've been like fitting pretty well. So
it's a real chance if you can perform here and somehow get through, keep moving forward, a reset button for Boston, right? But you've got to get through Stallions first. Just briefly, what do you think of them?
Yeah, I mean, we're going into this match just thinking of ourselves, playing our game. We know they're a good team. You know, we're not like, we're just trying to like play our game, do our thing, not really like overthink anything. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna show up. So
good luck out there, man.
Thank you
for the time.
Thank you.
Snoopy has spent some of the least amount of time in the challenger scene. He simply went straight up into the pros, and since then, he has been doing work. People have questioned his map presence at times, but so far in this tournament, he's been putting in work, and the numbers show it.
Again, Boston Breach have built multiple rosters, hopefully, around Snoopy to find that success, and now they're finding it at EWC, one of the biggest tournaments of the year, after doing another swap, and he's being the star player. Putting up numbers like that spells very good things moving forward.
On the other side of the stage, Clayster, we have a team that is very familiar with the challenger scene, formerly FaZe Black, Zuma's squad. The Stallions are here in Riyadh, and you know it would mean a ton to ASIM if they're able to power their way through to that playoff bracket?
Most certainly. ASIM's had a couple shots in the Pro League this year. He's been one of the people that goes back and forth constantly. They're like, is he good enough for the Pro League? Is he not? I'm a big ASIM fan. He's a glue guy. When he's on fire, he's on fire. But when he's performing poorly, you're getting that double negative score line out of him. I know Zuma and his watch party are watching right now. We got to give a little gas over there to the flank when, bringing a lot of content to Call of Duty. And I know he wants to see his team make it to that playoff bracket.
You can see Exceed signing some autographs out here in Riyadh. I love to see the fans interacting with our pros, and good on him to take the moment. The thing that was bugging Exceed on day one, I wasn't allowed to wear my hat, man. I hope he takes it on stage with him.
I had a little bit of a perspective moment earlier. We have fans out here in the Middle East, people that want our autographs, want to take our pictures, and that is so mind-blowing to me to come from where we came playing in our bedrooms, and now we're here in Saudi Arabia. We got fans all around the world, and it's just a blessing, man.
Pretty incredible stuff and a fun ride for all the teams that have made it this far. Let's take a look at our Group C and catch everyone up with how we got here, Alley Cat, because you'll see Toronto Ultra matched up against Stallions. Brack had a terrible showing as Scrap and Crew shut him down. But Boston Breach able to take a big win off of Heretics, and that was the momentum change they needed to their season.
That was probably one of the most shocking results I had heard over the weekend, because Team Heretics is not a team to sneeze at. They were underdogs throughout the season. They are very strong when it comes to that teamwork. That's our Spanish team. So Boston Breach finding success not only at this tournament, but the very first match speaks a lot for me.
Glacier, I look there, I see Boston beat Heretics 3-1. I see Stallions beat Heretics 3-0. Can I read into that? Can I now take away that mathematically Stallions must be better?
No, that's not how that works, Chris. I'm sorry.
Boston did take an invasion off of Toronto Ultra. Look what's not in the series here. Instead, they'll be playing Control on High Rise this time around.
And Control High Rise is one of those game modes where it can seem very lopsided when a team gets a 4 dead and they just trap you in their base. It is extremely hard to get out of your spawn once they get up the map on you. So I'm just looking out to make sure we don't all die at the same time.
Allie, what are your expectations for both of these teams? To me, this is a fair fight.
Well, when you think about these rosters for just a second, there's some challenger players that put into the Boston Breach team. So on one side, Stallion should be very well versed in this matchup versus a lot of these players. But on the other side, they also are the same.
All right, we want to know everyone's thoughts at home. Where do you lie in this fight? Let us know. Head on over to stcplay.gg. Only one of them can move on into our round of 8, the playoffs, which begin tomorrow. The other one goes home with 40 grand. It's time to get into this matchup, and it's time for you two to put your predictions on the line. Clayster, what should the fans know?
I've been pretty good today about him, and I got to root for my boy Zuma and his team Stallions. I'm going Stallions 3-1.
Oh, wow.
3-1.
That might be your first loss of the day. I'm going to go with Boston Breach in the series.
All right, tell me why.
I'm going with Boston Breach simply because these are very talented players. I think they might struggle versus the pro teams, but versus the challengers teams like this, they better do quick work.
I want to see a Game 5. We haven't had one on the stage all day. We finished last night with one. Why not do the same before we head into the playoff bracket on Saturday? It's time to go to the Amazon Arena.
The battle to remain in the Esports World Cup continues, but before day 2 comes to an end, one more key must join the crushed in the graveyard in the podium.
By winning their next series, they will guarantee at least $80,000 in their pockets. But to do so, they have to lock horns. It is Boston Breach versus Stallions!
Two teams enter the arena, but only one will make it out alive. Okay, that's pretty dramatic, but seriously, only one.
Will the Stallions' comeback story continue, or Boston have something to say about it? Let's find out.
Another one will bite the dust after this series, folks, as we are slowly but surely running out of teams. Good news, we get to find out who our champion will be, but that is days away. For now, it's Boston Breach and it's Stallions, and we will find out who gets the win here. An exciting one, Chance, and I don't know. I've been looking forward to this one all day, but I don't know if I expected it to be these two in this position.
I think I did, to be quite honest. Just depending on how you're looking at it, but it's an elimination match, right? And I'm excited just to watch Boston play because I haven't seen this new squad yet. They've been on Bravo, and we've been casting every single time they've been playing on, well, the other channels. So it'll be interesting to see how they perform. Obviously, they've made it here, so they're going to be a lethal threat.
A lethal threat indeed. Well, that's the pre-game stats going into this one. The Stallions, time to go big, and Boston, look out for the search and destroy. They haven't won a search yet, Chance.
Well, I mean, certainly not ideal. And again, from what I was picking up from the Snoopy interview, a bit of a choke slamming as well in the game mode. So a little bit to be worked on, to be sure. And obviously for the Boston squad, a fairly fresh roster, only 2 or 3 weeks worth of practice before making this trip. And S&D, well, the game mode you practice the least, but you got to tighten that up immediately or your year is over.
The year is over and you've come a long way. The journey won't end here, though, for one of these squads. The key will be handed over and it will be crushed in front of them. I love that feature. I mean, watching Bance have to hand it over to Kismet was a treat. Just because of what a great sport Bance is, it was just wonderful. I mean, look, it's all drama and theatrics here at the Esports World Cup, and we absolutely love it. Nearly ready to get into this game, folks. Our first map, Chance Karachi Hardpoint to start things. Again, a spicy one, a sort of a map that's got a little bit more structure to it than most of the hardpoint maps in MW3. Who's got the tightest game?
I just know I'm expecting Asim to have like 2.5 minutes of hill time. Like any objective play to be rolling through, Asim is just going to be full speed ahead, straight to it every single life. So be on the lookout for that. But as you said, Karachi, very structured map, been in the game since day one as well before we mix things up for the Rio S&D, where we just get to see if Boston can sort of bring that tailor-made gameplay to the table. And again, fresh roster on that side of the stage. I'm going to be very excited to watch it. And two, headstrong coaches as well. Shawnee's one of those guys, as a player, he substituted in for the team very briefly, and he has some of the best stats on Boston.
That's not even a joke.
No, it's not.
Shawnee,
Sean, man.
He was a hero for the Ravens in MW19. Didn't necessarily find the same success in the later Call of Duties, but now the coach of Boston, he's been putting in the hard work to help players like Snoopy, like Cammy, like Awakening, and like Purge.
I'm so excited.
Find themselves here at the EWC. Final few moments, folks, before we get into that map. Chance, why are you excited about Purge? Purge is a player that hasn't been around too long, but has caused a scene here in the league.
Purge is one of those players where watching him go quadruple negative and they're still winning the map. So you're like having those like moments where he's clearly an impact player. We saw him on a Karachi Hardpoint where he ends up going like 12 and 28, but quite literally makes the game-winning highlight reel play to seal the deal. So the slang hasn't always been there. The potential in like the mental game from Purge though has. So if the slang kicks up a notch, if he's back in the mix, he's gonna be an absolute force.
But interesting enough, I mean, we also coined the phrase a Purge game. If you do go, 29 and 7 with 4 minutes of hill time, that in itself is also a Purge factor.
I forgot of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Skid Row Hardpoint against Vegas, I think. Oh no, he was playing for Vegas. I forget who he was playing against. Might have been the Ravens. Absolutely outstanding. Well, folks, story time's over. A warm glass of milk in your hand, but we're not going to bed. We're going to get real cozy on Karachi and dive into this hardpoint. Feet first. Stallions versus Boston Breach. Map 1 on its way. And the loser of the series goes home.
And you pointed out as well, again, yeah, Purge, record-breaking sort of performances just on the objective front. Him and Asim are getting ready to have an absolute battle. But to Karachi we go in full speed ahead over towards P1. And, I mean, everybody taking routes. Stallions want nothing to do with that mid lane.
Not at all. They're going to be going all over the shop. Exceed. Takes the far right flank. An easy read, though, from Awakening there. Gets him a first blood happily. And does get Stallions into the hard point as well. So we'll see how this all goes. Snoopy. Oh, actually, we'll flip those scores in a moment, but for now, it's actually Boston finding that time. Stallions trying to counter back here, and the trades will be complete. Exceed finally gets in there and rips the seal for the Stallions there on the point.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one indeed, and just for the fact that there's 22 seconds left, Asim, there you go. By the objective, at least gets the guy out of time. His team really wants to try to not necessarily flip the spawns, but get some presence over towards P2, and meanwhile, Brack, he just got the gunfight against Big Waker, doesn't even want to take it. leaving that for the squad or just good reaction time from the boys and an unfortunate team kill at the right time.
A lovely stick. A difficult thing to do. P2's up. Here we go. Boston with a nice lead. Start things off. Stallions now trying to make the break. The counterattack. Exceed will be the man. First in. Doesn't read it. Nice damage into Awakening. Not enough for the kill, but for the trade. There it is. Asim in time. Quick contest. Lovely timing there on a Snoopy. Finds another Purge. Can we get two? Yes, we can. Asim on the fry.
That was great plays as well. Just love the subtle little leave it for white time. They know you left it and you like poke back in. Draw them nice and close with the rival. But Boston, everybody able to hop over that dumpster and Rex feeling the pressure.
Dancing.
But, well, they become wreckage inside of the hill. They get the clean white. Final 25 seconds secured.
Yeah, great work. We are going to be looking at a lead change here because it doesn't look like anyone from Boston Breach is going to try to contest that second point. Across the map, we now fly towards this tiny little cafe, and that's where Asim is early. So big rotation from the Stallions. This is what you want to see.
This is such a tough break, too, because you're going to have, what, Dylan Rex posted in the back. Asim can take his time, and when he strikes, he gets the kill. And you see Rex on the 5 spree. He gets to be comfortable in the back. Now he gets to think about the cruise. Asim there for the cleanup kills, and the time absolutely secured by the Stallions. They will, in fact, take the lead.
And look at this. I mean, this is brilliant gameplay from Asim. True flow state right now. Every corner, every avenue, attack, sorted. Can he get this as well, though? Whoa, it's a little windy on the outside here, and Snoopy finally puts him down. Now an avenue of attack for Boston Breach to fly forward. Dylan Rex up next. Can he get the 6th kill in a row? Trying to get himself streaks. Can he? Done. That's the cruise.
Oh, that's a huge win as well inside the hill for Purge, and he's at least trying to be the nuisance, and Purge gives you the extra 2. If not for the team chow from Rex and Asim, well, Purge could have had a heroic play, but instead Stallions P3. Talk about their bread and butter. And I mean, hey, final 20 seconds, Boston right now, they're just flooding into death.
Yeah, then start flooding into Dylan Rex. What a snap. Last shot goes in. 9 spree. Looking at the 10. This might be the most we've seen so far in the tournament. He's on a sweet run. Renetti in hand. There you go. Cammy ends the spree and gets his boys a little bit of extra time. New hardpoint now ready to go. And Asim, again, Mr. Objective play here today. I wonder what happened to transform his gameplay chance.
And we say objective, but he also has 10 kills. So main Slayer and on the objective as well. And I got to say for Boston, you get slammed on the P3 and you don't even really convert that into a good rotation. Granted, they have the right side spawns, which is nice, but 40 seconds left on this hill. I mean, Stallions happy for it. Just keep this pressure up.
Holding it together. Lovely, lovely work. And they got themselves time. Here comes another one from Boston. Snoopy down. Asim, big wins. 12 and 7. He's having a lovely Karachi so far. Purge next in the hard point there for Boston.
Oh, wow.
And it looks like we're going to let him have that next 20. See you later, fellas. Asim in the reposition. The rotation again for Boston. We're thinking about the new hard point as well.
That was a wild route as well. Instead of just going from, you know, top plat, he just takes a nice little route to go to the exact same spot. Effectively does. But hey, we do the thing, all right? It's a 40-point lead still for the Stallions, and they're going to have to really take their time for this break. Acid is working through Coop. Rex is missing jumps to get up top 3rd, but it doesn't matter if you can jump or not when you got a cruise missile.
He gets himself that spree and manages to evict the members of Boston Breach from the point straight into Asim. 14 and 8. As he gets himself now in a position that anyone who's going to come close to that hard point, there's a red dot on your minimap, lads. There it is, absolutely swarmed. Counter-attack now on. Dylan Rex from behind, nothing there. 3 in the feed for Boston Breach. That will be that for the hard point as Exceed trying to get it done alone.
Good news, had a cruise missile. Bad news, yeah, literally no success in effect in using it. Snoopy as well on a 4 spree. And this is certainly a player, when he's afforded a little bit of map space, a little bit of freedom, he can absolutely fly and thrive to the point where you're never gonna be ready. What the hell was that?
That was the teleportation jutsu. It's a forbidden technique that has actually teleported
he's not in the game. Okay.
Out of the game.
That was wild.
Yeah, it's a bloodline limit technique that very few folks have. So we will have to do something about that. Our referees will be on the case.
I don't want Snoopy to get a cruise missile either, but I'm not doing that in the middle of the gunfight to get away from him.
That is a very funny way of putting it. I didn't want him to get a cruise, so I thought I would quit the game. No, there's been a technical issue, as you can see. Exceed is already on his feet, standing, ready to go. That's an unfortunate moment because, again, Boston, even though they had a slight lead there, that was still a very competitive game, Chance.
Well, just to crack more jokes, I'm surprised Exceed has the American flag on it. We see the backwards hat. We know.
What?
I
was making an American joke. You're British. That should have been hilarious.
Sorry, I wasn't. I was actually looking.
I know. You let me down on that one. But to answer your question, indeed, Stallions overall outplaying so far, P3 to P4, absolutely fantastic. A little bit of a mixy rotation towards P2. That's where Asim really started to thrive in the slaying category. They just get absolutely bullied on the junk kill for the, pretend game, I suppose, the warm-up match that we're going to have before the reset.
We'll find out what happened there, folks, and we'll try to get back into that Karachi Hardpoint. It will be a full reset. We're unable to recover the scoreline, so right back at it again we go, Chance.
I'll just make the same joke. We're going to good fake laugh here, Miles. Ready?
You got it.
All right, Exceed. You don't need the American flag on your jersey. We see the backwards hat. We know.
What do you think of that one, chat? Exceed, representing the United States here at the Esports World Cup alongside Stallions. Absolutely. We'll be resetting this map soon, folks, and get right back into the game. Any big takeaways, though, Chance? Honestly, with what we've seen so far? It was tight gameplay. It was quick, but it was pretty close.
I suppose in the sense, and again, just because it was sort of a meme-worthy moment on the Karachi control where Asim not playing for the objective for a little bit of time, which an understandable situation from his point of view, but eventually you want to make the adjustment. You're just looking for a bounce-back performance, and certainly in the slaying category, both him and Rex thriving and frying. Not the best use of the cruise missile that we have seen, and obviously Snoopy picking things up, but maybe just an indication of what's to come between these two teams. An absolute battle that will be unpredictable.
Truly unpredictable. I think that's been one of the fun things about this tournament. We've certainly tried to call the shots, whether it's our tier lists or whether it's our predictions, and we have seen basically anything but. A couple of things are as reliable as gravity.
Surge finally taking down Lil Man. They got him. It took like 5 tries before they finally did it, and obviously Cloud9 might very well get their revenge in the playoff bracket, but finally happened.
Regardless, snip, snip. In the maps and modes, we are sitting here, folks. Karachi Hardpoint. We'll get back into that one as soon as we can. Rio S&D, Chance. How are we feeling about that?
Again, Boston is a brand new team, so completely unknown on that category. I know for Stallions, we've seen sort of a swing and a miss in one of the S&Ds and then brought it back in the second one. So clearly a team that is well orchestrated and capable of performing. And for Boston, again, I just simply don't know. Haven't had the pleasure and opportunity to watch this squad yet. And I know, at least from my perspective, a weird grouping of players, but if you can find that chemistry together, especially in sort of a honeymoon period, this is absolutely the tournament to do it.
Of all the times to make a big team change, 3 weeks after Champs, you've had 3 weeks to get things going. Honestly, some of these teams' honeymoon period would be ultimately the most ideal time in the world in their entire lives to have a very, very special week of Call of Duty. Quick look at the groups, folks, as we allow our referees to work their magic and get ourselves back into this. But Toronto Ultra, a strong squad, Chance, as they're sitting up top. They're already qualified for bracket play. We're going to find out who goes up against, I think, Group A, I do believe we're going to be playing them against this, so Boston Breach Stallions. This is a walk away from this one. A very, very happy player, but incredibly sad one. This is as stressful as it gets here at the Esports World Cup.
And I've seen these players as well getting locked back in, rearing, and ready to go. I know Rex was frying with the MCW in hand, and, well, he leans in extra close to his monitor, so the centering on that man, never going to be a problem.
And folks, it looks like we are ready to get back into map number 1, Karachi Hardpoint. Stallions and Boston Breach. Take 2 here at the Esports World Cup. And here we go. No sprees this time round, we'll see for Dylan Rex. He had a nice run there, it was an 8. Boston started off things very well in the first playthrough. See if they can repeat history.
I love Exceed too. Gets gunned by Awakening top red. Last go around is, you know what, I'll just take a different angle. So all 4 players working through top third and the adjustment on point. Purge though, trying to make a nice impact. And Purge does, he gives you 2, but not good enough to get that time. It will be white, but by white, I mean in the hands of Stallions. Clean adjustment.
Indeed. Brack soaking time. His teammates are close by and they're managing to keep him safe. Oh, he might have seen the top of that play. No, he didn't. Great break there. Boston are in. Pushing Dylan Rex back now in this awkward situation. You're going to find yourself a solid amount of time here. But look at the rotation to the new Hardpoint chance. Wide open. No one from Boston in position to watch this. And 2 members of the Stallions are in.
Yeah, well, they still have him surrounded. They catch him also. You're exactly right. They let him through, but they did not let them go very far. So Boston should be comfortable on this setup as well, and they're very cleanly leaving those back spawns open, but Stallions are taking deep routes off of spawn, so Awakening in the back, and everybody else fighting around red.
Yeah, fighting for it. Oh, nice work here from Brack again with a lot of pressure. Can you get close to the hard point, though? 2 members there of Boston in position as Cammy in big weight. Purge from upstairs. Coverage is perfect. That makes the attack even harder, but did they see Asim? He's in. He's down. Good work from Boston, keeping the hard point going.
That's just tough. Asim would have had to make a hero play to be able to clutch this one up and Exceed. It would have been the exact same story. Brack maybe doing some extra damage, finding some extra kills, but the time still collected by Boston, who are also going to have this rotation. So that was a perfect handling of P2. Never once kept the pressure on the back line, left the spawns open the entire time, and all those fights around red pays dividends. You got Purge on a 5.
Yeah, Purge on a 5. Exceed managing to spawn basically behind enemy lines, and he's going to get potentially shot in the back here. Very, very awkward moment on the minimap. But in the meantime... Okay, something's happened again. Well, folks, frustration for the players. I'm not sure what happened there. Again,
is it
update.
anytime Boston has success, the game's just like, no. They won 1 series on land this year. That's all we're going to give them.
That's all we're going to give them. Congratulations to them on that one. But another reset here. Refs are on it.
Or maybe it's anytime Snoopy gets the hot hand. You saw Exceed was the one that like sort of got the God spawn over towards P3 and Snoopy goes hunting. Literally the split second he got that kill, the lobby just like freaks out. So Snoopy right now, it's like almost a weird shadow ban moment.
Well, the man who keeps seeming to have problems, very, very fortunately enough, Ian Chambers caught up with him before the match. Let's take it away, talking to Exceed.
I'm here with the Stallion himself. Once again, Exceed, good to see you again, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good, better than earlier yesterday, so.
Yeah, well, you clutched up yesterday to maintain your position in the tournament, and now you've had plenty of time to reflect. It looks like you're about to tee off at about 9:30 p.m. What have you done with that time?
Honestly, it was just a lot of relaxing. Yesterday was a long day, like really long day. We played our first match. We got here super early and waited like 6 hours for our first match, so it's been a lot of just like recuperating and just preparing for this match.
It must be quite hard to chill knowing that there's a series here separating you from potentially staying in this tournament or going home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we play these guys at Champs, and they beat us, they Neslo'd us, and so more than anything, you know, forget the rest of the tournament. We just want to beat them.
What do you think of the way they're performing? They're obviously coming into this fresh off the back of a loss to Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, they're a great team. Toronto's a great team. I expected that. We knew that we were going to play them coming into this. And, you know, it's just a matter of us actually playing our game and not trolling, so we're confident.
Anything you want to say to your fans watching at home right now?
You know, I know a lot of people don't like me talking smack, but that's never going to change, and it's always going to stay.
Keep talking smack, brother, and best of luck out there, all right?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's never going to stay. It's never going to change. It's always going to stay. Good man, Exceed, sticking to his guns. Absolutely. Almost ready to go, folks. And whether he's talking smack to his opponents or possibly even talking smack to his teammates, Chance, Exceed has been a force to be reckoned with in his own right here for the Stallions.
Absolutely. And again, he is, well, on the receiving end, but some of the best, or at least in my opinion, finest Call of Duty trash talk of all time. So this is a man that he just wants revenge, and if he ever gets it, oh my God, do we need to keep a camera on him, because it is going to be iconic, whatever he brings to the table. But right now we got a lot of things going on, and even have a nice little update for you guys in Group A. Carolina eliminated Vegas. Took him to task as well, 3-1, pretty comfortable in the respawns that I was able to see. So they will be joining OpTic Gaming, making it out of the group. So Carolina make a small adjustment in their roster, and so far they've been thriving.
Absolutely. They'll be playing Vancouver Surge in the quarterfinals. Congrats to them. OpTic Gaming take on Cloud9 as well. Madness. Well, we're looking at our other B-Stream matchup. This is Group D, also taking place, and that is a big one. 100 Thieves, Law Gaming. Loser goes home. The winner will advance to, I think, essentially play Toronto Ultra as well, Chance. So that's going to be a tough one. But exciting stuff all across the board here in the Esports World Cup. Draza said it. Tomorrow, the real tournament begins. How right is he?
Hey, well, From his perspective, he is exactly correct. From the pro teams, it's the top 8. Anything other than that is dramatic failure. But we are currently in the very final stage of will there be a Challengers team upset? Can Lord Gaming, the Challengers champs, be able to take down 100 Thieves? And obviously they got guys like RCDs on this squad, 2-time world champion. So an environment and a level of pressure that he is absolutely accustomed to and can handle. And of course, for our series as well, Stallions, good team. They got a nice strong backing behind them as well, looking to take down a Boston team who, again, could very well be in a honeymoon period. Boston might be a very strong squad, but we've only had them play 2 series, so it's unbeknownst to us, and if Stallions take them down, there's the dagger to the pros.
Absolutely. We'll find out what happens, folks. Almost ready to get back into take 3 of this Karachi hardpoint. It seems mildly cursed, but we've reset everything. We've taken the cartridge out, we've blown in it, and we've put it right back in. And Cammy, he's ready to party as well. Cammy, of course, we talk about it endlessly in the pro scene, but he had a fantastic Cold War season. 2nd place finish at Champs. Some of the most incredible individual plays and stats to back it up. Here, looking to turn his frown upside down at the Esports World Cup. What a moment it would be for Killer Cam to get back on top.
And he's also one of those players, and there's been a few examples of this, but pros, when they get sort of demoted or dropped or relegated to the Challengers, how are they going to perform? Cammy, his first Challengers tournament, he came in and just dominated. Started making highlight reel plays, dropping ridiculous KDs even in the finals. So he has been absolutely godlike in the pit, and his opportunity here now in Riyadh for redemption. A guy like RCDs gets dropped to the pit. What does he do? Wins champs, gets the entire thing. So a lot of ferocious fighting and another opening break adjustment. This time Stallions 2 through mid, then they keep growing, they keep learning, and it gets even better. Nearly a perfect 4-man wipe. Time is theirs.
It's a team of Saiyans. Every battle makes them stronger, and this time round, all 4 down Boston, and no one from Boston yet to really get involved. Snoopy, the first man in. Can he take down Exceed? Playing an incredibly tight angle here on the inside of the hardpoint. Purge trying to sniff him out, not going to find a single thing. So 25 seconds of climbing here for Stallions.
Oh, this is beautiful. They are just completely outslaying them. Snoopy is the only player to get a kill, and Purge got your second, but only by the skin of his teeth. So, I mean, what, 2 and 8 right now in the slaying category. Stallions, they have truly warmed up. This is Doctor Strange. They've now seen every opening break possible. They're evolving.
That was the one. That was the one, and here comes Dylan Rex.
Oh,
2-piece, nearly the 3rd. Cammy, though, on the inside of the hard point. Seam gets in for a second, and just like that, folks, Boston, they get themselves in a cafe alley.
Yeah, and that was a great catch by Snoopy as well. Saved his teammate's life and gets you the double kill, so stabilization there for the Boston squad. And as alliterative as they are, question is, how much time can they actually get?
Yeah, they're trying. Over the top side, though, 3 members now of Stallions on the attack and looking for the break. Cammy brought down. What a win from Brack. Purge now trying to do what he can, and there's a massive 2-piece. Picks up a pair. Hard point right back at the hands of Boston.
Yeah, Purge on point on P2. Obviously, it was the reset number 2, the second game that we had of their attempt on it. He was started off 7-1, so he's trying to keep things to end well. Exceed, though, looking for the Chow. Rival 9 gonna get it, and that's all, though, for the white time. Nice little gunfight from Exceed as well. You know, win a single gunfight, get an extra 6 or 7 seconds on the clock.
And that 6 or 7 seconds could be the difference maker. We have seen some gnarly comebacks on this map throughout the year. What's another one to the pile at this point in time? Here comes the attack. Trophy's in position. Awakening looking to snipe Dylan Rex out of the hard point. Bad news for Snoopy. He ate a Semtex there. And look at Stallions. What a setup this is on the point.
Yeah, they're just getting tattered and tagged up. They had a full 60 on P3 last go around, and it was Dylan Rex that is frying, and it is Dylan Rex that'll have to do the exact same thing again, but overwhelmed and hunted down. It might take Cammy to the grave, but Boston will be in time.
They're inside time with the opportunity here to take the lead back, nearly. With Snoopy throughout the back. Big 4-man hit from Stallions. They're not going to give this time up. Snoopy finds one. Snoopy can't get the second. Asim now pushing forward. Awakening. Oh, man, what a play. Not enough, though. Last man on the point, Dylan Rex. And now he's still trying to find anything. Can he get it done? New hard point. Over we go for it. Let's have a quick listen in for Stallions.
Other green pitch, other green pitch.
He's going,
bottom green, one shot. Bottom green, one shot. Go in and chop.
Chop, one shot.
Chop trips right now.
Nice. He's on sandbags. He's on sandbags.
Sandbags and one was middle.
3, last guy's mid.
Yeah, last guy's mid.
I'm one shot.
I'm hard bucking P3. There's 20
You got my green, right?
Yes.
Watch it. I'm just pushing my B cut. B cut. One shot.
I'm dead. He's out. P1, 2 B cut, 1 B cut, and 1 P3.
I need no.
1 B cut, 1 P3.
I died from a nade, bro.
I gotta get green. I'm getting green. Green. Let him chop right now. I'm chopping out. He's shotting pass right now.
Hearts on time.
One shot time.
They could be top green and top green.
Hearts and 1 shot bridge.
I got naded. Nice, good job. Sliding down. One pick ACL or something. I'm one shot.
Top 10, one shot.
Top 10, one shot.
Two dead.
Top set.
He jumped down. He's stunned. Full stunned. On ult.
He went towards
Full
time.
I can try to go left. Yo, it's aim.
Wait, you guys should hit that. I'm going left.
I'm going left too.
It's in purge.
Yeah, leave that shit.
I'm going top right.
He's back right car.
Here.
I got stunned, Dill.
Oh,
dead!
Me and Dill are double.
They still spawn here.
Are you sure?
I think so.
I'm trying.
I need the back cars.
Top right. One shot type right.
Not a bad listening whatsoever, Chance, but it didn't sound like Stallions had an answer here for the rotation. Boston found a junk.
Yeah, and of course, last time we saw this in the first game we attempted to play. It was on this hill where Stallions had a cruise missile, couldn't break it down. Now they don't have the cruise, and they got to deal with the purge. Picks up 2 in the feed. Cammy comfortable on the time.
Soaking it away. Over a minute now in Cammy's back pocket. Goes to the boys of Breach. Awakening on a 3 spree, so everything's starting to work out for Boston. Stallions have gone very, very quiet on this point, and it looks to be what we call a perfect 60. Every moment of hardpoint time here for Boston gained on this point.
And fun little known fact, a full 60 is actually only 59 seconds. Funny enough, that's the way COD works, but that just does not sound good to say. So, you know, if you ever play trivia, keep that in the back of your mind.
There's some things you got to just keep to yourself, mate. Like, I really enjoyed the Rings of Power. Oof, don't tell anyone that. Oh, 122 and climbing. Boston Breach. Dangerous looks there on that point. Back to P1 in the second set we now go. It's a 4 spree from Big Wake. Trying to make it a 5. Exceed. Man enough for the task? No. Big Wake starting to get going.
Yeah, we've identified the 2 biggest problems for Stallion. 1, the Junkyard Hill. 2, Big Wake. 14 kills, looking for the cruise, and he is going to get so much of this time. All 4 Stallions members spawn up in the bottom left corner, and this is just not a fun spot to flood through. You're going to have to deal with all the players in the power positions, and by the time you get top third, Exceed full sends it into the grasp of Awakening. There's number 6, and the time still his.
Still his, as is a cruise missile. 30 seconds ago here on P1, and this has been incredibly profitable for Boston Breach. They've done a great job of holding on to this point, not letting anyone too close. And here comes the first solid attack. An unfortunate team kill there from Dylan Rex as the numbers for Stallions dwindle. And as does the time again. Boston so fast back in there.
Yeah, and that's part of the awkwardness with that spawn too. It's not easy to get nades on time. We saw Awakening not have to deal with any of the attacks at all until the very end. And by the time they roll through, a second team kill with the nades for the Stallions. Now Boston putting the pressure on the P2 break as well.
It's so close to it. Exceed alone. Oh, and he's fighting. Oh, he finds both. Wow. What a big win there for an open hard point now. Let's go for a listening with Boston Breach.
Arches and in time, Dylan. Arches, yo, buzz, Arches in time. Buzz, Arches in time.
Absolutely right, guys. He's on the head, boys.
I heard you. I'm gonna go AC here. Check his out.
Frack's already on the heady, boys. It's already on the back alley heady. You can take routes here.
I'll see you later, he's gonna take it or something.
I can go back lane. I can go back alley still. We can play this time.
Heard you. Okay, we should.
Yeah, he's behind us.
Bro, front of us time. Watch out.
Low red.
It's on time, Dylan. It's on time.
One's going ticket.
It's on time. I'm one shot.
Back absolute, boys. Back absolute. Side door on time.
I'll see him. Time behind the bar. Watch out behind the bar on time. He's laying on the bar on time. Back's on the weak.
Ace him shot, guys. He's on the double hots. Ace him on double hots.
What's that, bro?
I'm leaving the out.
Back one shot. Behind me, jump too low.
You can be back right.
Back left and top. Back left and grass. Bike. One guy's in the back, Dylan's in the back. Nice. Dylan's in the back. They're spawning red. They're spawning red, by the way.
In the back. Okay, I'm helping you in the back. Okay.
Grass then.
Is Dylan Rex in the back?
Yes.
There's two junk.
Side door. Side door.
One shot square. I'm floating here with you, low key. He didn't go deep right. He's in the back door. Nice.
Quick seed.
I'm watching right now.
Yeah, this
back door. Back door again. Exceed. Square. Let's get time. They're gonna be junking to that.
I don't see the guy back door.
Oh, Stallions not out of this yet. Chance and Boston They have been a little quiet since the listening started.
You say quiet. I think they've been making a lot of noise, at least in their microphone. Somebody was breathing in it. Either way, though, decent enough listening. I like the comms from Awake, just keeping everybody heads up where the spawns are rolling through. You see the second he mentions it, Snoopy goes, oh yeah, that's a good call, and turns around, ready for the gunfights as Awakening continues to be the biggest thorn in Stallion's side.
That's a big thorn. Brack, he is well suppressed here, not able to help out on the point, over the top. Again, it's your boy Awakening. And this is what you expect from a player of this caliber. 23 and 17, massive gunfight wins, but also helping out with the time there. He and Purge putting in the work there objectively. They're still chasing Cammy at the 130, but right now at 210, Stallions have got a huge amount of work to do to catch up.
And of course, well, the junkyard has been their biggest issue we have seen on this map, and right now they do not have those spawns. So it's been good street hill time, and they've got enough clearance that they have 25 seconds to attempt to break this down. You can take it slow. You can let the kills come to you, play for scams, whatever you need. You are not in a hurry for this break.
Not yet. Nice shots from Exceed. Now the slow march across the map. 5 seconds for the new hardpoint to open. And everyone now from the Stallions closing in, but you have to move quickly. The red position, top left-hand side of the minimap, lots of players there. Exceed checks it, core, blimey, governor. That might be their point.
And that is the beauty of not being in a hurry. You can take your time to check it. You can let the kills come to you, and the cruise missile is falling, but everybody dodges Boston. This is now a bit of a desperation effort to hold on, because Stallions starting to wheel, starting to deal.
Started to tease the comeback here. Karachi, it does deliver. This might be another one. Boston Breach are starting to get a little shaky there. Nice shots from Awakening and Snoopy. Forward now to the hard point you go. Brack's the man soaking. Asim bottom red, Dylan Rex up top. This is the setup for now. Snoopy will put them to the test. Dylan takes the first. Trades now abound. Big damage there, but Asim walks away with a win, and still the Stallions hold.
Yeah, Boston are going to have to reposition. Cammy, if you can strip him off time, that's great, but he can't get it done. But maybe good news, you can at least attempt to go get those power positions. Snoopy from up top trying to get these guys around time, but Exceed continues to win big gunfights.
Massive gunfights, and now the chips are slowly falling. Stallions, they have picked up into a canter. Faster and faster they move now towards that 210 mark. And I don't believe my eyes. A big 2 from Purge. Cammy now from up top, and Brack trying to find streaks. Can he get the 6th? No, what a win. We are so close to the turnaround here, though, in the 3rd set.
This is still good time, though, too. So Stallions, you really got to apply that pressure, get off spawn, get those nades out. But Dylan Rex isn't connecting with anything. Got to do it with his gun.
Has to get in there. But the coverage from Cammy up top is enough to keep him away. Awakening on his left flank. He's surrounded. He's in danger. Where's his boys at? There's no one there. Boston maintain control. Boston can win it here. Exceed dives in and makes a case for it.
I mean, he slipped the net. You at least force the rotation over towards New, so Boston are going to have a pretty comfortable leader. Maybe not. The tick for Boston is still going to roll through. Stallions, you have to play for this P1.
They have to go for it. They've got to get in there right now. Throw everything you got. Send in a seam. Purge with the coverage. Purge with a big play. Purge, can he get the 3rd? No. Brack down. That could be game. Exceed. Oh my goodness. Boston Breach. Map 1.
Oh my God, Exceed. 2 different moments where he was in and so close to stopping that extra tick. So close, yet so far.
And you called it. It's not a perfect 60. There is a tick on the end of it, and that is a dagger. The quickest of maths didn't pay off for Stallions. They realized a little too late. We've got to get in there. We have to contest. They couldn't do it. And Boston, you couldn't tell by the expression on Awakening's face that they won.
Yeah, I mean, hey, 3rd time charm, I suppose, on that one, but count your lucky charms there for the Boston Irish. But either way, I'm telling you, Exceed actually does slip the net, goes through the barrel cut, and he contests for an extra like 2 or 3 seconds. My quick maths were incorrect. It was literally perfect. They had just enough time on P1 to get right to 250, and the toe that he stepped over a line in the end was simply not enough. So Stallions, well, the opening break, as good as it gets. The advantage you had at the start, but guys like Snoopy, dagger you, kill the momentum in Boston. Well, once they got it right back, guys like Awakening, 5,500 damage, 28 kills, 15 assists as well. Constant output on the map. And for Big Wake, good comms.
Yeah, no, and Nameless wasn't even on the analysis before the matchup. It was Clayster holding it down for his boy. Awakening, a very, very strong piece of the puzzle for Boston Breach there in the Karachi victory. Good stuff, folks. Well, this is the highlights, and it was a little bit of back and forth especially the looks from Stallions. We saw some fantastic breaks, chance we saw good rotations, very sound objective play. But when it comes down to it in the end, what was the difference maker?
Well, just not able to like stop the bleeding for long enough. There's a lot of situations where if you lose one hill, you chalk up maybe 15, 20 seconds just to make sure you can guarantee a rotation. Stallions started to bleed and then nearly bled out on the map. There was maybe 4 hills in a row that either they just got bullied on or having moments like this where Awakening is going on sprees and chaining the hills together. And they just ended up in a situation where it was too big of a deficit. But again, for how close it was at the end of that P1, look at the game and there's 18 different situations where if they just give you a little bit extra, it could have been enough to force it to that P2. But we saw that final moment there for Exceed. It was close, no cigar.
Oh, incredibly close. Wow. There we go.
Clearly during the game and not after.
Clearly during the game, and that is a very good dead from Exceed, and that's what it looks like
After.
to lose. Yep. You can see the exact moment where the Hardpoint went away from them. Well, that's map number 1. Boston looking strong. Now we go into the search and destroy chance, and we brought it up before, Boston yet to win here at EWC.
And that is the best case scenario for the Stallions. Yes, it is a tough map 1 loss, but you definitely have a pretty big window of opportunity going into map number 2. And on a bit of a square up map as well. I mean, Rio, you certainly have a few different possibilities to work with. And I know guys like Snoopy, especially on the attack, he's sort of happy to be the flank watcher. He's very particular about what doors he's going to be opening into his lobby spawn. That way he can see everything at once. So I assume Boston are going to have a good game plan for it. Problem is, they've only been a team together for the past 2 or 3 weeks, so a lot of this is talking over strats. You can only have so many repetitions, and Stallions have been together for a much longer period of time. So I don't know if that's going to be enough for a massive advantage, but at this level, you will take the inches.
You'll take anything you can get. Well, we're going to look at some stats here. Stallions players, they've had a much better run when it comes to search and destroy, and that's showing certainly here in the stats. This is a seam and exceed from the Stallions. This is how things have looked so far for them. Chance, anything that sticks out there in a big way?
Well, I mean, obviously teammates, right? So if you're starting with the seam stats, a 0.8 kills per round, generally speaking, pretty fantastic. And the fact that Exceed has an even higher output, certainly those two you got to be paying attention to on the map. Both of those players very willing to make plays, willing to take those flanks, willing to be aggressive, and typically making some high IQ plays.
High IQ plays is what we expect here this late into the tournament of the Esports World Cup. MW3's been out for a long, long time. We'll see who walks away with a big one here. Can Boston finally break the curse and get a win in Search and Destroy, or will the Stallions find an easy equalizer here in this elimination matchup? Here we go, folks. Hold on. We're flying through a portal into Rio.
Keep in mind, for guys like Exceed and really everybody on Stallions, they've been chirping. They want their shot at the Pro League, and if you make it to the playoffs, that is, in fact, into top 8 land and the opportunity to fight for more. But a lot of Call of Duty left to be played in this series alone, and that bomb straight towards this B site. Asim has it in hand. Dropping the rock, he'll be able to get it down.
Dropping the rock, laying the bomb, planting it. Purge, though, going for the kill. Awakening backing him up. Oh, we've managed to dance away. We're likely to get the regen, but there's a couple of trades taking place, and 2v2 now.
Not able to get aggressive as well. Purge gonna spot everybody out. Both players on steps.
Tags. Nearly. No. Purge is dancing. Cammy moving in to try to find at least one on the pickup here. Asim dives away, playing it sneaky. Oh my goodness. No, the coverage from Purge. Just enough time to also get the defuse. Cammy's on that one right now, but Asim almost made an unbelievable escape.
I thought he had the opportunity to play for time just a little bit. I thought he knew that one player on steps, his teammate would have been calling out the other guy just above him, at least going towards the bridge, but thought he had an opportunity to get a freebie and effectively baited into death. So Boston walk away with round number 1, and I mean, a lot of credit to Purge in that round. Gets the first blood, stays alive, ends up picking up 2, and obviously we've heard Purge before. His comms, even in S&D, fantastic, able to get it done.
The non-traded kills essentially is the stat that's really mattering the most, I suppose, in that first round. Managing to get that kill and staying alive, being difficult to deal with. Both Cammy and Purge get their respective 2s there. And now Asim, he was carrying the bomb in the first round. This time he's carrying a dog on his back over towards A. And let's see if he's got that dog in him, because all of Boston have made it to the bomb site.
Cheeky corner for Purge as well. None of those stuns are going to connect.
They're going to
Go right over his head. Here comes the first opportunity. One. Purge! Purge! Oh my! What a 3! He's looking for the ace.
Ego chow.
What a play! Show me Purge. He's surely grinning from ear to ear. He's actually not, but his teammates were.
Absolutely locked in. They're just happy they won a round with their feet up. Purge, I mean, quite literally just capitalized on the positioning. That was 3 players for Stallions roaming towards the other bomb site. They were happy to play for the retake. They did not get a good blind counter. And, of course, they just do not check that corner. Purge, cheeky positioning. And, again, good comms in S&D. He is right back in focused. The comms for the next round.
Here's all 3 of them. Perfect snap onto the second, and this fight on us seemed massive. Wicked, look there, Matt, that replay from round 2, now back into the third.
5-0.
And we're rocking here, folks. Purge looking for his 6th kill, looking for a cruise, and on this map, chance, very important.
This is the exact same spot he played last time, too. At least initially, makes the adjustments and gets fried. At least able to get the trade and Awakening. Can't get you 2. Dylan Rex there for the trade.
Incredibly close to getting the second. Asim now on top of the bomb. Here comes Snoopy. Easy win. Will Cammy challenge it? He's the last man left alive here for Boston, and he's in. And it was a slow reaction there. Not enough as the Stallions, their defense holds. They get themselves on the board, and better late than never, it's 2-1.
Yeah, steamrolled him on that one. I was thinking Purge might play it a little bit more passive, wait for his teammates to bait out some information for him before he can go and make the play, but he gets aggressive. He was looking for the gunfight, thought he had the hot hand, Exceed the man to shut him down. Incredibly important gunfight to not give him the cruise.
Ooh, well, deep breaths of everybody. Boston now, you've had a strong start. Can you maintain? Snoopy bomb. So we're going towards the B-bomb site again, most likely. But from this position, lots of options to hit the A side. That's where Cammy is right now, taking these long gunfights. We'll see if that makes any movement in the Stallions line.
And that is 3 different stuns that basically landed in Snoopy's face, but none connect. And he actually lands a stun over towards B, so Stallions for a brief moment thinking the pressure will be at that site, but I think they raid the A push in plenty of time.
It's a nice nade as well. Completely unread. Asim.
Oh, we're swinging.
Oh, we're swinging. Here we go. We're all in. Awakening will get there a bit later. Exceed finds one. Exceed the second. The snap onto the third now. Is he looking for a highlight play of his own? No, Cammy. What a win. Brack there for the trade. And Awakening, he's taken the scenic route. He'll be here very late, and all of his boys are down and out.
Yeah, and all of his boys are going to spawn up, or, excuse me, look at him in death cam and be like, that's where you were? Oh, all right, we lost this round. That's tough. Yeah, he was very distant all the way across the map, and if they bought him a little bit of time to get in the mix, could have had a flank play, but too many bodies there for the Stallions. They bowl them over with the extra numbers, and Awakening rendered useless in that round. All tied up 2-2.
Again, we've seen a lot of these big sort of trade moments. Who wins the first fight? Can you get away with your life? Is your teammate there to make sure that anyone you damage gets finished off? Moments like this from Exceed, I mean, those 2, that goes a long, long, long way in that round. Great stuff from them.
Yeah, and that's 3 first bloods as well for Exceed. So pretty early on in this game, but he is constantly there to make an impact.
Bad news there, the Stallions all line up. As this parade takes a lot of damage there. That enfilade fire from way, way down range. Purge and another super flank! Oh! Can he get the second? No, Exceed. Lovely work to stay alive. Dylan Rex, perfect trade position to be there. Man advantage Stallions.
Oh, we got a 2v2, making a 1v2. Dylan Rex, last man standing before he can even heal.
Oh, he can't even get involved. What a win! Boston, I called the advantage, and immediately Cammy put him down. Snoopy in the feed as well. Boston breach 3-2.
Cammy iced up as well. I mean, Dylan Rex, maybe the most hyped up AR player that we have not yet seen in the Pro League, but Cammy, he's been around the block. He has been in many grand finals in the Pro League and had him dead the right's top bridge in that moment. Nice little bounce back moment there for Boston. They needed to stop the bleeding.
Now that we've applied the tourniquet, we can start to assess the rest of this map. Boston, you have the lead for now. You've still yet to get a win in Search and Destroy in the tournament. And you are flying forward. It's Purge at the helm. Purge once again steers the ship through the murkiest of waters. He seems to know it all. Can he find another? Now through the back line. Boston start to walk away with it.
And what did Purge just find on the map to be able to get 3? I mean, that's a square. You had 6 players, everybody roaming around that site in towards mid, and I mean, Purge is the one that was rendered victorious. He has had 2 bonkers rounds. I mean, if we're talking top 5 players of the week, he keeps putting his name in the hat.
He's got 2 of them in this game alone. 9 and 3. 1,500 plus damage for Purge. 8 non-traded.
And you got a battle between him and Exceed as well. Both of these players are the only ones for their teams that have been involved in the first bloods, and for those guys as well, involved in the first death. So Purge versus Exceed right now is what it feels like, but they don't want to deal with him. You're taking the bomb over to the A site. Oh. You want to deal with Snoopy instead, and Exceed meets his makers.
Snoopy puts his hat in the ring and Purge pulls a rabbit out of it. Oh my, what a 5 now from Purge. Simply unstoppable. Dylan Rex in an impossible situation. This 1v3 is done.
God, no time wasted, and Purge is playing clinical S&D. It is exactly how you want a player on your team to get active. There's a little bit of noise. Is there space on the map to be taken? Yes. Are they focused on a different direction? Absolutely. And Purge there to play clean up crew. Purge on point right now.
On point in every regard. Where you need him and when you need him, he's there. Another replay here, and Snoopy's first blood certainly helps. And this was the magic from Purge, the 5th in a row for him. His second 5 spree of the map so far, and it is map point, Boston Breach.
Stallions will be shaking in their boots if they go down 2-0. They're trying to be aggressive down A as well, but look, here's Killer Cam able to catch the first one, and now Snoopy gonna be hunting for the next one. They absolutely lost track of that player, and, well, you lose track of his team, he'll dish out some death.
Oh, Purge has put himself in a great spot. Catch any of these players in the transition over towards the other bomb site, but nobody home, so now you see a very interesting shuffle. The Stallions moving fast and with tremendous pace. Over towards B, the one man on the back line there, Brack. Chance, here we go. In on towards the bomb site. Snoopy with it in hand. We could see a plant here, or we could just see a straight up fight, and it's a trade fest.
Trades on trades, an Awakening hunting, and there we go. Brack, last man standing, the map on the line.
Here we go, Brack. They line up for a moment. Got to bring down Awakening.
That was your opportunity. He missed it.
He missed it. He's got 30 seconds to go. The bomb recovered. Likely planting in a moment. He may be able to isolate one of these players, but my goodness, it's going to take something special.
Oh, he just jumps in.
That's it. Boston Breach. Find the special source, and that source is Purge. They finally get a victory here in Search and Destroy. 6-2 on Rio. Just shy of 5.5 minutes. That man was going for a record.
And I thought Brack for a moment might have seen the player sort of jump down, catch his feet falling through the car, maybe slide out, get him off bomb, and Brack, nah, man, he had hate in his heart. He went for the full send, but a 2v1, not an easy situation, especially when Purge is shooting like that. 3 first bloods, 2 highlight reel plays in double digits to boot. Boston on the board in S&D. Got a 2-0 lead.
Oh, 2-0 lead indeed. That is very, very big here, folks. This is an elimination matchup, and Boston have put themselves in the most comfortable position they could possibly be. Stallions. The van's on its way. The glue factory is the destination. It's time to turn it all around here, folks, because this is the last chance you have here at the Esports World Cup.
And they haven't really shown it too many signs of life either. You know, you falter a little bit in the hard point. You go on a basically 100-0 run through a middle stretch of that game, and you fight back a little bit in the respawn, but an S&D picked apart. And Miles, you mentioned how important the non-tradeds are. 10 there from Purge. Man could do no wrong.
My goodness, he couldn't do any wrong. His teammates, they tried to help out, and every situation they found themselves in, Purge was there for it. 2 massive 3 pieces to win rounds, respectively. No ace, though. His boys are all over it. So, again, kudos to Boston Breach. You finally found success in Search and Destroy, and what a game it was. We say goodbye to Rio. We say hi-de-ho to a game of control in a moment. And Stallions, I mean, we've seen them find a bit of success. We've seen them come out shooting. They're looking a lot more like a cartoon than, I was going to say Stallion, the spirit of the Cimarron. Do you remember that film? No.
That's a deep
There's like a very strange, deep Disney cut there that I may have just choked. That's absolutely fine, but these are a lot of the highlights here. And again, Purge, Mr. Flank, he really was. Right place, right time, every single step of the way. Good stuff from him. And again, Snoopy finally got involved in the first blood battle, and that really made all the difference. Sets Purge up for a moment like this.
the Stallions are caught in a bad place.
And this was certainly a game that was truly dictated by the SMGs as well. Again, Exceed was fighting, had 3 first bloods as well, but Purge effectively too much for them to deal with, and he is feeling it right now. Maybe good news for the Stallions. We are absolutely sort of switching our scenery around, going to a high-rise control. So if SMGs controlled the pace on the past 2 maps, well, it is now the AR's time to shine.
See how the ARs can go. They've got a few moments here to get warmed up and really think about those long-range gunfights. That's what you're getting plenty of here on High Rise. Window to window, those long lanes right down the middle of the map and what we call the B Street. It's going to be a fun one, folks. High-rise control coming up, and Vista Hardpoint. If we can see a Stallions comeback, this is where it begins. Vista and High-rise to close things out. And hey, a very fun series so far, Chance. A lot of critics, last night, especially this morning as well, depending on where you are in the world, had lots to say about this one, folks. Well, it ain't over yet. We'll find out how things go in that game of control after this quick break.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صدق.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames and messieurs, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Map 3 on its way, but before we get into that, we do have some behind-the-scenes footage from, I believe, the Stallions dugout, where things are obviously a little dangerous, a little dicey as they now look down the barrel of elimination, but the boys are still pumped, Chance. They're hyped.
Gotta dig deep, and you need some energy to go into the map 3 because they're hoping at this point for a very long series, so gotta make sure you are bringing the heat.
Asim is doing his very best. William Wallace getting the boys absolutely raring for it. The advice on the board is fantastic. It says just win.
Not very detailed, but hey, they are correct.
Not a whole lot there you can take from that except for just get it done, folks. Well, we're going to play Control now, ladies and gents. So we're going to take a look at some stats going into this one. We're playing it on high rise as well. So do what that with you will. But these are the boys of Boston. This is Cammy and Snoopy. And look at the damage there, Chance, from Snoopy. And the kills for it's fantastic control here from Snoopy.
Yeah, phenomenal, and obviously not a massive amount of sample size, and I couldn't even tell you what the maps were just because we weren't casting those series, but I know specifically for Boston, High Rise has been a map that they have really enjoyed, and now it's just a brand new roster. But again, AR dominant, Cammy is a player that can absolutely thrive in this environment. Awakening, absolutely shooting on map number 1 as well, so I just know Stallions, it's a tall task they have ahead of them. Even Purge was picking them apart, so a dangerous team, this new Boston Breach roster. Again, one of the very few series LAN wins they had, if not the only one, took place yesterday. Now they're looking for number 2, doubling them up. Looking for top 8.
Looking for it. And man, top 8. Boston Breach as an organization have had a very, very tough year. Abysmal, many would have it. Let's see if they can turn it around now. On the other side of this EWC competition over on Bravo, 100 Thieves have managed to win the first Hardpoint against Law Gaming, so pressure on either side. Both of these games, elimination matchups. We're a little further ahead here on Alpha, and Exceed knows the importance of this one. As Purge and the boys just keep themselves composed, they've managed to do the impossible. They've managed to win the Search and Destroy. Can they close it out in 3?
And I tell you as well, for the Lore Gaming matchup that we saw against 100 Thieves beat the brakes off of them. So we are still waiting for an opportunity for one of these Challengers teams to strike. And I know Boston, they sort of hit the reset button on the roster, and a lot of Challengers players now coming into the mix, but it's a bunch of Challengers players that have been in the pro scene.
Yeah, but it's a Challengers team, let's be real. Come on.
I mean,
come on.
Kind of. I got Cammy on it. Cammy has a chip.
Cammy got a chip.
Cammy has 2 chips, I think.
Awakening has multiple chips from MW.
That's a super good
That's
point.
3 in a row.
Online and only 8 teams in
A3P.
those, but a chip is a chip.
F3, baby. Here we go, folks. Ready to party. High-rise control. An incredibly important matchup for the Stallions. This is it. Do or die here at EWC.
Always with the cat. They
Meow.
have a favorite. They're sticking to it.
We've said it so many times this year, but who's going to purr the loudest off the break? On towards the B zone we go for the attack from Boston, and Snoopy up and in. Look at these moves like Jagger. Down and out.
Yeah, but at least you got pressure on both the zones, right? We have seen a couple of these Challengers teams not happy to get on the objective. Boston showing things be a little bit different. Still, though, getting picked apart. A lot of trades rolling through, and Stallions have maintained their map presence. But Purge right back to stopping the clock, and I think, number 7 on the map, Exceed, over there taking rounds. It's contested. Purge almost not even concerned with the player nearby, but everybody trying to get up high. Stallions, though, they've maintained it. They have forced them all the way back into their spawn. Boston, a long way to go in this round.
Huge from Dylan Rex that I managed to find out a ton of information. Now I see him playing this great work. Beautiful reads and even better gunnies. There you go. 3 spree, 4 a seam now. Can he find another? He knows that this is the angle of attack that the boys of the Stallions have got to watch out for.
Oh, well, deja vu all over again. Asim taking the exact same gunfight, but instead it's Awakening able to pick up 2-piece, but at least get the trades. But Boston with the pressure again. Happy to flood through these zones. Purge, that's the route he's taken, and yes, he falls, but a couple of these Boston players nearby, but 27 seconds clock. Time is ticking.
Cammy on it, 26.7 seconds frozen for now. Big deal to problem to deal with there in the form of Exceed. He gets himself into the zone quickly. Nice shots out of Purge. I think he's found nearly every single kill this map so far with his feet off the ground.
That's going to be 3 down as well, and there's a seam to fall. That is number 4, so Boston have space, but now this is an incredibly important moment. You have to win these gunfights.
They'll capture a point at the very least. Awakening gets his good job. Now pressure towards the spawners. You jump off the zone, though. You open the clock now for business. Watch out for Brack here in this high ground position. No one covering the street. You're going to take the fight up close. Here comes the CQB. Trade's done. Stallions up front, and that's a massive moment now with the clock again going.
Cammy was the last man standing. He cannot get it done, and that is the momentum that the Stallions were looking for. Hype speech on the off time, completely on point. The energy that they needed, able to deliver, and a pretty dominant round there on defense. The slang completely on point.
Absolutely. Well, great start for the Stallions. Defensive round win. Big work in the damage department. A lot of ones being won. Was it 9-3, the final life count of Stallions running the show there.
And Boston again. I mean, they were keeping up with the slang, like sort of off the brakes and off of spawn, but just as soon as they were getting on the objective, they couldn't find those extras. So Stallions always there for the swarm.
And that's one of the things we talked about, I mean, in all the matches actually today, especially when it comes to control. You absolutely have to cover your teammates and have that presence on those zones together. Solo captures rarely go well, especially at the pro level. But we're already contesting A, so we'll see how that battle goes, and it looks like a little bit of back and forth. Boston may have just made it entirely safe. Brack, though, on this 5 spree, desperate for one, and he's gone all the way around the world to try to find a kill. Can he get Snoopy? Oh dear, this just got difficult.
Yeah, Snoopy is impossible to track in, very difficult to kill, so shoots a little bit too early. Turns out you shot at the one guy that's willing to dolphin dive off the top rope at any given moment.
Oh, Purge, cutting the reinforcements down. He's now behind the entire front line of Seam. Lovely work there. Keeps this avenue open. His teammates now able to flood forward. Snoopy, beautiful shots at range there with a rival 9. A-zone slow capture here. Exceed the man getting it done.
I mean, I guess if you can shoot a rival like that, what's the point of running an MCW? Not too shabby there from Snoop, but there you go. Stallions needed to get out of their spawn and been able to make it to this A zone, and, well, they made it all the way to Purge in Snoopy and Cammy. A clean 4 down. All that work to get out of spawn to have it end in a span of 2 seconds.
2 seconds, indeed. Well, they haven't undone the work at A, so might be able to get it done now. Final 30 seconds here in the round, and Boston will go up 1-1. We'll find out if Exceed can make a play happen here. A deep flank, down low, looking for something. A kill or two in these players would be handy. If his teammates can find him as well, that's one thing. But in this position from behind the map, dive on the point and try to pull some of the aggros. Boys make it out through A. There's the coverage. Now for the spawn trap. Can Exceed get it done?
Opportunity to play for it. Nope, Snoopy, yeah, gonna kill you with the MCW. And yeah, you know, Snoopy is good for the trades, and Asim now is able to stop the clock on the other objective, but might be able to bite off a little bit more than he can chew. Yeah, too many Boston players. This is near perfection on defense, but a team kill comes through for Purge. Exceed and Brack get the kills. This is your window of opportunity.
Stallions are stacking it. 5.4 seconds. Yeah, got a trophy in place to now help out, but everything's being thrown. The kitchen sink may have just flown by as well. Snoopy, is he going to hit the jump up? Is he going to be able to get these players off the point? Oh, they've turned away at the worst time, but what a win. Cammy holding it together in the fight. 3 down, no lives left, but you do get the zone.
Yeah, Boston playing just the guarantee. They didn't want to fight too hard on the B zone and face another 4 down. They're just going to play the old TDM game and 11v3.
Wait a minute. This ain't over yet. Asim seemingly walks through the middle of the map uncontested. Wait for the regen. Loses the fight over by A. So 40 seconds to go and Exceed on a 4 spree. Beautiful shots.
Yeah, he's playing for the Cruise. If you can somehow get this is your opportunity in Boston. I don't know if they're keeping track of it. When he gets number 5, it'll pop up on their screens. They have to know now you cannot give him another kill.
He's hoping for it. Anyone there? Cutting right through the B zone. Boston, a single kill here is going to sting a lot. Exceed playing wonderfully patient.
And he's not in a rush. He can get this the next round as well.
Oh, that's a problem. Ooh, very frustrating. A lot of time spent there. They do lose the round, so Boston equalize here in control. And again, this is match point for Boston Breach.
And Boston maybe had a little bit more fight on the offensive round. I know you had the Stallions, they were able to strike with that moment. By the time they did it, though, they just simply had no more lives. So Boston, the biggest issue they had on the first round was winning the gunfights when they were actually on the objective. They did a fantastic job of getting there, couldn't quite seal the deal. Another opportunity to try to provide, and I mean, looking at the stats right now, this lobby, some heavy hitters. Dylan Rex maybe not making the most massive impact just yet, but on defense, he was on point. Might be able to deliver once again.
Stun checks give you a degree of understanding of where these attacks are coming from. Here from Boston, and Snoopy, a slippery customer. He's been all over the place. Big wick out to Dylan Rex there. Lovely shots. On towards A, though. Purge is now in for the capture. Oh dear, and he's let that player slip on by, and that is very awkward. He's long gone, mate. So no idea what happened there. Purge just laid down. These players ran by him.
Now, we've had a couple of these sort of awkward situations where one player is able to get behind enemy lines, but not really for spawn kills. I I mean, Brack, the only player coming off spawn that Purge could even think of dealing with, and every one of his teammates is simply falling. Now Exceed gonna be coming off spawn as well, so an opportunity for Purge, 2 more players to deal with off spawn.
Yeah, they've got off spawn, no red dots yet on the minimap, so he's in trouble. Dylan Rex finds a 5, immediately cut down, so that spree's long gone. Can we get onto the zone? No, that's gonna be more cleaning up. B safe now as well. Asim working defensively well, and they don't get this segment either.
And Snoopy's the aggressive one, but the supporting cast not yet there. Brack going to be roaming up top. Is Snoopy looking for the play. He might be able to deliver for 1, but he's doing the jungle gym thing, and all of his teammates have died. Offense right now looking incredibly difficult for these 2 teams.
It's very, very thin, quite a shallow attack. Exceed. Ooh, 1 bullet away from Purge. 20 seconds on the clock here. And Asim do what we can to keep him pinned in. Nice damage into Cammy. A big win once more. No one from Boston getting out of spawn.
No, not at all.
Well, no, they have. Flying towards B, they dive right on it. Dylan Rex, do what you can to now deal with the potential 3. His teammates doing great work there, bringing him down. Last man up, Awakening, 5 seconds to go. He has got to do something nearly impossible, and it can't happen anymore. The round goes to Stallions.
That is utterly suffocating as well. I mean, that was a dominant round on defense to the degree that if we go to a round 5, Stallions gonna have the defense. So they're able to execute there, and mentioned Dylan Rex maybe not having the strongest attacking rounds, but again, on defense, he has been on point. He is 13 on the defensive end in the 2 rounds they have played. And so not a necessity for them to necessarily pop off on this offensive round, but still the opportunity always there. See if they can end this in a quick 3-1. That hype speech must have paid dividends.
Yeah, it did something. It did something. Well, we know the way high-rise control goes. Most of the control maps are very defensively heavy. High-rise is just sort of whoever managed to find that clean 3 down and apply the right amount of pressure at the right time. And not a lot of trades taking place here outside of Purge picking up his team. So onto the B zone, Exceed goes. Early objective work getting done here by Stallions, but Snoopy on the flank, second to his name. Eyes towards the point immediately, his teammates on it, and look at the pivot. Wow!
Oh my God!
Not enough to finish Asim.
That's unbelievable that he doesn't even get that kill. That's one of those times Rival 9, I know it's at range, but the shots were just that clean, just as they are for Awakening Stallions. Welcome to your spawn.
Oh, how long will they stay in there, though? Purge, 5 spree. Purge. Oh, he saw him get the 6th. Give us a cruise. The folks at home and the folks in Riyadh, they want it. Cammy steals it. Here comes Asim as Purge keeps the pressure on their spawn.
Yeah, number 6. That is the most important gunfight you have, is this one right here, and he's just gonna flood straight into death. Cammy couldn't quite get that kill fast enough to protect him, and Boston still finding every kill on the map. Literally all of them.
I was gonna say they're all down. Oh no! Well, this has been a really good defensive round from Boston. Big life count difference, 20 seconds to go. Cammy on the 4 spree. Awakening on a 4 spree, and they're both sort of holding this left-hand side of the map together. Oh, Awakening stunned. Will anyone push it? Cammy's there for the save. Will Dylan Rex play for this or no? I do believe Stallions have got to just take this hit on the chin, stay alive as long as they can. And Awakening's on a 5.
Oh, Awakening shooting bodies too.
We haven't seen that many bodies be shot outside of Hydra and Cloud9. I saw quite a bit of love shown to a Boozer in their matchup against the Vancouver Surge. But this game, that's the first time we have seen any extra go the way of a corpse. So, final round here in control. The last hope for the Stallions.
And Awakening is still going to need to provide just a little bit extra even still. Doesn't actually have the cruise missile yet. Still a kill away from getting it. And honestly, utility, they might very well need. This has been just on the defensive end, an almost masterclass coming in between these 2 teams.
Here we go. Last chance. The Stallions will find out what they're truly made of here. Whether their backs are against the wall, are they on the precipice of being defeated here at EWC? Awakening. Nice. Gets it. First blood. Cammy looking for his as well. He managed to stay alive. Big one. Can we get 2 cruise missiles now for Boston? Surely not. He does. Oh my, that's a lot of ordnance to throw here in this final round while the B zone's being captured.
Oh, that's huge. I mean, hey, yeah, 2 cruise missiles, and if I'm coming off spawn, call it in straight away. You see the arrow not moving, you got the utility rating in.
Here it comes. The A zone might be the target, or the players in spawn, and all this does is allows Boston to keep the pressure on B. A big hit, a massive one at that. Second segment gone at B. It's all falling apart.
Oh, Purge flies through, though. I was thinking keep the pressure on A as well, just to be a distraction, but all's well that ends well. B zone secured.
And we could hit another one and make sure that the capture on A goes through. Awakening, finding kills all over the shop. Exceed should bring him down. A moment to breathe now for Stallions. 2 minutes on the game clock and only 18 lives.
That's 2 in the feed as well, so a moment maybe for Awakening. You could call on the cruise as well. Exceed doing the dance around the zone, but no cruise missile called. Boston a body down. Not going to be able to jump this zone just yet.
Not yet. 151, 17 now for the Stallions. Have they stopped the bleeding? Dylan Rex finds it. Desperately trying to hold on here. Cammy, damage dealt. Now you start to settle in. Trophies in place. Here comes the last counter-attack of the Stallions.
And everybody off spawn. Awakening, this is your time. You just need to slay.
Awakening's in your spawn. Problem after problem right now. Renetti at range knows. Wow. 3 dead for Boston. The Stallions live.
I can't believe they're able to hold on. An abyss moment there for Boston. Not as active as they needed to be in spawn, and now a bit of a desperation effort with this cruise missile.
Trying to buy space, trying to buy an opening. Here it comes. Will it connect? No good. Forces the Stallions inside. Is it enough to get a kill or two? Cammy can't find the second. Now forward you go. Snoopy backs you up and open A zone.
Oh, Cammy's taking the deep round as well. Dylan Rex saw the door close, so Cammy might have been able to finesse just enough to try to catch him off guard, and now you got 2 players on the zone and a Cammy in your spawn.
Cammy's in spawn. Brack has to win a couple here. The quick contest certainly helps out. Reinforcements on the way. Exceed gets his, and it could have been another cruise for Cammy there, but instead, it's done. It's 3 there on the A zone, and Boston breach. They blow the Stallions out of the water. Another team bites the dust, and Boston advance into the tournament.
And that is a hell of a comeback in that offensive round as well. We're thinking Awakening, getting the cruise missiles good enough, but how about Cammy right there to join them? It is an ARs map. We are all just living in it, and Killer Cam. Nearly 7K damage and 33 kills, and the man got 19 of those 33 on offense. Tip of the Cammy, most experienced player we have in this lobby, and he showed it when they needed him to most.
Oh my word, they needed it so dearly. Stallions, a valiant effort and a well-fought campaign, but wildly frustrating for them to have fallen short. But another team will bite the dust. There we go. Congratulations once again to Boston Breach. They stay alive as we say a fond farewell to the end of the campaign of the Stallions here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff though for Boston. Gonna be a very fun team to watch because, I mean, again, the things we're looking for the squads. You're looking for the slang for the ARs. They take turns to deliver. You're looking for the pop-off sort of objective-related plays from Purge and an S&D. He certainly was finding his moments. And Miles, a man of wisdom, everything looks cooler in slow-mo.
It really does, doesn't it? Well, congratulations once again to Boston Breach, the attacking round, the one to get it done. And God, that feels good for Purge. And we will hear from the man himself in a moment, Chance, but High Rise continues to be a spicy one. Defense is strong. The attacking rounds are possible. It's a great look there as Boston Breach. They can breathe a sigh of relief, a little bit of pressure off now, but we'll find out about the man himself on stage with Barney Banks.
Welcome back to the main stage where I've got Purge here from Boston Breach. What an impressive performance. Now, I've got to say that hard point, that was difficult for multiple reasons, obviously, to kick off your match. But you know what? You got it done. How essential was it for you to get that win, especially after a tough day today?
Yeah, I think it was big. I don't think the day really affected us. I think we knew that we could have beat Ultra. We probably should have beat Ultra. I think we know we're very good, and I think we just have to stick to our game plan, and I think we go very far in the tournament.
I think you can after seeing what we saw today. Now, Miles and Chance, the casters, they were hyping you up big time. If anyone goes big in a game, they call it a Purge match. Now, in that S&D, you absolutely popped off, man. You went beast mode. How was it for you?
It felt good. You know, we haven't been doing too well in S&D recently, so to get one on the board and do it in that fashion, it was great.
Well, Purge, as you may know, this is the fun bit. This is when you get to claim your opponent's key, and then you get to crush it later on with your teammates. So if we can get the key to come on over from Stallions so that you can claim it. Shake hands if you want to, buddy. Showing sport there, thanks very much. How does it feel to have that right there? I'll take the handshake. Go on, I'll take the handshake. Why not? How does it feel having the key in your hand right now?
It feels good. You know, I played with those guys for a little bit. They dropped me. I think most teams know if they drop me, they don't get better. They get worse, so it feels good.
Fighting words, I absolutely love it. You know what, Purge, thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. Go crush that key and enjoy yourself. And for now, we're going to go back to the studio to round out day number 2.
When are they going to learn, Purge? When are they going to learn? First it was Vegas. You didn't even make it to the top 12. Now you send the Stallions packing. Alley Cat, Clayster, it's got to feel great for that young man now playing with the Boston Breach jersey.
Got to feel fantastic. And I think a lot of us up here underrated Boston Breach coming into this tournament. We expected them to be the Boston Breach that we saw all season long, but they retooled their roster, brought in 3 new players, and Snoopy, he was the one that they kept, and he is going off.
And this is a weird gelling of a roster, right? You take Snoopy, for example, that's going to be one of your younger players. I was looking for ROTY. He's supposed to be the superstar for Boston Breach. You take Cammy, he's had a couple lackluster years. He had to go back down in the Challengers Gauntlet. He's going to typically be in that AR role. And you have Purge, like he said, who's getting dropped and teams are getting worse, even though he was performing. So much lore, and the fact that they were able to put it together to give Boston Breach a light of hope at the end of this year is some really great stuff.
But I was thinking about it, in just 1, maybe 2 weeks, we're going to get a little sample of Black Ops 6.
Yes, sir. I'm excited for that.
This squad, how do you think they transition potentially to future titles? Because I know there's a lot of GMs around the world using this tournament as a final opportunity to scout.
You look at some of these players on Boston Breach, and Cammy, it comes to mind. He performed phenomenally in Cold War, which is a Treyarch title. We are going back to another Treyarch title, so this is where I seem to think that Cammy is really going to perform at his highest.
I like that call out on Cammy. Snoopy living up to the hype. Boston's believed in him all year. He delivers as they hand a hot 3-0. And my favorite part of this matchup, it was a close high-rise, but at the end of it all, Purge says, we should have beaten Toronto Ultra. I did not expect that comment. This is the confidence that they need moving forward if they want to walk away with some serious money.
I completely agree with you, especially if it coming from Purge of all people. I feel like maybe he was a little bit more soft-spoken when he first got introduced to the league. To see him kind of exude that confidence now and be like, yeah, we should have beat one of the top 4 teams is incredible for such a young player.
It's time to find out who earns our Bravia MVP honors from this last matchup on day number 2. Spin it.
Spin it.
It's gotta be Purge. Love to see it. Honorable mention, though, to the AR. Cammy, Cold War Cam seems to be coming out here at the end of MW3. Let's take a look, though, at the big moments. Purge was taking as many gunfights as he could. As soon as a teammate put bullets in him, they were going to finish.
Yeah, I mean, every single map in this series, Purge was putting up numbers. At map number 1, he clutches on that P1. He finds a nasty 3, making the deduction that, hey, maybe they didn't do the math right. They early rotated to that P2. He finds them funneling towards Church. He'll connect with 3. And then map number 2, they couldn't trade him, Clay.
At all. He's walking down their zig stairs and popping 3 like, hello, what are we looking at?
What are we looking at?
He did kind of choke the streak a little bit, but you can't blame him. He was feeling himself. And something you mentioned, Ali, is that he's really grown into his own as the season has progressed. When he first joined the league, he was a little more reserved, withdrawn, but now he's coming out saying, hey, we should have beat Toronto Ultra, one of the top 4 teams. And like you said, I just love to see him grow into his own shoes, get his footing as a good player in this league, and I think he's got a bright future ahead of him.
There's 8 million people in New York City. Purge is one of them, and right now I think it's hard to argue that he is not the best at Call of Duty, the man popping off, but he wasn't the only one. The teammates were with him along the way all 3 games. Everybody chiming in here for Boston Breach.
The story is just so crazy because not only did Boston Breach as an organization kind of need this redemption, Purge needed this redemption after being dropped from Vegas Legion for what seemed like no apparent reason because they found the most success with him on the roster and surrounding his teammates. Awakening, he also got blamed for a lot of Boston Breach's previous failures, as well as Cammy. He also got dropped, getting kind of the weight of that load. So a lot of them was a lot to prove.
We called it a leftover sandwich before this tournament kicked off. Sandwich tastes good, Clay.
Hey, sandwich is delicious, apparently. They're going into the playoff bracket. They're feeling great, and who knows if they go a little further in this tournament past top 8.
Let's see how much faith the audience had in Boston Breach coming into this one as we take a look at our STC play results. 68 went with the Stallions.
Wow.
Oh, less than 40 had faith in Boston. And I'll be honest, if you watch them all year long, I can understand those numbers.
This make it like the first proper upset. Of course, we saw Falcons and their fans very much backing their team, but I feel like this is kind of the first like true upset we've had this past 2 days.
Gentlemates, I think making it into the top 12 over G2 was a shocker. Heretics getting knocked out early was a bit of a shocker. To see Stallions, another Challenger squad fall, I'm not super surprised, but we've got a lot still to look forward to, and there's matches going on all over Riyadh. Let's catch everybody up with where we're at so far in this tournament. Clay, what stood out to you so far in our groups?
Honestly, not too much in this group. I will say the Carolina Royal Ravens make it out of Group A by only beating Vegas Legion, right? So they only had to beat one team to get to the top 8. I'm really interested to see how they match up against Vancouver Surge tomorrow.
Over in Group B, Allie, we knew that Cloud9 were the favorites coming in, but they ran into a Vancouver Surge. The Canada buff working out strong for the men rocking blue.
They are so annoying because they do this all year long. They sometimes are the worst team. They sometimes are the best. With a very high ceiling and a low floor, they steal a win again, a big win actually, versus a Cloud9 that looked to possibly be surging, and then Cloud9 handling the work versus Gentlemates to get that qualification.
If you're looking for new talent, Cobra may be a player to watch as he helps Gentlemates make it into 9 through 12. Stallions went on a bit of a run against Heretics, but that road came to an end against Boston, as you saw. Toronto coming out unscathed. They only dropped the one map to Boston Breach, and Scrap has been fired up. Regardless of who he's playing against, the man is talking trash at the end of every series.
Yeah, apparently everybody's buns except for Toronto Ultra, according to Scrap. I do want to give a quick shout out to Team Heretics. I saw Vickle and his family in the hotel today. It's the first time I've met all them. Lovely people. Unfortunately, they bow out in last place here at Esports World Cup. And Stallions make it one step further, but unfortunately fall short to the Boston Breach in a 3-0.
Stallions finishing 9 through 12. Heretics going out 13th through 16th with $20,000. Over in Group D, though, let's catch you up with what is currently happening. We have 2 streams live, and you can catch the finish of 100 Thieves versus Lore Gaming. As predicted, 100 Thieves up big. That's a 2-0 lead, 1 map away from making it into our playoff bracket.
You know what, though? It's not like it'd be the first time we've seen some reverse sweeps, and this is the last opportunity for Challengers teams to qualify for the bracket. So everybody go and show that stream some love, and make sure you're cheering on Lore Gaming for maybe making the upset.
Tomorrow, we whittle the competition from 16 down to 8. Just one more TBD. Will it be Lore with a reverse sweep, or is it 100 Thieves facing off against Toronto Ultra? We also see a tough showdown for Carolina Royal Ravens. They draw Vancouver Surge. Atlanta FaZe has to be happy about the Boston matchup, and OpTic Cloud9, a rematch of our Champs Grand Final for top 4.
For top 4, we're talking about the Champs Grand Finals, and we're getting it round 1 of the playoff bracket. And that bracket right there, there's a lot of CDL teams in there, so maybe the Challengers teams don't deserve their spots in the Pro League.
Oh, looks like math matters. All right, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. You guys can let us know in the chat. Before we get to the schedule, though, can we revisit the best moments from today? The Kadia plays of the day were insane as we had so many multi-kills, so many players popping off. You're going to see some Purge highlights in here, but he's not the only one. Who else did you see, Allie?
He is, in fact, not the only one. We saw Beans from the Carolina Royal Ravens, the new addition, putting up the damage. And this is nothing new. We saw him a little bit during the Pro League season, and it was Beans doing Beans thing. And what is that going to be? An AR in hand, laying down that damage.
Incredible performance out of Beans. Got to give him his flowers. Incredibly underrated player. Carolina brought him in and looked better. And then we go over to the 100 Thieves match. They're playing FaZe, and Dan Ghosty is doing his best to hold down the B control point, and he dies by a trophy. That's the only way to get him off the map is, you know, a trophy system, guys.
We had the Bulldog reaching 99 levels again. You saw it earlier against Gentlemates. Not only did they crush the respawns, they also hand Gentlemates their first S&D loss of the tournament.
And not only that, we talked to Kiz afterwards. He wants that OpTic key bad. So he had a little bit of a chip on his shoulder to get through this team to make it for a bracket tomorrow.
And do we have more, or do we finish with Kiz? I think that's a great way to finish. Those are your Kadia plays of the day. Awesome stuff there. And the action continues tomorrow. We have 4 opening rounds here in our round of 8. And we have some big matchups. When does it all start? Well, you're going to want to wake up early, right? We've got a good one coming your way to break things off. Let's go ahead and reveal the full schedule on the day. It's going to be that Carolina Royal Ravens squad that bested Vegas. They draw Vancouver. The second match on the stage will be Atlanta FaZe versus Snoopy in Boston. We'll see Toronto against 100 Thieves most likely if they keep it up in their game 3. And of course, OpTic Gaming versus Cloud9. We're saving best for last. After the sun goes down, we're going to pack this Amazon Arena.
And we look at this first matchup, Surge versus Carolina, and TJ Haley has been a big fan of Surge all year long since they retooled their roster. He said, these guys know how to play the game. We need to be emulating. We need to be copying them. I saw him getting some food for dinner tonight, and he's like, the matchup is happening again. Of course it is. They've been our kryptonite. I'm curious to see if maybe Beans is the answer they needed for the Vancouver Surge.
Beans is the answer. He used to play for Boston, and Boston is live right now. Let's take a look at our final key crush of the night, Alley Cat. They're going to give the honors to the MVP. Purge gets to put the key in.
Oh, you know, it feels good for him to break this key. Again, he talked about how that roster had dropped him. He went and got his revenge, and you can just see the smile on his face as he watched that thing bend.
Is it going to break? Nope, it bends. But that is the end of the Stallions. They exit with $40,000. Boston, 80 grand. More money than they made the entirety of 2024. Snoopy's going to bed with a smile on his face.
Absolutely. And head on over to that B stream to check out. There's still a match going on over there. I know Lore's down 0-2, but maybe we get an amateur team in the playoff bracket. A little reverse sweep action.
Check out all the games, and if you get bored, go tune into EAFC. That stuff was blowing my mind. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, our awesome stage hosts and amazing casters, I'm Chris Puckett. That's Alley Cat. That's Clayster. Nameless is upstairs, and we'll see you all tomorrow bright and early.